politics. So what would you give as a message to everybody on how they can do some of the things that we've done in their own counties, in their own districts, in their own cities?
You got to organize. You got to start communicating with each other. You have to work together for your common goal and figure out what's going on, help to, uncover things with FOIA, speak at school board meetings, make your voices heard, but work together in doing it. It's been incredible to see the team come together, and every parent has their own special set of skills, especially Ian Pryor has his own special set of skills. But we each have something valuable. And when you put them all together and you work together, you can make great things happen.
My biggest message would be don't give up. There were a lot of times I wanted to give up. There were times my kids were saying, please don't embarrass us again at a school board meeting. Please don't go on TV, which I did not listen to them. So for those of you in the IT world, we have something called when teams come together. We were just a bunch of individual moms and Ian. It's a process by which teams come together. It's called forming, storming, norming, and performing. We're performing. Don't give up. You have to get to performing. You might be in a lot of storming phases, going back and forth between storming and norming, but you got to get to performing.
And I am awake, I am not woke, and you can be too. In the investigation phase, if anyone needs support on FOIAs, the easiest thing, the tactical steps are simple. Google.com, FOIA, who are you trying to FOIA? And usually the first one or two things that come up would be a FOIA form, and it's called different things in different jurisdictions, but however, I am a lawyer I'm barred in Florida. I'm a Miami native. We do exist. And when you live in the Sunshine State and you're from the Sunshine State, you anticipate and you expect that municipalities and agencies are as transparent and have sunshine shining down on them as much as this beautiful state does. And so that should be your expectation going in. Anything less than that, start questioning.
Yeah, that's a good point. You look at these big bureaucracies, and they've got their lawyers, and there's a lot going on there. They've got our school system has a $1.6 billion budget, and it's intimidating until you actually sort of start digging, and then you realize that they don't know what they're doing. They don't communicate well with each other. They have their own internal rivalries. They are not necessarily a block of people that are all rowing in the same direction. So I think one of the things that's important is when you're dealing with your school board, when you're dealing with your superintendent, get to know the personalities, understand where those rivalries are, and always have an intelligence network. I mean, look, we're called paper terrorists now. I think I saw an article as a paper terrorist if you're sending FOIAs, but you are up against a massive bureaucracy, so you need to use every tool at your disposal. And having sources that can give you information, whether it's teachers, parents, people in the administration, is going to be immensely valuable. We got a little bit more time. I just want to wrap up with one more question. What was the highlight of the past year as you're doing this, unpaid, as volunteers, blood, sweat, and tears every day? What was the highlight?
Oh, I had to pick one. It has to be the election watch party. When we went to the Yunkin election watch party, and on the way there with Ian and his wife and my husband, and going there, and he says, I think he's got it. And I was, no, he didn't. Did he really? And we get there, and we're waiting and waiting and waiting, and finally it's official, and we just all broke down. We just hugged and cried and danced together and celebrated. It was so incredible. that we did that. We had a part in it. We changed Virginia.
I mean, for me, it's being on the main stage at Cpac. I mean, really, it doesn't get bigger than this. We're trying to get our message out to everybody. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Speak up to all the silent parents, to all the silent teachers, to any silent community. We have your back. The nation has your back. We are loud. Our voices are being heard, so you can talk.
So I think my most special memory is also the election party, but particularly, I think it was 2:30 in the morning. Glenn Youngkin was panning the front row of those who attended the party, and we were at the end with our Fight for School shirts, and he was starting to progress to another group, and my time to say hi to him had passed, and I'm like, I'm not giving up. So I went back to him and I said, thank you for running. Because of you, my children will have medical freedom. And he just gave me a big bear hug, and if you've seen the news lately, the mask fight was alive and still kicking a little bit, but that's my favorite memory.
All right, well, with that, we will end, and thank you for coming and listening, and keep going.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Cpac board member K.T. McFarland, Cpac board member Gordon Chang, Cpac executive vice president Dan Schneider, and North Korean defector Arthur Young-Sung Lee.
Today, Russia invaded Ukraine, a full-scale invasion of an independent nation. That has changed the complex generational struggle that we have been in of the forces of darkness against the forces of light. Vladimir Putin is not going to stop here. The question that we're going to be addressing at Cpac, not just today, but throughout the days that we're here, is, so what do we do? And the fact that you're here is an example of the importance of a grassroots political movement. We have national leadership that I think at a certain point is probably criminally incompetent. They are unable to stop what Vladimir Putin could do, and now they don't know what to do. But I think it's important to understand that in this generational struggle, it's not just about Europe. Vladimir Putin doesn't stop with Ukraine. He has put himself in a position, thanks to a feckless American administration, where he can now do whatever he wants, whenever he wants with Ukraine. He has the power of all the energy. Half of the energy from Europe comes from Russia. He can turn that on or off anywhere, time he wants. The fact that the price of oil has gone from $40 a barrel just a year ago under President Trump to $100 a barrel today means that Vladimir Putin is one of the richest guys, richest countries around. Why? Because Russia, who buys Russian cars, right? Who buys Russian computers? Everybody buys Russian oil and natural gas. And by giving him double his income, he is now in a position to do that. But my concern is it doesn't just stop with Ukraine. It goes on. It goes on in Europe. Will he next threaten NATO? His lifelong objective has been to dismantle NATO, to separate the United States from Europe, and then to recreate the Soviet Union. But our assault is not just in Europe. It spreads. Gordon, take it from there.
We see China supporting and financing Russian aggression against Ukraine. On February 4th, just a few hours before the Olympics started, Vladimir Putin sat down with Xi Jinping, and they announced their no-limits partnership but they also announced $117.5 billion in oil and gas deals. And just a few days ago, they also announced a sale of 100 million metric tons of Russian coal to China. China gave Putin the one thing that he needed to invade Ukraine, and that is money. And that's why we face a united China-Russia partnership, KT.
Yeah, you know, since the end of World War II, the Sino-Soviet then alliance, the China-Russia alliance, has bedeviled the free world. And when Richard Nixon was president, we split those two up. We split China off from the Soviet Union. And then when Ronald Reagan was president, we defanged the Soviet Union. We realized that the important thing was that America had allies, but we had to stand with our allies, but we had to break up their alliance. But what's happened now is they're back. And it's far more dangerous today than it was at any period since the end of World War II. Why? Because China's money, China's technology, married up with Russia's military capabilities and Russia's energy and natural resources, is a threat that will really be the biggest threat, I think, to the United States in our history. And we have to be smart, we have to be nimble, we have to have allies, but most of all, we have to have a plan. And that's why you're here today, to help us find the plan.
KT and Gordon, I just want to remind you, it was 7 years ago that our organization started to go all around the country. And the first place we went was Des Moines, Iowa. You were both there. And we had a conversation about what the threat is worldwide. And on stage, we had these really smart people who were new to ACU at that time, drawing the connection between Venezuela, China, Russia, North Korea. We have a North Korean defector here. This is part of our activism training. And Arthur and I were going to come out, and we still are, to talk about what it means to live under socialism, to live under communism. We're training for a reason. We could become the next Venezuela very easily if we don't work within our own borders, but then there are threats all over the world.
And this shows that freedom and democracy is under attack everywhere, because it's not just Ukraine. Ukraine is today, but then it is the Baltics, Taiwan, India, Japan, the Philippines, Bhutan, Nepal. Freedom and democracy around the world are under attack.
So we host Cpacs all over the world. You'll hear later on Saturday 2 new countries where we're going to. But we've been, and KT and Gordon have been to many of these in Korea, Japan, Australia, Brazil. We're going to be going to Israel soon. You'll hear some additional ones later. But strong allies abroad help freedom at home.
And what we face is not just a military threat. It's across the board. You know, Russia has started this, it's warmed up its attack against Ukraine with cyber attacks. You know, the Ukrainian government is now shut down. The Ukrainian communications industry is shut down. If the president of Ukraine wanted to go and rally the people, he can't do it. He has no way of talking to his own people. So part of the plan from the forces of darkness is to isolate us and to separate us. What we have to do as freedom-loving people everywhere is understand that we need a strong economy, we need strong technology, we certainly need strong armed forces, and we need a strong national will. And that's the importance that we bring to it. This is not just about a military alliance. This is so much bigger. And that's why what we hope is that what you'll take from what you're going to learn here today, tomorrow, the next day, and you go back into your communities, because we're not getting the answers out of Washington. Where have they gotten us? The answers are going to come from the people of this country rising up in a grassroots movement. And that's why Gordon and I and Dan Schneider and Matt Schlapp and all of the Cpac people, we're going all around the world because we need to light a fire under freedom-loving people everywhere.
I'm going to interrupt you two, because Gordon and KT are coming back out on the stage later this afternoon, specifically to talk about Russia and China. Thank you very much. That's going to be a riveting conversation. We've got more context today after the horrible invasion of Ukraine. But I do want to get to Arthur, who actually lived under communism.
Living proof of what freedom means.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you, Dan.
We'll see you,
Thank you, Arthur.
later
See you later.
this afternoon.
Thank you, Dan.
This is my friend Arthur. He works with the Cpac Korea. We call it Cpac, our partner that helps us host Cpac in South Korea. Arthur, let's go to the middle of the stage. North Korea is one of the worst regimes on the planet. You lived there.
Yeah.
All these people who are fighting for freedom in America, we want to remind them, educate them, what it is they're fighting for, what it is they don't want to become. What was North Korea like?
Dan, thank you so much for having me. And it's my first time to stand in front of so many people. So first of all, I would like to thank you, Dan and Cpac, giving me the great opportunity to share my story. And thank you for everybody here to fight for the America's freedom. And I lived in North Korea for about 30 years. And I thought about yesterday how I can describe North Korea so that American people can understand easily about the totalitarian system. And I want to put this way. So today we are here and we are staying in a very beautiful hotel. If we are in North Korea, you cannot stay in this beautiful hotel without the permission of the regime. And you cannot travel from DC, Virginia, Maryland without any permission by the government. And also, if we are here for Cpac, and this is the fight for freedom. And in North Korea, you are not allowed to gather one place to express your opinion. Everybody should be controlled by the regime, and everything is controlled by the one man.
Arthur, what would have happened to you when you were living in North Korea if you would have said to your neighbor, the dictator Kim is not doing the right thing?
That's the one sentence you can never tell to other people.
What would have happened
So,
to you?
you know, I don't know many people here heard about 3-generation punishment, like grandfather, father, and children. 3 generation will be punished severely. Your grandfather will be executed. Your father will be killed by the regime, and your children will be sent to the political prison camp. In the camp, when the young babies were born in the camp, they have to live in the camp for their entire life, unless the regime releases them. But it is a rare chance to be released to the society.
That is a shocking statement, right? And that may seem so shocking that you think it just has no bearing on America. Mm-hmm. Well, that's North Korea. South Korea has been our ally for a long time. I don't think Americans understand now what's going on in South Korea. The president of South Korea is a socialist, and he's wrapping up his 5-year term. There's going to be an election on March 9th for the new presidency of South Korea. And the candidate to replace the current socialist is a communist.
That's true.
That communist has closer ties to the Chinese Communist Party and to North Korea than to the US. Mm-hmm. South Korea has been the place where we've had Samsung phones and LG refrigerators. It is at risk of becoming the next Venezuela.
Yeah. So what's shocking to me when I was in South Korea, because the current president, and the next ruling party's candidate, they are all human rights lawyers. But they never talks about North Korean human rights. They never talks about Hong Kong, a Chinese invasion of, Mississippi's invasion. And then I was surprised that so-called human rights lawyers, how come they don't talk about human rights? And then they are pro-North Korea, but also pro-China. And then they are fascinated by the socialism and communism theory. So they want to make South Korea as a socialist country. So they want to rig the election so that they can get the absolute power in the Congress. And then they manipulate National Election Commission to rig election. And then, the branches, the power branches, all controlled by the one party. They want one-party control system. So now South Korea is really in danger. And I'm representing the Korean Peninsula. I hope that American people, can fight together to preserve our freedom.
Yeah, today's young people seem to be enamored with socialism and communism. They don't get it that taking money from rich people, giving it to poor people, that may seem like a way to alleviate poverty. It guarantees poverty for everybody.
Yeah.
So as we're here at Cpac, we are fighting against the evil forces of communism and socialism in all its forms. Vladimir Putin and his Russian forces, what they're doing is evil. Authoritarianism is evil. China, the Chinese Communist Party, they are suppressing their own people. The people of China deserve better than the communist regime that's been forced on them. North Korea, it's the same. We have got to have strong allies all over the world. Strong allies abroad means safety and security at home. Arthur, as we start to wrap up, would you please, I just want you to just briefly explain how you fled North Korea. What was that path out of North Korea?
So that was 7 years ago. My entire family made the toughest decision for our entire life. So it's not an easy decision because it was the decision to escape for freedom or live as slave. But I'm proud of my family, my mother, father, sister. We decided to leave the country, leaving everything behind there for freedom. I think freedom is more valuable than life. That's why I decided to escape, and so many people do not stop escaping for freedom. And I think everybody here, in the near future, at the end of, distant future, you will be proudly say to your children that you have done the right thing for your future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Okay. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is Don Lemon is a Dinosaur, the new way to get your news. Please welcome Rogan O'Hanley, a.k.a. DC Drano, Ryan Fournier, and your moderator from X Strategies, Alex Bruzewitz.
What's up, Cpac? How you guys doing today? I just want to lead with a moment to acknowledge what's happening in Ukraine right now. It's horrible what's happening, and unconstitutional elections have consequences, and we're seeing that right now. The world's seeing it, and so we got to make sure that they never happen again. They can never do what they did in the 2020 election again. So. God bless. So today we're talking about social media, if that's okay. It's a popular thing, and I'm joined by Ryan Fournier, founder of Students for Trump, and Rogan O'Hanley, DC Drano. So I'm not going to talk a whole lot because I'm the least cool person on stage. But before I became a victim of the January 6th committee witch hunt, and before I became a rhino slayer, my day job was to identify, amplify, and develop strong conservative voices online. We've taken virtually unknown candidates and turned them into household names in Congress. We've helped identify some of the leading conservative voices on the internet because we understand how important it is to have our voices heard. And I'm glad to be joined by two of those voices right now. And so I want to talk to Ryan and Drano quickly about how did you guys get started in digital activism, and what advice do you have to our audience about getting involved themselves?
Yeah, I would start off by saying welcome, everybody. You guys happy to not have these masks on, right? Right? It is phenomenal to be here, and I'm here for one reason only, and it was social media. I started Students for Trump as a Twitter account in 2015, not really knowing where it would go, but I had this idea in my mind, like, you know, Donald Trump, we didn't lose the last 2 presidential elections because he was white and because he was rich. We lost them because they had no clue how to connect with middle America. And Trump was able to do that, not just through social media, but getting on a stage and making it understandable. And so we took that, we built a brand, we helped elect probably one of the most iconic cultural presidents in American history through social media, thanks to that.
It's true. And Rogan, how did you get involved? Can you tell us a little bit about your backstory? Because your story's awesome, man.
Well, thank you. It's good to be back at Cpac. Last time I was here, I was escorted out by some sheriff's deputies for not wearing a mask. So good to be back in Florida on this side of the stage. But I will say I love what Cpac has done by bringing people like us on stage. They understand that the energy is in the grassroots, and the grassroots is expressing its voice through social media, the one last refuge that we have to make our opinions heard. I started out as a Hollywood entertainment lawyer in Los Angeles, and once President Trump got elected, I said, this guy needs help. Every institution is against him. I started posting memes on Instagram, and then I decided to do it full time. I moved to the great state of Florida in 2017. People thought I was absolutely crazy to leave a legal career to go post memes on Instagram, but guess what? I've got millions of followers, and I'm talking on the stage at Cpac about how we're going to take back this country.
So we've been in this fight for a long time, and there's nothing that we haven't seen on social media. We came up, most of us, all of us came up before the 2016 election, and during the 2016 election, it was almost like the Wild West online. You could say what you wanted to say, there wasn't censorship, and what the Democrats found was that our ideas were winning, and they're still winning, but there's a new little issue that we run into now. It's called censorship. The Democrats knew how strong our message was and how important our voices were, and so they coordinated with big tech companies to censor us, to silence us, to shut us down, but we're not going to let them win. And so, Ryan, what is your advice to the audience about how they can overcome censorship? Do you believe that we need to run from the platforms and go to great new companies like Truth Social, President Trump's new app?
Amen. Yeah, you know, I would say on top of that, something just happened to me the other day. I got a flag on my Facebook account for making a post saying illegal immigrants should not be allowed to vote in American elections. That is federal law. And it was fact-checked and labeled as hate speech. My biggest piece of advice to you, that is why Truth Network is flourishing right now. That is why there are millions of people flocking to President Trump's social media app and why it's going to be successful. Because it's not going to be something where you go on there and just because you have a differing opinion or view, you're going to get banned or censored for it. That is not the case anymore, folks. We need to make our own spaces, our own payment processing companies. We need to start fighting back against them, not just talking about it, because they aren't going to quit. They aren't going to lay down. They are out to destroy us. They're out to destroy this party, this ideology. We must fight back against it. Truth Social is going to be the gateway to do that. God bless Devin Nunes and Donald Trump for this amazing creation. It's going to be phenomenal.
Absolutely. And, you know, unfortunately, we can't wait around for Republican so-called leaders in Washington to save us. It's going to be on private citizens like my friend Drano who are taking the fight to these big tech companies. And so, Rogan, if you would mind sharing with the audience what you're working on and why your fight is so important.
So last year, after I was escorted out by leftist policies for not wearing the mask in the state of Florida, my Twitter was banned that night. I had over 400,000 followers at one point, and I had been getting flagged for calling out the rigged election. And absolutely. And come to find out, Judicial Watch releases some documents a couple months later from the Secretary of State of California, and they were sending emails to Twitter, government officials saying DC Drano is spreading election misinformation. And then I was banned off Twitter for spreading election misinformation. If that's not a violation of the First Amendment in the United States of America, then nothing is. We are suing them. We are taking this all the way to the top. I'm represented by Harmeet Dillon, the best of the best. And you know what? She said, Rogan, this case is why I went to law school. We got him. So we have already taken it to court. We were dismissed by Justice Breyer's younger brother, Charles Breyer, in the Northern District. We have filed to appeal in the Ninth Circuit. Briefs are coming due in the next couple months, and no matter what, we are going all the way to the Supreme Court. We will not settle. We are going to make sure that Americans have First Amendment rights on social media. It's long overdue. The courts need to step in, and we're going to take it to them.
Amen.
Rogan is a patriot, and we thank you for leading the charge and leading the fight, because how many in this room have been censored on social media? Make some noise. Have you been censored? That cannot happen in our country any longer. The Democrats can do whatever the heck they want. They can organize their Antifa rallies. They can organize their BLM rallies where they burn down American cities. But conservatives can't say that they have concerns about the 2020 election. That's wrong. And if Republicans in Washington don't take action, well, we're going to vote them the heck out of office.
And I would also add on to that. If these big tech companies think they're so big and powerful to the point where you are on these platforms, you're getting banned for saying something they disagree with, why can't they have a debate and discussion with us? Why can't the left talk to us about our ideals if they believe that they're so bad or they're so dangerous, right? Why? Well, I'll tell you why. This fight does not just end with Truth Social. They may be able to knock us down, but we aren't going to be out of the fight forever. We're going to fight like hell to make sure that every single voice in this room is heard, to make sure that you are able to go out there and speak freely, because that is America. And we aren't going to let the radical squad or the big tech tyrants fight back against us, push us down, or bully us. We're coming back. We're going to punch back harder than ever. We're going to win 2022 and 24. And let me tell you something, guys. This time right now is the time to be vocal, the time to be active, the time to stand up. Let's do it, guys.
All right, so we're going to end really quickly talking about some of our favorite meme accounts online, because, you know, we're talking about too much serious stuff. So I want to give a shout out to mostly.peaceful.memes on Instagram. They have some great Adam Kinzinger memes. They're hilarious. Mostly.peaceful.memes. Nobody makes fun of Adam Kinzinger better than that guy. He's hilarious. And there's a lot of material there. Another one is The Typical Liberal, who I know is a dear friend of Rogan's and ours. They've been on the front lines of the cultural and meme fight for a long time. And we can meme, the left can't, because the Democrats aren't funny. They have no humor. They're miserable people. You look at them, they're very ugly, most of them. But we'll pray for them. Any favorite Instagram accounts to follow?
I say support them all. Definitely get on social media. Follow these people. Buy the products they're selling. That's how they make a living. We're constantly fighting against the censorship. There is a reason why they deplatformed President Trump and why they just deplatformed Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, because the truth is contagious. That's why Canada had to invoke martial law to stop we the people from taking back our government. And speaking of we the people, I just want to say, with all this Ukraine stuff going on, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of establishment, military-industrial complex, GOP people up on stage saying it's in our national interest to fight that war. It is not. It is not. Burisma, Hunter Biden was taking money. They impeached President Trump over a phone call to Ukraine, and now there is a full-blown invasion because Biden has instigated this. I can't even use the P word in front of his name. There is massive deep state corruption in that regime. We should not send our American sons and daughters to cover up the Biden crime family corruption. Thank you.
Amen.
God bless you guys. Thank you, Cpac. God bless you. God bless America. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Let's go, Brandon.
Everything that's reported on television isn't always true, but it should be. NTD, the power of truth. Now available 24/7 on television and streaming platforms.
Of our children and grandchildren, I believe it is imperative that we set forth a climate solution that embodies long-standing conservative principles and can return the Republican leadership to a constructive stance on this critical issue.
Are you fed up with the mainstream news media pushing liberal ideas and a radical agenda? It's time to change the channel and watch Flashpoint. Flashpoint's a conservative news commentary program that focuses on current events by presenting truthful information from a hopeful point of view. Flashpoint inspires conservatives to stand strong in their values and in their faith. So if you're ready for a refreshing alternative, watch Flashpoint Tuesday and Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern on the Victory Channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the new age of social media. Please welcome, from Getter, Kaylin Dorr.
Hello, Cpac. I am Kaylin Dorr. I work at Getter, the fastest growing social media company in the world. And I'm here with one message today, that is that Twitter sucks. It is awful, and we're here to provide an alternative to that for you guys. Like I said, my name is Kaylin. I was the Chief Marketing Officer for the Trump 2020 campaign. I'm an alum of the White House and the 16 campaigns as well, and we have witnessed firsthand, myself and our CEO, Jason Miller, have witnessed firsthand the horrible, horrible things that social media can do to our society. And if they can censor a sitting president, they can censor literally anyone in this room. And I just listened to the gentleman before us, Ryan, DC Drano, Alex. They're all great, great patriots. And you should all be following them on Getter, on Instagram, wherever you can. I heard a lot of people here clap when they asked who'd been censored, and that's just wholly unacceptable. And I hope these guys, everyone here, would agree with that. Obviously, I can come up here, I can talk a lot about Getter, right? It's an incredible platform. We've got nearly 5 million users. We're not going to cancel you for your political opinions or anything like that. And at the end of the day, it's not complicated, right? I could, again, like I said, repeat myself over and over about Getter. Again, 5 million users, and if you're in the crowd and you're not on, you need to download it now. But it's really important to explain why this is so necessary. And it's because when you feel alone, the left wins. It's the bedrock of their entire policy agenda, or lack thereof. Gaslighting, making things up, making you believe that what you see in front of you is not actually happening, is literally their entire policy platform. Think about it. All they do is exist to tear people down. So we here at Getter strive to provide a family-friendly, positive, welcoming community to everybody, especially those of you in the room today and those of you listening and watching later. So we'd love for you guys to come on and get cooking. It's time we organize. It's time we fight big tech. because at the end of the day, we're seeing, especially something a little more timely, what we're seeing here in the Ukraine today, where the state-run media is literally censoring footage of what is happening on the ground. Now, again, we can discuss whether or not we should be there or not, but what's happening there is happening, and we should be able to see and watch that, right? This is a global issue. Censorship is a global issue. That's something we're really proud of here at Getter. I say we have nearly 5 million users. A good chunk of those guys are abroad. Just imagine we sit here and we can rail on a nerd in a hoodie in Silicon Valley telling us what we can or can't say, which is just, again, wildly unacceptable. It's totally inappropriate, and it's absolutely insane. But imagine if that nerd in a hoodie didn't even live in the same country as you. How pissed off would you be? So that's the world that we face here today. And again, we cannot stress enough, it is time to organize, it's time to get out there and fight big tech, not only here, but around the globe. You know, they think so little of you. I'm sorry, this is something that's really passionate, a passionate subject for me. But they think so little of people like you and I that they're interested, that they are just wholly obsessed with doing all of this out in the open, in front of everybody. They'll cancel your mother, they'll cancel the sitting president, they won't stop. And again, it wasn't cool to be a conservative growing up either. I know there's a lot of people, I'm not that old, I feel a lot older than I am. A couple campaigns here and there will do that to you. But it wasn't cool to be a conservative growing up. We didn't have things like Cpac where I grew up, right? And it wasn't cool, again, to be a conservative on social media, to be a conservative in my community, to espouse my conservative beliefs. And the left is really good at doing this, right? Co-opting our phrases for their use. And we here at Getter, we kind of strive to provide a safe space for conservatives, for you to organize and communicate. And this is especially going to be important coming up in the 2022 election. So you get on Getter, download an account. It's really easy, guys. And you can get on there and literally talk about whatever you want. You get on there and talk about how Donald Trump should absolutely be our president right now. I like that a lot. That's actually really good. That's a really good feeling. I also like the "Let's Go Brandon" chants that I was hearing out here earlier. Again, something that is innocuous that they don't want you to say. It's a simple 3-word phrase. We saw what's going on in Canada. They won't let you say honk, honk in support of the truckers. How absolutely insane is that? This is the world. They think they have a moral high ground over you and I, and that is totally okay for them to tell us what we can or can't say. Now, I learned something in researching to come up here and talk to you today. I did a little bit of research about what Twitter's slogan is. Do you guys know what Twitter's slogan is? It's actually pretty crazy. Twitter's slogan is, quote, "It's what's happening." But do you feel like anything that's happening on Twitter is actually happening in real life? Right, it's not. It's what they want you to think is happening in real life. That's all it is. It's state-controlled opposition by Joe Biden and the radical left. That's all it's ever been. It's a generic sentence. They're really good at this, and we're getting so much better. They've been saying, go build your own social media company. Look what we've done. Thank you. Whoever said we love Getter, I like that person. I like you. This is good. I mean, think about it. Okay, so I've got a good one for you. I was reading a news story the other day, and there's this viral video out of Australia, right, talking about how they're treating Queen Elizabeth for COVID. Now, they were showing the medicines that they were using to treat COVID for her, right? One of them is called Stremectol, which you've probably never heard of. I haven't heard of it either. I'm not a doctor. But you know what Stremectol is? It's literally, it's only like one ingredient. It's ivermectin. Now think about that. a viral video mentioning ivermectin would have been canceled, but because, you know, it's government controlled, that's totally okay. And it just, the list goes on and on and on. You know, I personally, like I said, this is something I'm passionate about because cancel culture isn't something that exists merely on the internet, right? We're seeing it. Like I said, the truckers up in Canada are getting absolutely crushed right now by their government. Their tyrant who has the audacity to pose in blackface and then tell us what is acceptable to say. And the hypocrisy goes on and on. But this isn't something that merely exists online, right? Facebook poured tons of cash into meddling with elections. $400 million from the lady in the front, that's chump change, that's right. They are going after bank accounts. They're, again, costing children their livelihood. People are losing their livelihoods from being canceled. They're not allowing you to network and create your own economy and pursue your version of the American dream. And that's what it's all about, right? That's what free speech is all about. And it's not a difficult concept to grasp whatsoever. I mean, the Hunter Biden story, think about that. Think about how life would be so much different if they hadn't simply hidden the truth from us in the most egregious way possible. Again, it is all about making you feel alone. It is about making sure that you do not have the ability to talk and foster and compete for the best ideas. They're seeking to just stunt our growth as a movement. And so I'm glad to see you all here today because you're all essentially saying, no, we're not going to take it anymore. Thank you. I gotta say, this is a really cool experience being here with you guys. I'm not normally a guy who comes out here and does this, so you guys have been really awesome. I'm kind of getting the wink wink from the TVs here, and I would have loved to have done some Q&A, but please come find us after the speech today. We'll be here all weekend, signing you up because we've got to get out there. We've got to fight, and you know, again, we can't do this alone as a movement. They're counting on us to devour ourselves and to fight one another. And we should absolutely, positively be getting together. That's what Getter is kind of short for. So thank you all for coming out here today. Please go get on Getter. We got superior technology, all the features. We've got live streaming. We've got a short form video that we're beta testing. We got everything you could possibly think of because we want to be the home of the conservative movement. And we want you to be able to fight back. That's what it's all about. So again, you are not alone. And Twitter sucks. Thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate it. Goodbye, Cpac.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Patriots Unite. Please welcome Jenny Beth Martin.
Welcome to the 40th Conservative Political Action Conference. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to thank Matt Schlapp and his team at the American Conservative Union for putting together this Cpac. A conference this large with so many moving parts doesn't come together by itself. It takes an awful lot of work. What Matt and his team have pulled together is remarkable. There's nothing like Cpac, and I am honored to be with you today. And I also want to thank the hotel and conference center staff here at the Rosen Shingle Creek for working and for providing us with this wonderful venue. Be sure to thank those employees as you see them out and about this weekend. This conference began in 1974 when Joe Biden was still in the United States conference, serving his first term, and President Reagan, or not President Reagan, but then Ronald Reagan gave the keynote address. Things have changed a great deal since then, but some things remain the same. We wish Joe Biden were still in the Senate, and we wish Ronald Reagan was still President of the United States. We are blessed to have had Ronald Reagan as president, and we were blessed to have Donald Trump as president. This year, without Trump in the White House, has shown us how important leadership in the United States is to the world. And I'm going to talk more about that in a moment. It was 2 years ago when our lives were turned upside down, not by the introduction of a new virus, but by the governments that clamped down on our liberties in the name of inhibiting the spread of a virus. Remember those 15 days to flatten the curve? I don't know about you, but this has been the longest 15 days of my life. We have seen appalling abuses of the government over the past 700 days as churches have been forced to shutter their doors, children were kicked out of schools and only allowed to go back in when parents protested, and many children are still subject to healthy quarantines, missing weeks of school at a time. Businesses were forcibly closed, many for good, and our travel was restricted. In a shocking display of government hubris, we even heard about elected officials who deemed some people essential workers and essential individuals. And then they said those essential people had permission to work. Governors who had no business creating such classifications of individuals began granting certain rights to classes of individuals while shutting off the livelihood of so many others. One brazen governor, Governor Whitmer in Michigan, even dared to tell people what they could buy in a store. How dare she? How dare any of them? This is exactly opposite of what our government was designed to do. What we've seen in the past 2 years would have shocked our founding fathers. Think of that first generation of American patriots: Washington, Jefferson, Monroe, Madison, Franklin, Adams, and the others. They were the first to put into place a government based on the revolutionary concept that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that to secure those rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Rights flowed from our Creator, God, to the individual. And then we loaned some of those powers to the government, a government tasked with securing those rights. It says so right there in our founding document. More than a decade later, after having fought for and won independence from the greatest military power the world had ever seen, these founding fathers were still struggling with forming a government based on these principles that actually worked. So they gathered together again in Philadelphia to begin amending the Articles of Confederation, and instead tossed it out and wrote an entirely new document, the Constitution of the United States. And when they were done, Benjamin Franklin was asked what kind of government the assembled delegates had given, and he famously said, a challenge, not just an answer to a question, but a challenge. A republic, ma'am, if you can keep it. Well, I'm here to tell you that I am bound and determined to keep our republic. What would Jefferson and Franklin say if they were alive today with the endless emergency powers our government has granted itself? What would our founders think about depriving people of their jobs and liberties because of a medical decision not to receive the vaccine? We all know that the government we have seen over the past 2 years has very little in common with the government our founders established. Right now, Canada is showing us what happens when a government feels free to clamp down on liberties, shutting down all free speech and dissent. The Canadian government of Justin Trudeau froze the bank accounts of the people who had the courage to show their support of the Canadian Freedom Convoy. And they showed their courage by writing small checks, as in $50. These are small dollar donors who write small checks because they have big hearts. These people have been convicted of no crime. In fact, they haven't even been charged a crime. This isn't money to finance international terrorism or international narcotics networks or human trafficking. This is money given to support political speech. Yes, free speech, and that's all. But freely speaking one's mind in Canada is a direct threat to Trudeau's government. And what's terrifying to me is this is not some third world country with no appreciation for the rule of law. It's Canada, a country that has its roots traced to the same country ours does. If you don't think this kind of donor persecution could happen here in the United States, I'm here to tell you it can and it has happened. Remember, the IRS targeted Tea Party patriots and our donors. And in the last couple of weeks, hackers leaked information about the donors to the Canadian convoy. And our government has said nothing to condemn it. And what's even worse is that the mainstream media have joined in to distribute the illegally hacked information. The Washington Post even printed a heat map of the donors from the leaked information. All of this has led to some of our fellow citizens losing their livelihoods due to leftist bullies and weak-willed employers. We have fought for and actually won the right to make anonymous donations. The Supreme Court has agreed that the Constitution recognizes anonymous speech as a protected part of the First Amendment. And we even won the battle with the IRS. But the far left never gives up. Have you noticed that Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden, and Nancy Pelosi are still pushing to make donor disclosures mandatory? Why? Why is this such an obsession for them? As the Washington Post helpfully reminds us, with that invasive heat map, the left isn't interested simply in gathering information. The left is interested in harassment and punishing people for their political beliefs and ultimately canceling them. The left's relentless attacks to cancel Joe Rogan and doctors like Peter McCullough, Robert Malone, Harvey Risch, Pierre Corey, Richard Urso, the great network of doctors at My Free Doctors, and others is straight out of the progressives' playbook. They will not give up until they have fully canceled their political opposition, and that's why they want our donor information. But we can't let their tactics stop us. We must keep our republic. Today, I want you to commit to taking action, because it's time to end the lockdowns and to stop the medical mandates. It's such a nice, simple phrase that we have a website, stopmedicalmandates.com, and you can go there to sign a petition and find out what else you can do to help get our lives back to normal and end this constant nanny state. Our government's powers only come from the consent of the governed, not from edicts and not from emergency declarations. If you believe our children have the right to go to school in person and the right to breathe freely without a mask, then it's time to stand up. if you believe that each of us has a God-given right to live free, it is time to stand up. And if you believe each of us has the right to make a decision about whether or not to inject a drug into our bodies without the government telling us what we must do, it is time to stand up. And if you believe that we have the right to make our own healthcare decisions with consultation from our doctors, not our employers or our local, state, and federal government, it is time to stand up, stand for liberty, stand for liberty, stand for liberty. Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
We the people are back.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong. Freedom of speech is under attack.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people.
In here, no one tells us what to think. This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason.
There is a way to find justice.
Has anyone told you look like Joe Exotic?
Hands on top of your head.
Good or bad, I'm not gonna let anyone take my glory.
Daytona is a place where magic can happen.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I'm Waters, and this is my world right here. The future for all freedom-loving people.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
If somebody can listen to this story and not immediately agree that that's the mark of a hero, I don't know what else I could say.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Welcome to the 4th Annual Japan Conservative Union Conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next topic is how to talk to your neighbor without starting a backyard brawl. Please welcome Cpac board member, McLaughlin Associates, Jim McLaughlin, conservative activist, Scott Presler, and your moderator, Flat Creek's Alan Fuller.
Good morning, Cpac. How's everybody doing? Welcome to Florida, the free state of Florida. What a treat to be with you. Let's take a seat. We have got, we're already off to the races this morning, and Thursday is my favorite day of Cpac because the people who are here with us today, you're the ones who are ready to take action. You're the ones who are ready to go home and make a difference in your communities. You're the ones who are ready to restore freedom and opportunity for all Americans. So thank you so much for being here and being a special part of Cpac. And I'm so excited to hear from our speakers today. We've got Jim McLaughlin. He is an ACU board member and pollster to President Trump.
Great to be here, and it's my pleasure.
Yeah. Also, you might know this guy, Scott Pressler. Scott, of course, is a diehard conservative activist, and last year at Cpac in Florida, Scott won the Reagan Award for Freedom. Thank you. So let's jump into this. We live in an age where politics has become so caustic. It seems, there's always the old adage, don't talk about politics and don't talk about religion. But politics is so pervasive in our life. We also live in a time right now, as we found out this morning, Russia, emboldened by a weak US president, has invaded Ukraine. Kamala Harris laughed her way through a NATO conference a couple of weeks ago. School boards refuse to acknowledge a parent's role in educating our children. Teachers' unions continue their manipulation of our children as political pawns. And inflation is through the roof. Americans have simply had enough. How do we start to have a conversation with them about what conservatism means, America's founding principles? How do we build this army of freedom-loving Americans? Scott, I want to talk with you because you have such a unique approach to this very topic.
Thank you. Well, we don't have to become the left in order to defeat the left. And I think it's important that when we're speaking with people who don't agree with us, that we still remain classy. For example, we're down here in the South. Some people may get this reference, your mom is sick, bless her heart. You voted for Joe Biden, bless your heart. There's a difference. But the issues that we need to talk to liberals about is we're fighting for election integrity. We're fighting for parental choice in education. We're fighting for medical freedom. We're fighting to secure the border. We're fighting for an internet bill of rights. And so we don't necessarily have to persuade that opposition, but we have to give voters a reason why they should vote Republican.
Why they should support conservative ideals. Jim, you are the data guru. You have more access to the data and the focus groups and all the knowledge. Talk to us about who a persuadable American, who is that neighbor what's going through their mind?
And I get asked a lot. Somebody actually asked me this morning, what's more important, the base or the swing? What's more important? And I said both. We need both in order to win, because there's just not enough of the base in order for us to win, and there's not enough of the left's base in order to win, and they're the minority. But I'm going to make a prediction, and this is based off a survey. We just got our national survey back yesterday. I'm going to make a prediction right now that I think the plurality of voters in the 2022 election aren't going to be Republicans, aren't going to be Democrats, aren't going to be independents. It's going to be self-described conservatives. That's who it's going to be, because there's more of us than there are of them. In the last election back in 2020, you had 36% of the electorate was Democrat. 37 was Democrat, 36 was Republican. And what's happening now, that survey we got back yesterday, Joe Biden had a 57% disapproval rating. 57% disapproval. By the way, yeah, all the Republicans, all the conservatives, they don't like him. But even among independents, he had a 64% disapproval rating. That's nearly 2/3 of the independents. Only 32% approved him. And by the way, among Barack Obama's favorables, this might be a little bit too far in the weeds, but this is Cpac. You people are smarter than the average bear. 1/3 of the Obama favorables disapproved of the job that Joe Biden was doing. So that's made our job easier right now. And Scott's point about one of the most important things we need to do right now is we all know the successes that happened in Donald Trump's presidency. Now, in these elections, we got to give them a word they don't hear a lot right now, especially from the politicians, and it's hope. We have to give the voters hope and talk about our successes.
Mm-hmm. And something that I find fascinating about everything that you guys are talking about, and I think this is important for us to remember, is you're not talking at all about moderating policy.
No.
You're not talking at all about changing who we are, about diminishing our founding principles, the role of individual liberty, the role of property rights, the role of the free market. Principles are sound. We're having a conversation about how we communicate those principles. It's not about moderating the principles, it's about having a conversation, listening to people. Scott, how do you go about that conversation? And I know you've got tons of people who you have connected with on the other side of the aisle, and they're now on our team.
Well, I want to hone in on really what we're fighting for as conservatives right now, and it's working class America. This message of medical freedom is about individual rights and personal liberty, right? That we, the private citizen, not government, get to dictate how to run our lives. And so I want to make it clear that we as conservatives, we're fighting for police officers, firefighters, nurses, doctors, truckers, teachers, the military, grocery store workers, construction workers, every person who's been faced that they've been told, take the vaccination or lose your job, take the vaccination or learn to code, take the vaccination or you lose your 20-year pension. This is an opportunity that we as conservatives are gonna fight for the working class. We're gonna look the voter in the eyes and say, I'm gonna fight for your family, I'm gonna fight for your livelihood, I'm gonna fight that you get to make those decisions. I'm sorry, I get so fired up and passionate. But I've seen across the country, I've had nurses come out and say, thank you for fighting for medical freedom. I've had people come who voted for President Obama, who were liberals in New Mexico, Albuquerque, and they said, Scott, censorship has pushed me to the right. How extraordinary is it that the Taliban has a Twitter account, but the President of the United States is banned from Twitter?
Mm-hmm. So these are some of the things that you do, that you say to spark these conversations.
Yes.
Jim, you were President Trump's pollster. You look at national numbers, national polls all day. Let's say you're having a kitchen table conversation with one of your neighbors, and they're one of these people like Scott are saying, like, I've had it. What are my options? How do you start that conversation?
And Scott makes a terrific point, because one of maybe the major overriding theme in the upcoming elections is freedom. Mm-hmm. We want freedom. That's what they want. And what's happened now is the American electorate is way smarter than the left, and they're way smarter than the news media. People say, oh, well, the reason why Joe Biden's numbers went down was because of Afghanistan. No, he was upside down with the electorate before then, because those soccer moms, those moms with kids, which, by the way, the Republicans among married women in the generic ballot for Congress, they're up by 20 points right now, because they're seeing all those things that Scott just pointed to. Every time they leave their house, it gets more expensive to go to the grocery store, fill up their gas tank. They know they don't want open borders. They don't want the police to fund it. And literally, politics is about winning not just minds, but also hearts. And we gotta let them know. Like, for a good example is they said, Build Back Better. It's gonna make childcare more affordable. Yeah, right. Actually, a liberal think tank came out and told them, for the average middle-class family, it's gonna make childcare $13,000 a year more expensive. Everything the government touches, as we all know, becomes more expensive right now. So the good news is, and you know what? The ideas, I'm doing a bunch of primaries across the country right now. The ideas aren't coming from Washington for the most part. The best ideas, they're coming from our conservative candidates from across the country. And they're the ones right now that are connecting with middle-class America. They're connecting with those moms and dads that Scott's talking about.
Great. And so for years now, Cpac, as Dan Schneider mentioned earlier, has been sounding the alarm bells on aggression from Russia and China. We now this morning find ourselves in a new phase of that aggression. How much impact does that have? How much is that weighing on the minds of Americans? Because there is so much going on here at home that the Biden administration has just laid waste to. What's the impact of what's happening now in the Ukraine?
It's going to affect everything right now, because we already see it. You already saw what's seen with the stock market, and they'll say, oh, that's just those rich Republicans right now, but we all know it's the left and the Democrats that are ones in the boardrooms and on Wall Street and whatnot. We see what it's doing to the price of gas. We see what it's doing to groceries and whatnot. Not to mention, unfortunately, because of President Biden's weakness, not the peace through strength, we're in a really bad trouble right now, and it affects not just our national security, but also our economic security. That's what happens, quite honestly, when you go and gut our energy companies and then you weaken our military. And when we had the debacle in Afghanistan, China was watching, Russia was watching, Iran was watching, and it's put us in a really vulnerable state. And I don't think it's really kind of hit Americans until today, where right now it's real. Because remember, when Donald Trump first got elected, they told us Middle East was a powder keg. He signed 4 peace agreements. They told us we're going to go to war with North Korea. What happened? You didn't hear anything from him anymore. So peace through strength worked, and they know the conservative movement are the folks for that right now.
Absolutely. So, Scott, there is a vast opportunity right now. People have seen what happens when you put the left in charge. It's a train wreck. What are some tools that you can give Cpac, and you give the folks watching at home, what are some tools you can give them to start these conversations?
I'm ready. I'm about to blow your mind. Okay, here's what I want you guys to do. Even if you're not a fan of Twitter, I want you to go on the search magnifying glass on Twitter and type in, I moved to Florida. Anybody that moves has to register to vote at their current address, and I'm a big fan of Governor Ron DeSantis. So you from your home, while sitting in your pajamas in bed, can help register people to vote, because I find out who moved. If they share conservative values, then I send them the link for how to register to vote online for the state of Florida, even from my home in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And it gets better, because I love going to the Facebook White House post page. If you go on there, the majority of likes are actually crying, laughing faces and angry emojis. That tells me that the majority of people are actually anti the Joe Biden agenda. So what I do is I type in there, if you're in Florida, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Michigan, here are the links to register to vote, and I use Joe Biden's White House Facebook page to register new conservative voters. It's so fun.
There's a game for everyone playing along at home. That's awesome. Jim, what about you? What are some tools that you can give people to start to have that conversation?
You know, and we saw this. I did a lot of elections, these off-year elections in places like Florida, Virginia, New York, and New Jersey. And we were getting volunteers to man the polls for obvious reasons, because they saw what happened in 2020. They didn't like it. And just go out, work on campaigns. In social media, just as Scott said, and he's brilliant with that. Make sure you go to his Twitter page, make sure you go to his Facebook page, and he will show you ways where you can get engaged. And we're seeing an excitement and an enthusiasm in the conservative movement that, quite honestly, I don't think I've seen since 1994. And we all know what happened back then. And the interesting part is, the reason why I think things are even worse than 94, and I'm always the boring pollster, but is because even back in 94, the Democratic base was with Bill Clinton for the most part. The Democratic base, a good chunk of them, are not with Joe Biden right now. And the scary part is, they think Joe Biden's failing because he hasn't gone far enough to the left, which is the exact opposite of where middle America is right now.
Wow, absolutely. So as we all see, there's a huge opportunity here. We see it in our neighbors, we see it in our own families. Let's be very thoughtful about how we have those conversations. Use the tools and resources and knowledge of Jim and Scott. And freedom, not only here at home, but around the globe, is counting on us to have these conversations and restore freedom-loving leadership in America. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
really a great desecration going on. Anything that's good, anything that's holy, anything that's truthful is being attacked.
There is no end. These people will never get tired. They will never stop until you stop.
The land of the free.
More than half the registered voters saw their freedom threatened by a growing cancel culture.
Under siege by an enemy from within.
The Black Lives Matter movement is a Marxist organization.
We will burn down this system and replace it, all right?
They do all have one thing in common, and that is an internet mob mentality.
Troubling allegations. Fired after accusations of racism. A modern-day witch hunt.
Another challenge to free speech. They'll harass you, they'll vilify you.
Cancel culture is real, and it's coming to a neighborhood near you.
You will lose your job, you'll be kicked out of the store, you won't have your place in society. They want you to be quiet.
What's been shocking to watch is that the press, they're part of cancel culture.
The New York Times fired their editor because he dared to run an op-ed from a Republican senator.
They don't want to debate. Free speech is unhelpful to them.
I don't think parents should be telling schools what they should teach.
Calling parents domestic terrorists.
This is an unlawful arrest. I am a First Amendment right.
If we take over these school boards, we can combat the ridiculousness and the racist aspects of critical race theory. They canceled the President of the United States when it was my father.
We've got terrorist groups like the Taliban, and they have a Twitter account, but an American president does not.
This week, Twitter and Facebook under fire.
Mr. Dorsey, who the hell elected you and put you in charge of what the media are allowed to report?
We cannot sit back. We've watched in history this happen before. This is where we've got to stand up and not allow this to go on.
This is the fight that we were put on this earth to make.
The culture killers. Even this conversation you're having with me right now on Twitter would be banned. I mean, this is like beyond Orwell now.
Open borders, shameful abandonment, disregard for human life, the prospect of more mandates and lockdowns, and the list goes on. Now more than ever, we need to stick together. Voting alone is not enough. We must use our dollars to support like-minded companies who fight for our rights and beliefs. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider who shares your values. We will give more than $500,000 this year to our causes, and with your support, we'll double that next year. It's time to band together and support companies that truly love America and fight for our freedoms. Will you join us?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President of Project Veritas, James O'Keefe.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Great to be with you. Great to be here in Florida. Great to be here. And as you all know, as usual at Cpac, I am going to release a story on the main stage here this morning before all of you. Where do I even begin? We live in crazy times. Thank you. There's the book, American Muckraker. You're holding it up. American Muckraker just released this book. American Muckraker. But I'm here to talk about something very important and something quite serious as I make an announcement here, with all of you in a few minutes. We've done a lot of stories about CNN over the last 5 years. And a very special thing happened this month. Jeff Zucker resigned from CNN. But I want to play a few clips to remind you of the things that we've done before I bring out a very special guest. This is a story we did just this past year on CNN. Control room technical director named Charlie Chester. I want to play a clip or two from what we exposed?
I think we got him through this term. We would always show shots of him jogging, him in aviator shades, and like you paint him as a young geriatric.
We were creating a story there that we didn't know anything about. So that's I think that's propaganda.
Charlie Chester calling the network propaganda. They call themselves the most trusted name in news. Listen to this. You all saw this clip saying that COVID was gangbusters for the ratings.
COVID, gangbusters of ratings. COVID, gangbusters of ratings.
Also talking about the death toll on the screen, saying that they want more people to die so the ratings can go up at CNN. Horrible stuff caught on a hidden camera back in April of this past year.
Which is why we constantly have the death toll on the side. Let's make it higher. Like, why isn't it high enough, today? Like, it would make our point better if it was higher.
Make our point better if more people died from COVID, says Charlie Chester. And this is a really interesting moment at Project Veritas. I think of all the things we've done, people say, what's one of our favorite stories? I love this moment because it exposes how horrible they are. See, at the end of the day, it's all about fear. What is going to change things? It's people ceasing to be afraid and ceasing the approval of the powers that be, that have the power to affect your reputation. Now, this man says it's all about fear. He says, quote, fear drives ratings.
Like, fear really drives numbers. Fear is the thing that keeps you tuned in. If it bleeds, it leads. Yeah.
If it bleeds, it leads?
Yep. No one ever says those things out loud, but it's obvious.
No one ever says those things out loud. Fear. It's all about fear. Very revealing moment. Now, after we did this story, one of the biggest in our history, Twitter banned us. Twitter banned me for quoting CNN. Why didn't Twitter ban CNN? I'm not the one who said these things. Misinformation. Well, you could see their lips moving, so I'm not sure what you mean by misinformation. I didn't make any claims. Now we're not even on Twitter, although what's interesting about that is almost every story we've done since April is trended on Twitter, even though we're banned on Twitter. So let me fast forward. We've done a lot of stories on CNN over the last 5 years. You all remember this one. They'll never say these things publicly, but they'll say them privately.
Hey, man. We met in Palm Springs a few years back.
Good to see you, man. You good?
Yeah. How you been? What are you doing?
Good.
What do you think's going to happen this week? I mean, with the whole Russia thing.
The Russia thing is just a big nothing burger.
Russia thing, a big nothing burger. He's talking about Trump and Russia. Welcome to CNN, home of the nothing burger, Van Jones. But these people, what the O'Keefe video a hoax? I'm not sure what's a hoax about it. You could see that was the raw clip that we played. And we've done other stories about people inside CNN engaged in unfortunate acts. This man was a producer for Rick Salibi. He was soliciting pictures of his fiance's underage daughter. He resigned from CNN in December after we exposed what was going on there. And we confronted Rick Salibi like we always do. They used to do this. They used to confront people in the street. Journalists used to sort of, be adversarial and expose the powers that be. And now they just all work in concert with the powers that be. And that's not really how journalism ought to be. Journalism is exposing what powerful people do not want published. When they relay to you what they do want published, that's called public relations. That's not journalism. So we've done all these stories through the years, just some headlines of the things that we've done, resignations at CNN. CNN thinks it's fine. Jeff Zucker acted like nothing happened. But in the course of doing this, I met a man named Kerry Porch. One of our whistleblowers came on stage 2 years ago. And Kerry was a whistleblower at CNN. He said he had to record what was going on inside the network. He felt compelled to do it. He said, I have no choice, James O'Keefe, but to secretly record my colleagues.
I decided to wear the camera because I didn't see any other option, because I noticed that I was in a very unique position in space and time to just do something to protect the Republic.
And one of the men that Kerry recorded was actually not a bad guy. He was CNN's Washington bureau manager of field ops. His name was Patrick Davis. He sort of said the things that you might say. He was an unwitting whistleblower. He worked at CNN for 25 years, and this is recorded at a DC restaurant. Listen to what he says about the most trusted name in news.
I'm not super thrilled with what we do. All we gotta do is take an anchor and put them at the desk and tell the news. We're so busy trying to get appointment viewership. Well, and you learn that in journalism school. We're supposed to be middle of the road. That's our job. Now it's just infotainment. That's all it's become.
Just infotainment is what Patrick Davis says. He also talks about Jeff Zucker in this undercover meeting. Again, he does not know that he's being recorded by one of our undercover people who works at CNN.
95. I've been here for a little while. Hate seeing what we were and what we could be and what we've become. It's just awful. And the buck stops with him. And like we've had other I've been through so many presidents now. Some that are just so hands off that you don't even hear from them for a month. You know what I mean? He's involved every day, has a plan, whatever. I just don't agree with it. I haven't listened to 9 a.m. call in about 15 years. Okay. I just stopped.
Speaking of the 9 a.m. call, Veritas, by the way, has sources everywhere. We have people everywhere. People say, what's next? I say, what is not next? You name it, we got people, the Defense Department, Department of Justice, education, everywhere, including still inside network news. And someone gave us the dial-in for the Jeff Zucker conference call. And we listened to that and recorded it for 2 months. And then on the 61st day, I said hello to Jeff Zucker.
You're unmuted. Hey, Jeff Zucker, are you there? Hey, yes. This is James O'Keefe. We've been listening to your CNN calls for basically 2 months, recording everything. Just wanted to ask you some questions if you have a minute. Do you still feel you're the most trusted name in news? Because I have to say, from what I've been hearing on these phone calls, I don't know about that. I mean, we got a lot of recordings that indicate you're not really that independent of a journalist.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. So everybody, in light of that, I think what we'll do is we'll set up a
new system. I'm surprised he talked to me. That, by the way, if you if you set up the new systems, we'll just get on your new system, Mr. Zucker. Zucker resigns from CNN, and now it comes out some unethical things that may have occurred. Apparently, a symbiotic relationship with Andrew Cuomo, and all these things that have happened. So, I want to make an announcement in 1 minute, and someone's going to come on stage and say something very profound to you. I'm not sure this has ever happened before in this way. Going back to the case of Patrick Davis, who worked at CNN for 25 years, Carrie Porch, who recorded him, felt guilty about doing so. It was an important story. We did the story, but Patrick Davis is not a bad guy. And in November of this past year, federal agent showed up to my house, raided my home, and took my phones. And it was a grossly unconstitutional action, maybe even against the law, for the Department of Justice to do that to a journalist who had the audacity to receive a document from a source and try to corroborate it. So we live in dystopian times, but people here will say, well, what can I do? How can we change it? Some of you are so cynical, you say, well, nothing ever happens to these people. No one will hold them accountable. Okay, well, with that attitude, nothing will happen. But there are a lot of good people in these institutions who need to speak up, who need to be brave, who need to do something, who need to expose them. And that's not a political mission. It's a one of revelation, exposing the reality of things, more maybe even an artistic mission more than it is political. Patrick Davis, 25-year veteran of CNN, was recorded by Carrie Porch, was brought into CNN's headquarters, and in some other cases, people have recanted their statements. Patrick Davis stood by his statements when he gave a talk at CNN headquarters, and people actually applauded him.
And everyone applauded. I was shocked. I mean, I owned my words.
You owned your words, and they applauded you for it at CNN.
Right.
Patrick Davis I sat down with, and the 25-year veteran, the man who's worked in the Washington, D.C. bureau at CNN, doing stories on Obama, Biden, all throughout the years, has just today, this week, accepted a position as executive producer for Project Veritas. Patrick, come on stage.
It's me.
He's here today.
Thank you. It's great to be back in Florida where people still believe in freedom. Always love visiting here. So yes, as James just said, I worked at CNN for a very long time. 25 years, I had a front row seat to history covering politics in the Washington bureau of the largest news gathering organization in the world. And now I'm the executive producer of Project Veritas. Truth is truly stranger than fiction sometimes. Now, I'm sure a lot of people are scratching their heads right now, wondering, how James and me could become friends after they so publicly threw me under the bus 2.5 years ago. But it's actually a funny story. The night before my video was published, it went viral, and Donald Trump Jr. retweeted it, and everyone else retweeted it. James called me seeking comment, as he does with every story he does. And we actually had a really good, heartfelt conversation. I mean, everyone thinks he's the boogeyman and scared of him. And we actually had a really good conversation about journalism and ethics. But at the end of the day, I said, I'm not going to talk to you. I'm finishing out my contract. What little he didn't know is I was actually getting to retire 2 months later. I was walking away from journalism after 25 years. It was an amazing career. And I really actually did love the majority of my time there. But they kind of stole my Jerry Maguire moment. I was planning on writing this, the whole thesis on, journalism 101 and the importance of the Fourth Estate. And I was going to, grab the cute girl and the goldfish and walk out the door. maybe not the cute girl. But anyway, so as James said, I own my words. I stood up at a big managers meeting. After they'd been dropping tapes for a few days, and I stood up and I said, look, I own what I said. I don't apologize for it. I've worked here for 25 years, blood, sweat, and tears. I pulled a George Costanza during the Reagan funeral and actually slept under my desk for about an hour. So anyways, I basically told him, look, at the end of the day, if you publish this, we're done. We can continue to have a conversation or not. But if you publish it, I'd much rather you not. I've been through a lot in my life. I've had a lot of, personal tragedy in my life, and I just really wanted to walk away quietly. And unfortunately, Project Veritas didn't allow that to happen. So anyways, we go our separate ways. And a few months later, he's texting me. He's like, hey, did you see I broke into Jeff Zucker's conference call? So I would just screenshot the cover of the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, and send it back to him. You got to earn my trust, and you haven't done that yet. So after a couple of years of these smart-ass texts going back and forth, I'm sitting on my couch one night, getting ready to watch a movie, and my phone starts blowing up. And I look down, and it's James. Why aren't you at work right now? Yeah, I gave you an assignment, and you didn't finish your assignment. I'm here doing your assignment for you. And I just laughed, and I'm like, hey, dude, you got the wrong guy. So I said, you know what? We've been kind of going back and forth for a couple of years. Why don't we sit down and have a conversation? He was like, hey, I'm actually going to be, in Annapolis for a wedding this weekend. Why don't we meet? So we did. And we sat down for, a solid 2 hours, and we talked about everything under the sun. We probably spent maybe 5-10 minutes on my situation, and he explained, how difficult it was. They stayed up late that night trying to decide whether or not to publish my stuff, because I was like, I'd rather you not. I'm getting ready to walk away from this. And, but we really didn't spend that much time on that. We actually talked about life
and love and loss and heartbreak and literature and being on the water. We're both big boaters, and so we kind of bonded on that. And sure enough, a few days later, I ended up in New York, meeting the rest of the team. He said, why don't you just come up and meet everyone and see how this goes. So for anyone who has ever uttered the words, Project Veritas is this nefarious right-wing conspiracy theory group that selectively edits videos, I am here to tell you today that is unequivocally false. I know journalism, and I know good journalism, and the people at Project Veritas are some of the most dedicated, hardworking people I've ever met. They love our country. They love the First Amendment. They love seeking the truth. And it's not easy working there. I mean, our undercover journalists have no life. You know, a lot of us do. I mean, you know, 12 to 20-hour days, pretty typical at Project Veritas. You know, and we've broken some, you know, pretty big stories since we've been there. But what I found is, like, we're all from all walks of life, races, religions, beliefs, right? Life experiences. The beauty of Project Veritas is everyone there, regardless of what your title is, has a seat at the table. Everyone's got a voice. You know, regardless of whether you agree, disagree, you're not afraid to speak up. I had more conversations about ethical journalism in my first week at Project Veritas than I did in probably my last 10 years of my network career. We discuss it daily. If anyone wants to know what Project Veritas is about, just look at our mission statement and our core values. They're published on our website. I invite everyone to go look at them. We live by those standards every day. And yeah, we're gonna make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. But when we do our best to rectify it as quickly as possible. The other thing about Project Veritas that's great is we like to have fun. And a lot of people don't understand, like, you know, how we can go from dropping a huge story like the DARPA, you know, COVID gain of function story, which was a huge story. I mean, it was a big break in, you know, trying to get to the bottom of the truth of what happened 2 years ago. We dropped that story, and a few days later, we're in Miami having a dance party, right? Because that's how we do it. We love to have fun. We love to do serious journalism, but we don't take ourselves too seriously, and that's a huge difference, and it's very refreshing. Before I walked on stage today, very few people knew that I was going to be here. I was talking to an old childhood friend, and I was like, hey, I'm going to work at Project Veritas. He was very happy for me. I mean, he's a fan. But he's like, really? You're like, why would you leave the comforts of retirement? Like, you realize they just got raided by the FBI, right? To which I simply replied, I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Most people would run away from a situation like this. You know, the FBI blowing into doors of journalists. Most people would run away from that. I ran towards it. That was one of the biggest, if not the biggest, abridgments of the First Amendment I've ever witnessed. And if anyone who knows me and knows my heart and knows how I feel, I am truly passionate about the Constitution, especially that First Amendment. Without that First Amendment, there's a reason why it's first, right? Our founding fathers knew. So yes, I told my friend, yeah, this is either crazy or it's genius, or maybe it's a little of both. Now look, being center stage like this isn't easy for me. Now I've lived a very, very private life throughout my career on purpose. You know, I always remained behind the cameras for a reason. I wanted to keep my personal life, my professional life, you know, separate, you know, mainly to protect my family. You know, I've got a young daughter. But for the past 2 years, you know, in retirement, I've been kind of just sitting back and watching this crazy, bizarro, dystopian world that we're living in right now, where people are afraid to go out of their houses. I mean, it's crazy to me. I never stopped living my life. I mean, I was out on the water every day and paddleboarding and everything else. You know, governor's like, you can't do that, and I did it anyways. But when a grandmother in Canada is peacefully protesting and gets trampled by police on horseback, when the FBI raids the homes of journalists, enough's enough. It's time to stand up. Yes, this has been a nightmare for all of us, but my heart truly breaks for the children. What they've had to endure is insanity. Children aren't meant to be in isolation. As adults, we're supposed to pass down a better world to the next generation, and we failed our children miserably in the last 2 years. So when people ask me why I'm doing this for my daughter. I'm doing this for her friends. I'm doing it for every kid who's had to suffer wearing a mask all day in school while the elites of the world go gallivanting around at the Super Bowl, however they feel. The same people who put these bizarre policies in place, it's rules for thee, but not for me, right? We've heard that time and time again. I could easily stand up here and throw a bunch of red meat at this crowd all day long about politics and the media, but I'm not here to spike the football. I'm not here to say, I told you so. Though Jeff Zucker, I told you so. I'm here to reach out to all journalists, all of my friends at CNN, Fox, ABC, CBS, NBC, The Washington Post, and everyone in between. We need to do our jobs. There's an appetite for good, credible, middle-of-the-road journalism, where we go out and seek the truth. When we got the DARPA documents, people were like, well, how did you guys get those? We got them because people feel they have nowhere else to go. They don't know who else to turn to, but to turn to Project Veritas. These massive news organizations with billions-of-dollar budgets and huge staffs, and here we are, tiny little Project Veritas, breaking this major story in January. The fact of the matter is, 2 years into this pandemic, we still don't have answers. No one's been held accountable. We used to run to the podium with our mics in hands, asking the people in power the tough questions. Now we stand in front of the podium with a megaphone, blasting what the people in power want to hear to the people at home. That's not journalism. That's propaganda. It's time for us to get back to the basics of journalism. Just put an anchor at a desk and tell the news straight. No agendas, no opinions, no spin. Just tell it straight. Stop telling people at home what to think. The American people are much smarter than you give them credit for. Tell them the news without the spin, the way we used to do it, without the opinion, without the scare tactics, and let the people at home decide for themselves what to think. Without a credible, unbiased fourth estate, the First Amendment crumbles and our republic fails. We can do better as journalists, the entire lot of us. It's our obligation to do better. Let's seek the truth, research, dig, investigate, find the answers, hold the people in power accountable for their actions and their words. Our country needs that right now, more than ever. The world needs that right now. Be brave. Do something. I did.
we have to get in there and fight the way they do at corporations. We have to show up and picket. If you own even one single share of a company, you can show up at a shareholder meeting and ask the CEO questions. There's always a whole string of people on the left side doing that and putting the pressure on. We can do it too. We must do it too. You don't have to own a single share to go out and picket. And because we're on the right, we won't leave a terrible mess. We'll bring some drinks for ourselves and have a lovely day and thank the cops and the security at the front on the way out. So we can do all of those things, whether we have any shares or not. Also, if you own shares, get on the internet, the institutional investor relations page, and let these companies know why you're so angry. Push back. They get really antsy about this, which is part of why they've surrendered to the left so consistently, right? Because they've been doing this for decades. If you're just a consumer, and I want to stress this, just boycotting doesn't make any difference. The Babylon Bee killed it the other day. They had a little piece about the man who absolutely was boycotting all liberal companies. And so he was living in a cave, all snuggy on a MyPillow. And he was set for winter with Goya beans aplenty. Because there's nothing left. There's nothing else. So don't buy from companies you don't want to buy from, but realize that boycotting won't work. And if you stop buying from them, get on their customer relations lines, get on their Facebook pages, get on their, whatever, I'm not a social media, however, talkie, right? Get on and let these people know that you've had it and why you've had it. And why, for instance, you're not going to buy any more Levi's jeans, you're not going to buy any more Coca-Cola because there's other pointless dark fizzy water to buy, all right? And then, excuse me. And then additionally, there are public actions to take. Public actions include, now listen, what's going on by the boardrooms, they call it stakeholder capitalism. It's not stakeholder capitalism. What it is an insurrection. They love that word. It's an insurrection of the CEOs of the managerial classes against the true owners of the company, the ultimate shareholders. And that's whether you are invested in a pension fund, right, or an ETF, so that you own shares of shares, you're still the ultimate investor. And yet Larry Fink at BlackRock usurps your position as the capitalist so that he can pretend he's listening to stakeholders who are mostly in his head, right? Or he sock puppeted the ones who conveniently have the position he already wants to take. And he's, I'm working for all stakeholders. That's not stakeholder capitalism. It's not capitalism. It's managerial socialism, just by people who haven't even been appointed or elected or hired by anybody or appointed and elected. It's this, well, I don't want to break Godwin's law, but look into how fascism actually worked in Italy at the beginning. Corporatism and corporations running private life, and think, But because of this, we have to start making careful changes to legislation or to how we interpret legislation. Antitrust law as it already exists, and even under the Bork customer value rules, can be understood in ways that force Facebook and Twitter and Amazon, et cetera, to stop combining to keep out competitors and to act as essentially common carriers that have to take all comers and treat them exactly equally, not as private monopolistic censors in explicit work with this administration. Combination with this administration. At the state level, we can make changes, small changes to corporate law, which make it more expensive for CEOs to just sock puppet that they're doing what the stakeholders want, when in fact they're just doing what they want, and the research they rely on is so biased, so absurd, that it would be thrown out of court, or the cause of damages in court. We could also look, I think there are a number of young people in this room, and I think they'll have very specific understanding and memory of this. What if states, because as I said, this is a long march through the institutions, it's been going on forever, it's worked in higher education. What if states passed laws that said, look, state universities, state college system, If you're going to have benefits for minorities, if you're going to have special favors for minorities, you have to treat viewpoint minorities as minorities and give them the same sort of most favored nation status. Not just students, but in hiring professors. Even in hard red states, the campuses are so left that they wouldn't be able to hire another left-wing lunatic for 50 years to balance out the viewpoints. Anyway, I'm out of time, and thank you so much for your time, and have a wonderful, wonderful conference. Thank you.
We the people are back.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong. Freedom of speech is under attack.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people. In here, no one tells us what to think. This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason. There is a way to find justice.
Has anyone told you look like Joe Exotic?
Hands on top of your head.
Good or bad, I'm not gonna let anyone take my glory.
Daytona is a place where magic can happen.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I'm Waters, and this is my world right here. The future for all freedom-loving people.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
If somebody can listen to this story and not immediately agree that that's the mark of a hero, I don't know what else I could say.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to be called a racist? The courage to run for office. Please welcome, from the Leadership Institute, Heather Sellers, Matthew Hurt, and your moderator, Stephen Rowe.
Hello everybody. Welcome to your next Cpac panel. My name is Stephen Rowe, and today we have got a great title for you. Are you ready to be called a racist? The courage to run for office. Absolutely. It's going to be a great time, and I've got two fantastic experts with me, Heather Sellers, Matthew Hurt. If you would just introduce yourselves briefly, and then we'll get started.
Sure, I'm Heather Sellers, and I was Vice President of the Montgomery County School Board for 6 years.
Round of applause for Heather.
Thank you.
And my name is Matthew Hurt. I'm the Director of Graduate Relations with the Leadership Institute and a former candidate for local office.
Yes, and we're thrilled to have you both. Thank you for being here. And Heather, I want to start with you, especially because the school board issue is so hot for a lot of people out there. And we want to encourage people in this panel to run for office. And so my question for you is, how do you make the decision to run? And what steps should that person take?
So it's a great question, Stephen, and I've heard you'll do about anything for your children, right?
Anything.
So I have two fantastic children, Sarah and Jackson, and I got real involved as homeroom mom, PTA mom, and then I also was nominated and accepted a position by the governor for textbooks. For textbook committee. It was cool until they delivered all these textbooks to my house that I got to read.
So many.
And a lot of books, a lot of books. But I learned the process of what is so important for children. And I was so concerned about my children's education that I started getting more involved. And through that, I decided to start going to school board meetings. And once I started going to those meetings, I learned that the current board member at the time was not going to run again. That's when I decided, boom, I needed to run for school board.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you did. That must have been really difficult for you. I mean, getting that courage to run. And Matt, I want to push to you on this too. I think this is really big because for people that want to run, they look to their left, they look on social media and they're like, if I run for office, are they going to call me names? What are my friends going to say about me? And of course we know, the left, absolutely. If they don't have merit, if they don't have policies that are right and they're never right, they're going to attack your character. And so when they're hurling these character assaults at you, what are some best practices for people who want to take that step and run?
You know, Stephen, 10 years ago on this Cpac stage, Andrew Breitbart said, we got to be a happy warrior and we got to go on offense and we have to take the fight to the left.
I love that.
So if you're considering running for office and you're terrified or concerned about what the left will say about you, because if you're going to be successful, they will come after you, I would say be a happy warrior, stay on message, and go on offense. Our principles, as we've seen in the last couple of election cycles, win when we go out and talk to voters and engage with our community. And as you know from earlier, Twitter isn't real life. Twitter is not real life, and the far left online is going to throw everything they can at you, but you have the voters and the issues on your side, so go out and engage your community.
I think that's huge.
Absolutely,
that's a great answer,
Matt.
too. And that really boils down a lot for parents, and parents are going to make that next step. Well, first of all, you know, when people call me a racist, I'm like, what? That doesn't make any sense. I kind of have this little superpower over here. It's really good. I confuse every leftist. It's crazy. Right. It's like, you're a conservative? Whoa. And yes, big time. And so there are a lot of parents out there. There's a lot of parents that want to take that step. They want to run for office. They feel that energy. And honestly, it feels a lot like the Tea Party, this energy right now. And you were a parent that decided to run. Yeah. Could you tell us a little bit about that story of when you decided to run for office?
So I ran for office when it wasn't as cool to run for school board. Now it's all over the country. Thank you for the people that are looking to run and are running now. But it was until, you know, recently we've had where kids are home from COVID and the mask mandates where parents have woken up. But when I ran because I wanted better education. And we were in a failing school system, and I knew that that was not fair to my children and the 30,000 children that were going to that school system. And so it was hard to make that decision, but yet it was the right decision. I was I was a little bit younger than I am now, mom, and I decided that, you know, I was gonna get out there. But there was someone that was running also, and he was a former superintendent. That's pretty, you know, troubling to run against someone that had name ID and people knew. But I had a story, and you have to find your story if you're planning on running. And my story was, it was a failing system that this superintendent that was now deciding to run for school board had been over. So I reminded him. I was gonna knock on every door with my children, which I did, and remind the voters that he was part of the problem, that these school systems were failing, that education numbers and their graduation rates were low. And that is why he decided not to run, and I ran, and I did everything that I could because it's all about the children. If you keep that in your run and you do everything that you can to build the children's system up with good teachers, with safety in schools, giving them what they need to succeed in life, you will be a great school board member too.
Yeah, absolutely. We need more conservatives on school boards, running for local office, taking action in their community. It always reminds me of that quote, if not you, then who? And if not now, then when? It's up to literally the people in this room to make that decision to run and to fight for your community and make it a better place for our posterity. And so, Matthew, as we decide to run, and hopefully people in this room, want to run for office and make a change in their community. If you're on the edge of your seat and you're like, I should run for office, I should do it. Please do, please do. But Matthew, you're an expert, especially when it comes to training people. And what do you think separates a good candidate from a great candidate when they're running for office?
So Stephen, by round of applause, who has run for office before or considering this year to run for office? A few people in the room.
Thank you.
At the Leadership Institute, we get a lot of great questions from prospective candidates, and one is, what separates a good candidate from a great candidate? And a great candidate knows the issues. They're involved locally. They're involved in the level of government that they want to be elected to. They understand backwards and forwards what's going on in their communities. They're involved and engaged. The second one is, you know, they raise money. A lot of conservatives, you say, I'm going to run a grassroots campaign for office, and that means you're not going to raise any money. But, you know, fighting for our conservative principles means investing and asking investors to support your candidacy and your campaign. And the last one is ask for votes. You will be surprised. I live in Arlington, Virginia, which voted for Joe Biden with 80% of the vote in 2020. right? Not the most conservative community. But last year in the gubernatorial election, I met progressive women in Arlington who said they're Democrat voters, but they're voting for the conservative candidate for governor because he knew the issues, he was personable, and he had solutions. And so that's something that I encourage you to do. Ask for votes, ask for money, and get the training that we provide at the Leadership Institute.
Leadership Institute, fantastic training. And Heather, I do want to come to you on this too, because you were a fantastic candidate. And I know that you help a lot of candidates take that next step and run for office. What do you tell those people that are trying to run for office and make a difference in their community?
So I can tell a good candidate right here in their heart and where they're really wanting to run and getting out there. And so it just takes, you can't sit back. You've got to, like Matt said, you've got to ask for, if you're not asking for money, you need to be asking for votes. You're asking for money, you're asking for votes. But be passionate about what you're running for. The reason I really wanted to do well is for my children, right? I was passionate about it. If it's not the school board, if it's running for the legislature, if it's running to be a judge, if it's running to run for U.S. Senate, be passionate about what you're running for. Make sure people know your message. You can't just run for office and expect people to vote for you.
That's true.
You are doing the voters a disservice if you don't get out there and have a good message and a good plan and want to be part of the solution. And being part of the solution is understanding the problem. If you know the problems. Again, when I ran for school board, it was low test scores and graduation. Now, a lot of the school board members that are running, it's because of COVID and because of the mask mandates, right? And COVID being that they stayed at home and started seeing the problems that were going on in the system because they started paying attention. But you know, make sure that you know the main issue of what the voters care about. Talk to the voters, understand what's going through their head, know how you can be that solution. And that is what I feel like is a great candidate.
Yeah, absolutely. We need a lot more great candidates out there running for office. So again, the person on their seat right now, you're like, okay, he's telling me I should do it, and you're going to do it. Please do. We've got a lot of filing deadlines coming up. Yes.
Stephen, if I could add, you know, the reason I ran for county commission at age 19. I grew up in a Southern Baptist church, and there was literally a local property rights issue. And this gentleman by the name of Jim, who's since passed away, he leaned back in his chair at church one Sunday and he said, you know what? You ought to run for office. I make too many people uncomfortable, and you would be a nice candidate. And I ran and came within 90 votes of defeating a 16-year incumbent with just about $1,000.
As a 19-year-old.
And as a 19-year-old. And one of the things is, these local races can be decided by just a handful of votes with just a few $1,000s. It doesn't take a $10 million campaign, to hopefully not, to run for county mayor or county commission or school board.
Right.
No,
You're
that's
exactly
so
right.
true. So true. And we talk about the issues too. I mean, the wind is at our backs right now. You see the evils of CRT. You see these mask mandates in schools across this country. And when conservatives are stepping on the gas pedal, we're winning across the board. I know we just had Hannah Smith on this stage who won a huge victory in Southlake, Texas. I actually saw one that you'd never believe. It was in Minnesota. Minnesota of all places. Not a lot of conservative victories happening there. But in Minnesota, in Waconia County, because parents and activists went to that school board meeting, they were able to make sure that mask mandate was removed. And so even in the most leftist of areas, you can still make substantial change. And that's where I want to direct this conversation to, because there's people in this audience that are like, you know what, I want people to run for office, but maybe I'm not the right person. And I want to be an activist. I want to help these candidates get elected.
Right.
And so for activists out there who are trying to nudge their friend to run for office, what can they do to make an impact in their community?
So I will say that I have a great example, and that was we had schools when I was on the school board that were only 30% of occupancy. So we had to go in and we had to evaluate to make sure we were doing a good steward of taxpayer dollars. And so we would listen, and it was not popular to close a school, right? Especially a community school. But one area, which was Pentlala, I'll never forget. They band together. They came up with a solution to bring children in from this area and this area to make it whole and make it full of children from 30% up to 90% of occupancy. And that was through activists. That was through a pastor that lived there. That was through people that lived in the community. They made a difference so that when they came to our board meetings, I was able to hear them as my other board members were. And we were able to listen, and we were able to realize maybe they have a better solution than what our superintendent had recommended to us. So don't think that you're not making an impact. I definitely say that activists are what makes the difference. Look, you're all activists here, right? Look at Cpac, it's huge.
Absolutely. Taking action.
I mean, when it first started, you could barely get 100 people to go, and back in the 70s. Look at this, it's bursting with seams with people.
Like I said, I haven't felt this energy really since the Tea Party movement, and we are really going and growing. But let's go back to the title of our panel again one more time.
Okay.
Are you ready to be called a racist? And one of my favorite quotes around this is that a lion doesn't concern themselves with the opinions of sheep. And in a lot of ways, you got to stick up and stand up for conservative principles in this country. And Heather, when you were a school board member, you were outnumbered. You were outgunned in some situations. What does that look like to be in the lion's den?
So when I went in, like I was 30, I was gonna make all this difference and everything. And then I realized, oh, there's 6 other people I've got to work with. And I had 3 Republicans that I was a part of and 4 Democrats. And so I learned that you have to work together. If you talk together, you work together, and you explain what you're trying to do, that you're much more likely. 3 votes is not gonna get something passed, right? So that made such a difference. But I mean, there was some very tough times that I was called names, that people didn't understand what we were doing. I mean, they weren't happy with our school board. They weren't happy with me. Got a lot of those calls. In fact, I had some police or escorts home some nights because people were not too thrilled about some of our votes. But if you look down the road of what is the most important, which I go back to children on school board, and what's going to be good for them, the names don't matter. It doesn't matter what they say about you, because if you're making a difference and you're truly escalating the scores, the test scores, you're making a difference in the safety for the children, you're doing a difference, words don't matter. Haters can hate, but if you make a difference, then you can know that you've made a difference in those children's lives.
I love that. Haters can hate, and we're just gonna shake that off, and we'll be totally fine.
Shake it off.
Good to go. Keep moving forward, because our eye is on the prize, and it's preserving and protecting this beautiful country of ours. And so, Matthew, I want to turn to you for just a moment as we start getting towards the end of this panel. People, again, want to take action, want to be better communicators. They want to be more effective at campaigning. You work at Leadership Institute, and for a moment, could you just explain what LI is, what Leadership Institute is to the crowd?
Yeah, sure. The Leadership Institute has been around since 1979, and we've trained more than 243,000 conservative activists across the country and across the globe. And we meet you where you are. So when you go back from Cpac, you go back to your hometown and you're involved and engaged in your activism, we can bring training out to you. We have on-demand online training at leadershipinstitute.training that Stephen just launched a few weeks ago on a new platform, and at our headquarters in Arlington, Virginia, what I call behind enemy lines in progressive Northern Virginia. We'll bring you up there if you're interested in running for office or managing a campaign or engaged in a lot of our more professional training. You want on-camera training, public speaking workshops, we do all of that for you at a nominal or no cost because of the generous support of our donors. I was a college student, a rabble-rouser in college Republicans at Middle Tennessee State University, and I took my first LI training in April of 2007, and it really set my career. And now I have the pleasure and honor of working with conservative and liberty activists across the country and across the globe, and it's just really an awesome opportunity to be here at Cpac.
Yeah, 100%. So we are less than 290 days away from November 8th, 2022. Election day is just around the corner. There are filing deadlines that are still available for you to run for office and take that plunge. So again, if not you, who? If not now, when? And I want to point this last question to you, Heather.
Okay.
Just words of encouragement, again, especially for someone who, as a mom, decided to run for office. We need more mothers running for office in this country, especially conservative mothers. What are some final words of wisdom to the people out there?
Know what you're running for, know why you're running, get out there, don't give up. Always, always stay at it. If you stay true to yourself and what you believe in, you will be a winner. And you have to know that running for office is something that is a big deal once elected. So know what it is when you're elected, what that brings and what you can do once you're elected. But also know that, you're gonna have, I had 7 board members, right? I was one of 7. And so just know that, it is working with people. You can get so much done if you work with them and you get if everybody has the goal, which on school board it was children. Everybody has the goal for better education, stay together, work hard together, and I always say go fight, win. I encourage you, if you're not running, to get out there and to tell people what's important, because go to city council meetings, go to school board meetings, go and absolutely tell your voice and let them know what you're concerned about.
Yeah, that's so powerful, because we know, absolutely know, that leftists, whether they're in the media, whether they're in education, they're in college campuses across this country, that they're not sharing a conservative message online or to a lot of apathetic people who care more about the Bachelorette or the football game, right? We need to tell and spread our conservative message to those people, and if the left won't do it, then we will. It's up to us in this room. Really encourage you to spread the movement, grow our base, and run for office in 2022. You have the courage to do it. Don't be afraid of the name calling. Thank you all so much, and have a fantastic
Thank you,
Cpac.
guys. Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a power play. Please welcome from Arizona, Representative Andy Biggs.
Welcome to the great conservative movement of America and of our time. Sam Adams said, "We overcome a majority with an irate, tireless minority that burns brush fires." You are the brush fires of freedom. And guess what? With your brush fires, us here today, and the brush fires that are lit all across this country, the convoy coming from California, the convoy fighting up in Canada, these folks, the convoy in France, for Pete's sakes, those are brush fires of freedom. But you know who's worked tirelessly to put out those brush fires of freedom? Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Let's go, Brandon, right? Donald Trump ignited the fires of freedom in everywhere, not just in this country, but everywhere. So when I look at it and I say, Joe Biden's big accomplishment, he thinks, is spending U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund abortions in other countries. And Donald Trump was the most pro-life president in the history of this country. Joe Biden has given us inflation like you can't believe. And CBS is telling us, oh, it's because of Ukraine. No, it's because of Joe Biden's failed economic policies. And Donald Trump gave us low inflation, more jobs than ever, and a robust economy. That's freedom. Those are the brush fires of freedom. When I look at Joe Biden and I say, you know what, the border. I just came back from the border last night again. And the border is in disarray. We are being invaded. And right now, 26 people have died just this year alone trying to cross the Rio Grande River into this country. Last year, over 2 million, about 2.2 million people illegally entered our country. Biden administration let loose hundreds of thousands into our country illegally. We have an opioid epidemic because of our border being open. You know this. Donald Trump gave us a border under control. Donald Trump gave us that. When I think also about parents being told you should not be involved with your children's education, when I hear them say, we're not going to let you have access to the curriculum, and I see parents rising up, including Democrats and liberals rising up and saying, wait a second, you don't know better how to take care of my children than I do. And I want transparency. I want my kids to be educated, not indoctrinated. That's a brush fire of freedom. It's being lit all over this country. You know, there was once upon a time a contract with America. And that contract with America came out in 1994, and it rallied conservative voices to take over the United States House of Representatives. Well, I've been working on something that I call the America First contract with America. That's where we need to be returning to. We don't need to be looking at the left and saying, hey, you've got a great model there for reducing crime. We need to say, stop empowering violent criminals to take over our cities. And we can do it. We can do it. Americans want to live safely. And quite frankly, I think most Americans just want to be left alone from their government. That's what I want. It's called freedom. And if you participate and you light the brush fires of freedom, we, as an irate, tireless American populace, will overcome the few radical leftists that control the levers of power today. We've got to do that. So let me tell you, let me tell you where we go. We're facing Joe Biden, who is the titular head of the United States. He might still be there in presence at the end of this election cycle. We need Republican leadership in the United States House of Representatives to say, we will take you on. No more of this lip service. We need to use every tool we have. We need to say, when you want a bill passed, a must-pass bill, then we want the border secure before we're going to consider that. When you say you're going to fund our woke military, then what we want is we want to make sure there are clean, transparent, free, fair, and open elections in the United States of America. When you say you want budgeting, we're going to put guide rails on it so you can't overspend. And in the meantime, by the way, we're going to start reducing that spending so we balance the budget, we clean up the inflation problem we have in the United States. And by the way, we're going to unleash America's energy sector. Because when you unleash America's energy sector, you flood it, we start exporting gas again like we did under Trump, the cost comes down. And guess what? That's a twofer. That helps our economy, and it also means Vladimir Putin can't engage in adventurism because it takes him $60 a barrel just to fund his government. So in effect, our president is funding with the $20 million barrels a month that we're taking from them. He's helping to fund Vladimir Putin and the Russian government. But most Americans don't care. What they want is America to be free, prosperous, and last. I'm not going to quit fighting for you. I know you're not going to quit fighting. We're going to light these brush fires of freedom. And as we do so, America will continue on for a millennium of peace and prosperity that our children and grandchildren will rise up and say, you're blessed. You gave us everything we needed to fulfill the measure that God gave us of our creation. God bless you all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Max Miller.
Hello, Cpac. How's everyone doing? Come on, let's get it up a bit. All right. Look, I want to help launch this conference by pointing out one thing. Trump was right about everything. Right? He was. And today, one thing he was right about, that Biden's weakness would invite Putin's aggression, should give us a serious and somber pause. As we meet to celebrate American conservatism, Ukrainians are battling for their lives and for their country. But none of this had to happen. And with President Trump, it never would have happened. It wouldn't. But serious too are the hardships and the miseries Biden has forced on our people. Inflation destroys workers. It destroys the working poor. It destroys our parents and our grandparents on fixed incomes. It wipes out savings. But serious too are the cost of open borders. The massive flow of chemicals that kill Americans, like fentanyl. Human trafficking that often cheats, rapes, kills, and enslaves its victims. The uncontrolled and unvetted flow of people. For every terrorist and child sex offender we capture, unfortunately, many more will slip through the net. And perhaps the most serious are the vaccine mandates that we face today. Look, I want to tell you one thing. As the truth comes out about the CDC and the crowd that runs it, we'll realize that the only science that they used was political science. Because that's what it is. By repudiating President Trump on every issue, Biden has immiserated this country and has set us back half a century, if we're lucky, okay? Every headline of Biden's failure was something solved by President Trump. Economy, booming. COVID, managed without mandates. There were no wars, there were peace deals. Illegal immigration, at historic lows. Trade, fair trade that this country never had. And as somebody who worked side by side with President Trump at the White House, he could find the Oval Office on his own, okay? We got a guy who doesn't know where he's going. It's unbelievable. But look, it's terrible to see how much can be destroyed in under 2 years by a vacant president and a radical left-controlled Congress. But this is the world that Joe Biden made. He created this. Right now, American taxpayers are funding hundreds of millions of dollars a year to pay for the legal and housing bills of illegal immigrants. This is unacceptable, period. Every federal dollar spent should be redirected to our veterans. We must restore our energy independence and end the radical policies that have sent the prices of everyday goods skyrocketing through the roof. We must fight these mandates, rein in government, and fight for our individual rights that have been eroded through the government's unconstitutional response to the China virus. And that's what it is. Call it the truth. We have America First warriors fighting for President Trump's agenda, because when he returns to the Oval Office, he's going to need each and every single one of us here, okay? That's right. This is our country to save. Let's go save it. Thank you, Cpac, and God bless you all. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk.
Thank you. Hello, Cpac. Great to see you guys. It's great to be in a free state. Ron DeSantis is doing such a great job, isn't he? I mean, he's been probably the greatest governor. He's been unbelievable. I want to thank Cpac for having us. It's so great to see so many grassroots activists from all across the country. There's something special happening in America right now. And a year ago when we met, things looked pretty bad. Now, I understand things don't look great, double-digit inflation, border wide open, all these crime going up. But there's something that's happened in the last 12 months that is very significant. And every single one of you have played a role in that. You could have gave up. This election, the last election, the 2020 election, was the most interfered with, corrupt election in our lifetime. And we need to say that over and over again. $400 million from Mark Zuckerberg, the inability to talk about these issues on Facebook or Google. And it would have been very easy for all of you to give up. Instead, the opposite happened, and the people in charge of our government, Hollywood, the media, they couldn't really understand why all of a sudden moms and dads kept on showing up to school board meetings across the country. They couldn't understand why all of a sudden people started to run for precinct committee positions. They couldn't understand why the energy of the conservative movement only increased when they controlled everything. And what we saw over the last year is the regime controlling every aspect of our life. Literally, whether or not and how you can breathe. Vaccination status. Let me just say one thing. No one should ever be forced to get a vaccine against their will. Period. End of story. Hard stop. And instead, we have seen an unprecedented rise of the citizen in the last 12 months. And the regime doesn't know where this is coming from. CNN's ratings are collapsing. Their top cable news hosts are taking time off. They're already getting ready. They're bracing for impact for something completely and totally historic. But I don't know about you, but I don't just want to win. I want to look at what's happening right now, and I want to be part of an extinction event for the political woke left to put them into complete and total irrelevancy for the next 20 or 30 years. Now, in order to do that, though, we as conservatives must get our priorities right. We must be very honest with each other, and our leaders must be honest with you about what really matters. You see, we are a nation in multiple crises right now. We are $30 trillion in debt. We have the most suicidal, alcohol-addicted, drug-addicted generation in history. We got a lot of problems. So we have to demand from our leaders not just solutions, but direct addressing of what actually matters. For example, the U.S. southern border matters a lot more than the Ukrainian border. In fact, I want every Republican leader that comes up on stage the next couple days to call what's happening on the southern border an invasion because 2 million people waltzed into our country this last year. I'm more worried about how the cartels are deliberately trying to infiltrate our country than a dispute 5,000 miles away, cities we can't pronounce, places that most Americans can't find on a map. Now, I'm not defending the actions of dictators halfway across the world. What I'm saying, though, is when your own country is falling apart, I don't want to hear lectures about why we need to send our troops halfway across the world when we are being invaded. Priorities. The left wants to talk about how men can become pregnant. They can't. Men are men, women are women. There's only two genders. End of story. Thanks for shopping. These are smokescreen tactics to try to distract us from the fact that we lost over 100,000 people to drug overdoses in this last year. They don't want you to talk about how the generation that I speak to, college and high school kids, they are being priced out of the housing market. They're being told to go to college to study things that don't matter, to find jobs that don't exist, to borrow money they don't have. Everything costs twice as much in most of the metropolitan areas of Phoenix and Dallas and Orlando, Miami, Tampa. No, instead, our leaders want to talk about systemic racism or climate change. The conservative movement must be very clear that we're going to talk about things that matter to our voters, matter to American families. And one of the things that we must be very clear about is how the lockdowns, the vaccine mandates, and the mask mandates was generational theft. Now, some people in this audience don't want to hear this, but it's immoral and it was wrong when we decided to deliberately hurt the younger generation to try to protect the older generation. It was a moral tragedy on this country. And our leaders need to talk about a national recovery program. We need to talk about how we can elevate young people to do the three things that create conservatives. You want to create conservatives? We all do. Make it easier to buy a home, make it easier to get married, and make it easier to have children. You have a lot more conservatives. Instead, we have a generation of renters, a generation of people that are the least married generation in history, having the least children in history, and we wonder why they find purpose in Leonardo DiCaprio, Greta Thunberg, climate change type movements. We wonder why they want to confiscate the wealth from business owners. They don't own anything. People that pay mortgages don't burn Wendy's at night. Just good rule of life. So we must demand from our leaders clear priorities of what actually matters. So we have a choice. We could do the Republican Party of old, where we do nothing but talk about corporate tax cuts for the richest people. We just talk about stopping socialism and the conversation ends there. We talk about how we need to go send our beautiful and amazing armed service members to countries that have no relevancy to our immediate future. Or, here's the amazing thing though. If our conservative leaders learn something from our wonderful 45th President of the United States and actually decide to not just talk about, but deliver some very common sense things, such as representing the muscular class, such as, how about this? The Republicans should say, what happened in Canada and what Justin Trudeau did against those Canadian truckers is a moral outrage and a human rights abuse. Where's the Republican Party been on that? So I'll say this in closing. I want to win. I don't want to win elections. That's fine. That's a small thing. Elections come and go. I want to win the civilization. I want to live in a country that is free. I want to live in a country I recognize. I want our leaders to care more about you and our fellow countrymen and our fellow citizens than some sort of abstract idea or some sort of undefined GDP number. The conservative movement is trending towards a movement that will represent 60, 70, 80% of voters of all backgrounds and all colors. It's going to require our leaders and you to make sure they do it. The citizen is rising, everybody, and the regime is falling. We're going to win. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
Such an invaluable experience. Coming to Cpac is like coming home to family every single time you come here. You can go to some events, it is not warm and fuzzy. I come here, I feel like I'm home and with family. And because of Cpac, I have met so many people who will help me save America and save the people in my district. I have a healthcare expert now, a veterans expert, national security issue experts, and so many investors that can come into my district to help bring jobs, revitalize my communities. And I would never have been able to do that without Cpac. So being at Cpac is an incredible experience.
I'd not be excited for Trump, you know, he's coming back in 2024, gonna put America first. What's not to love?
It's fun to have conservatives from all over the country coming together, share best practices, see who the future leaders are, hear what current leaders are saying, what's going on in our country. So it's just a great place to come and get rejuvenated and get fired up about the conservative movement and, you know, where our country is heading.
Everything. I can't wait to hear the speakers. I'm looking super forward to hearing Ted Cruz and Candace Owens and of course President Trump. I'm really excited.
What gets me excited about Cpac is the ability to network and to meet individuals and get my message and word out there. Vote early, vote Eller.
Anybody ready?
A complete stop put to immigration legal and illegal. You know, the elites, they're flooding our workforce with low-skilled labor and they're really transforming our country into something totally different than what our ancestors experienced. So that is the change I would most like to see in this country.
Gone too far to the left. I think the fact that you've got Democrats and conservatives coming here from all across the country that are interested in an alternative to the kind of liberal progressive policies that Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are pushing. So I think there's a lot of optimism out there, and the Republican Party, and particularly the conservative movement, is offering an alternative that is looking very appealing to Americans.
Candace Owens, she's my favorite. Lauren Boebert, Ron DeSantis, Donald Trump, and pretty much everyone who's here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is A Conversation, War, a tribute to Andrew Breitbart. Please welcome, from Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk. From Project Veritas, James O'Keefe. From Breitbart News Network, Matt Boyle. And your host, Larry O'Connor.
Hey guys, let's hear it for Andrew Breitbart. Oh, he's more than just a name on a website, especially here at Cpac. It was, guys, it was 10 years ago this week that Andrew Breitbart gave his last major public speech. We lost him on March 1st, 10 years ago next week. But that speech, like all of his speeches at Cpac, instantly became legendary. I just watched it last week.
I literally just watched it as well. It was weirdly prophetic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All the major issues that he's talking about, the critical race theory.
Oh, yeah. Literally the major story that he was ready to break right after Cpac leading into the 2012 election was how Barack Obama had been infected with critical race theory in Harvard. Critical race theory. Remember when critical race theory became a big story this last election and people went on MSNBC saying, they don't even know what critical race theory is. They just, found out about it. No, Andrew Breitbart, as usual, ahead of his time, talking about it 10 years ago. We each represent a very different relationship directly with Andrew Breitbart in our own way. Andrew plucked me out of the world of commercial theater. I literally worked on Broadway, not as an actor, but in management of the theater management. I managed a theater in Los Angeles. He took me out of that world and put me into the world of political commentary with my first column at his first site, Big Hollywood, that then eventually morphed into Breitbart News Network. So I got to work with him for 3 glorious years and have a whole new career. Matt, you ended up working with Andrew for his company right after his passing, right?
Yeah, so I was a reporter at Daily Caller, got to know him really well. Tucker Carlson introduced me to Andrew, and then Andrew passed away in early 2012. After the 2012 election, I came over to work at Breitbart and build out our DC bureau.
Right.
But yeah, it totally changed my life. I could have went to go anywhere in the establishment media. I was breaking all sorts of big stories and whatever. Andrew changed my life. Like, I literally chose this path to build out a new conservative media outlet, and guess what? We're kicking their butts all the time right now. So,
I think it's fair to say Andrew changed all our lives. James, I mentioned Big Hollywood. That launched January of 2009. I believe it was September. Along came this brand new site, Big Government. And it launched with a little expose about an organization that no longer exists called Acorn. Remember that? James?
Well, I had got a message from Hannah Giles, and she said she wanted to go into Acorn as a prostitute. So I said,
Did you often get messages from Hannah like this? Or?
I get a lot of messages from a lot of people. And I said, well, why don't we go in there? I'll go in there as a pimp. Sure, why not?
A logical response.
Do a sting investigation into Acorn, and this is right before Project Veritas even existed. So we did the video, did the whole story, for those of you who remember it 10 years ago, actually 12 years ago.
12 years ago, right.
And I didn't know who to go to with the tapes. And everyone sort of said, well, there's this guy named Andrew Breitbart. I didn't know him, and I called him up, or he called me, and he said, I don't believe you have this information. So I said, well, can I come to Los Angeles and show you? He's like, sure. So I went to his house, I opened up my laptop, I played the first Acorn video of me with a hidden camera in my tie recording these workers, and he instantly said, this is going to change everything. This is going to embarrass the New York Times, and he came up with this strategy to release the tapes one at a time.
Because you had investigated multiple Acorn offices.
Yeah, we had a whole bunch.
On the East Coast.
So he predicted rightfully that these CNN and everyone would say it's isolated, and then the next day the second tape, and the third day the third tape, and the fourth, and by like the end of the first week, Congress, democratically controlled Senate, defunded Acorn.
Defunded Acorn. 82-6 vote, if I remember right, or maybe 89-2 vote.
It was 83-7. South Park covered it. The Daily Show covered it favorably.
Yeah. And then Charlie, and frankly, I think your representation here is most meaningful because you didn't meet Andrew personally, but you represent so many people out there, so many people in this room who were inspired by Andrew Breitbart, who have started a movement on their own because of the inspiration Andrew gave you.
Yeah, not just inspired. My first piece I ever wrote was for Breitbart.com, and it wasn't, kind of unpacking a interstate government-funded prostitution ring. By the way,
well, raise the bar, Charlie. Come on.
Oh yeah, exactly. I just want to say, isn't James O'Keefe doing great work in Project Veritas? They're doing unbelievable work. They really are. I want to make sure I say that, James. You're continuing the legacy of Andrew amazingly. But I was in high school, and I found a textbook that said kind of really incendiary things, at least what would have been considered that 10 years ago. And I emailed Joel Pollack. I just saw his email on Breitbart.com and as a tip, and he's like, why don't you just write the piece? And it got on Drudge Report and kind of all of that. And without Breitbart.com, I don't know if I ever would have been involved in this at all. And I got to know the whole team at Breitbart really well. Matt, you and I have been working together for quite some time. Got to know Alex and got to know Larry. And, the legacy of Andrew was always believing in younger, aspirational, entrepreneurial talent. He was the best at that. And, there are a lot of names we could go through, but, if you look at the kind of roster of people that are now in conservative politics and media, so many of them were kind of nurtured and also kind of given a platform by Andrew. He was a movement guy. He was not an empire guy. And I never had an opportunity to meet him. In fact, my piece was written a month after he passed away.
Wow.
So almost exactly a month after. I want to say one other thing about Breitbart and Andrew, which is we take for granted this kind of idea of making things go viral, right? And so for some of the younger people here, if you're in high school or college, you might not know how good Andrew was at this. He was the pioneer. He invented this. He was the one that was able to get Anthony Weiner completely resigned in disgrace, right? Amongst many other things. But
in perfect Andrew Breitbart fashion, where he actually ended up at the podium at Anthony Weiner's own press conference.
That's right.
Taking questions across all the cable channels. It wasn't enough that Anthony Weiner had to resign in disgrace. Andrew had to be there to MC the entire event.
It was a total surprise, too, by the way. I remember on his way in there, he called me, and I was like, we're all sitting there waiting to see Anthony Weiner come out. And he's like, I'm like, where are you? He's like, I'm about to walk into the Anthony Weiner press conference. I'm like, what? Like, I was shocked. It was, and then next thing you know, there's Andrew on TV.
I wish I would have kept, he gave a group text message to us, because a couple of us were like, Andrew, are you sure you want to go into the Anthony Weiner press conference? And of course, we always second-guessed him, and he was always right. I wish I'd have saved this. The text message was, don't worry, I'll keep a low profile. Next thing. Sorry, but you were saying, Charlie.
No, I mean, it's, and it's exactly right. And so the movement we have at Turning Point USA, Project Veritas, they're all offshoots from the energy of Andrew.
Yeah.
And it lives on in more ways than one. He was the first person that mastered the viral medium of getting a video in front of millions of people. And, we take that for granted now. But he really was the architect.
Oh, an incredible pioneer with, please, absolutely applaud anytime you want, because it's for Andrew. He was a pioneer not just for the media, but certainly for the intersection of media and politics and culture and everything. I want to say something real fast, though, because the name of this panel is War. And you've all seen the video of Andrew saying war, right? And that was the trailer for the film Hating Breitbart. And there were a lot of hashtags about Andrew Breitbart, war, and Breitbart's army. And there are all these you talk about viral videos of Andrew Breitbart, he's always in the trenches fighting. And it was great to see somebody fighting for us for a change. This was 10 years ago when we were used to the, blue jacket, khaki pants, penny loafer, country club kind of conservative. No offense, James. And Andrew would show up in his, beat up Converse and Hawaiian shirt and his hair everywhere, but he was fighting for us. He would go toward the crowd, and he was a fighter. But I don't want us to forget something. The term happy warrior is thrown around a lot. He was the quintessential happy warrior. Andrew Breitbart was hilarious. The funnest time I've ever had in my entire professional life was the 3 years I worked for him. I never stopped laughing.
He was so much fun hanging out with all the time. I mean, that's okay, so first off, I highly recommend that everybody go out there and watch some of the old speeches because he is pretty funny and you see the sense of humor come through. Like that 2012 Cpac speech is probably the best one. In it, he talks about going to dinner with Bill Ayers and Bernadine Dorn. This was a thing that so these two lefty, Bill Ayers.
These are the terrorists from the Weather Underground who inspired Barack Obama's political career.
Right, exactly. And so they put out a thing during the beginning of the Obama administration, an auction for a dinner with them. And I remember when it came out, I was a reporter at Daily Caller. I encouraged Tucker Carlson to go buy it. So he did. He got it. And then he invited Andrew as his guest to go with him. And then Andrew's talking about
Tucker wins this dinner with them, and the first thing, we got to get Andrew at the table.
Right. And so now in this speech at Cpac in 2012, Andrew's talking about how excellent a cook Bill Ayers is, right? Like, he made very excellent ribs and succulent squash and everything. But then he's like, they were very charming people, but, then he goes, but so was Ted Bundy, right? So so again, Andrew, very funny guy, and that personality and that fun mentality, that happy warrior mentality, I think carries through.
Yeah, and I'm afraid we don't often see that part of it. It's out there. We need to see it. But I mean, James, the audacious way you presented the Acorn videos, and then the just flat out fun Andrew had with it.
Yeah, what I remember about Andrew is a couple things. He simultaneously was able to hold the media accountable, yet speak with them and work with them. That's a very fine line. And now, people in this room, people hate the mainstream media, but Andrew was able to sort of hack the mainstream media and get them to cover things.
Yeah.
And right before he died, a few days before he died, he died 10 years ago on, I believe, March 1st, Tuesday.
March 1st, the evening of the 28th. It was a leap year. It was the 29th evening to the 1st.
A few days before that, we were going through a lot at the time. You and I were working together, and I was doing videos, and he said, James, and I'm paraphrasing him, he said, they want us on a leash. They want us to dance with them, but we're not going to dance with them. He had this very profound, intense way of speaking.
Yeah.
And he said, and there was a quote that he said where if you keep running towards the fire, if you keep going, you send a message to other people that are rooting for you that they in fact can do it too, if you keep going. But he was a force of nature. I mean, I have so many stories, but there was one story about the alpaca, right? The alpaca retracto, the correction alpaca.
All right, so we started getting these newspapers and websites to retract fake stories. Fake news. Andrew knew about fake news well before it became a catchphrase. And this actually was the brilliance of Alex Marlow, who's now the editor-in-chief of the Breitbart sites. At the time, he was the first person Andrew ever hired. He met him giving a speech to young conservatives at Berkeley, by the way. No, but this is a lesson. When you're Andrew Breitbart or any conservative, there are conservatives even at Berkeley, and Alex Marlow was one of them. And he gave a Young Americans for Freedom, Young Americans Foundation speech at Berkeley. Alex went up and said, I love you, I want to work for you, and he hired him. I think his first day on the job, he helped him move his desk out of his...
That was, the alpaca was Alex's
so
idea.
Alex came out, he says, we got all these retractions on these fake stories. And Andrew said, well, you got to brand the retraction somehow, brand it. It's like, how do you brand a retraction? They created a byline at the big journalism site called Retracto the Correction Alpaca.
And he lives on to this day.
Obvious, that's a logical thing to do.
And I
it
said,
does come up on our editor calls.
Andrew called me because I was arrested in New Orleans and everyone was lying about what happened to me. And then at like midnight, Andrew calls me and he goes, James, the mascot for the Retracto theme song is an alpaca. And we laughed until we cried. I don't know why, but it was just so random and he just goofy and funny. We laughed until we cried on midnight in February 2010.
Oh, man.
That was a pretty amazing moment.
Yeah. And actually, Charlie, this is important because his humor and his love of life and how the vivacious way he approached all of this stuff as a happy warrior, this attracted young people to him. And how old were you at the time? 20?
I was in high school, I was 18.
18. Yeah. And for God's sake, how many times have we gone to these conferences and we hear somebody who's 90 years old saying, how do we attract young people to the movement? How did Andrew attract you to the movement?
Yeah, he was authentic and he was willing to push the boundaries. It was the videos of him going up to protesters, asking them, what does your sign say? And they didn't know.
They didn't even know what
sign. They're like, I don't know. He was the first one to do that, right? He was the first one to actually go straight into the fire. And every enemy Andrew Breitbart had, it was a good list. That list still is pretty good to this day, I could tell you. He would go to all their conferences and just show up in the lobby. And look, we're kind of used to that now, and not used to it, but there's a lot of different people that kind of do that sort of work. This was unheard of in like 2010 conservatism, right?
Yeah.
It was like, hey, we don't control the White House, Obama's president, like just wait your turn.
Keep your head down, lay low.
Yeah, keep your head down. And Andrew was going around talking about, how Barack Obama is destroying the country from within, and he's doing it, intentionally. Breitbart.com and Andrew completely changed the way that conservatives fight the left. This is one of his great legacies. And Andrew fought to win. Is that he didn't just...
He fought to win. Thank you.
And
it wasn't just to be in the fight. It was like, wait, we're doing something
No,
here.
It was like, okay, the other side decided to end kind of the coffee shop dialogue a long time ago, right? It's like, we're in a street fight. And Andrew's like, okay, if we're in a street fight, then we're going to win because the country's at stake. And I think that's inspired millions of people in a very profound way.
But I don't want to overlook the fact, again, I remember going with him and Brandon Darby, who still, he runs Breitbart
he runs
Texas,
our border
right?
team.
Brandon Darby and I accompanied Andrew to a protest of I think it was America for Prosperity out in Palm Desert, California. And Andrew says, all right, we're going to go to the protesters, we're going to confront them, we're going to start challenging them, we're going to ask them questions. And Larry, you're going to be the cameraman. Brandon, you're going to do tactical. We're going to make sure that we got to watch our back and everything. So we're getting all set. So we park, we get out, he goes to the back of his Range Rover and he starts putting on rollerblades. It's like, wait, Andrew, we didn't talk through the rollerblade part of this. What are you talking about? He goes, oh yeah, no, the whole time I'm taunting them and challenging them and I'm going to be on rollerblades. Which was, of course, brilliant in its insanity, but that went viral, right? You said he was and so it was always with a smile. It was, in fact, at the end, he said to all the protesters, all right, come on, we're all going to Applebee's. And I kid you not, we were tracking them on Twitter and on social media. They all went to Applebee's. We almost went.
Hilarious.
We should have gone to Applebee's as well.
Can I say one quick thing?
No.
Everyone here has heard the expression multiple times, politics flows downstream from culture.
Oh, yeah.
That was him. He identified this early. He made conservatives reorient what mattered as well. And he wrote about it in his book extensively. He said, look, the arts, the culture, Hollywood matters a lot more than whether or not, ours versus
He also had this understanding of the institutional flaws of the establishment media. So if you listen to people that work at the New York Times or CNN or any of these other places, they claim to be objective. They claim that here's the problem with that. We're human beings. Any decision we make has the opportunity for the insertion of bias, intended or not. And in some cases, a lot of the establishment media, it's unintended. But what we see is what stories they cover, what stories they don't cover.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. They ignore important stories. And what's happened in the time frame since Andrew passed away is, look, we've built out Breitbart.com and these other institutions, what Charlie's doing at Turning Point, what James is doing, what Larry's doing, what everybody else is doing out here throughout the conservative media. we've literally built these things into a strong institution that didn't exist before. And so, frankly, just Breitbart in the last 3 months alone, we beat the New York Times, the Washington Post, The Hill, and Politico combined. And I think we're seeing similar stuff from a lot of these other places as well. And I think that again, these institutions wouldn't have existed had Andrew not paved the way for all of us beforehand.
James, Charlie just mentioned something very important, too, about the tactics. I remember you rolled out a lot of the videos utilizing Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals, remember? Like the headline of each new video took one of Saul Alinsky's rules. Because let's be clear, Saul Alinsky was a terrible, horrible anti-American communist. But that doesn't mean his rules weren't correct. The rules actually are effective. The difference was he used their rules against them.
Yeah, Alinsky, Andrew and I, when I met him in his basement with Larry Soloff.
Yeah.
Alinsky rule number 4, make them live up to their own book of rules. And Alinsky says in his book, Rules for Radicals, you can destroy them with that because they can't live up to your book of rules, but they have to live up to their own. So, he was a Another story was he was a leader, but he was also very tactical. So he would tweet, I don't know how many times a day. It was like a machine. I mean, he would tweet hundreds of times, and he would get into every little fight, no matter how big or small, he would fight the person. The rule is you only punch up. Well, he'd punch down. I mean, he'd tweet, reply to every single person. And there was one video we did, Teachers Gone Wild in New Jersey.
Oh, yeah?
In 2010. And we did this video, and I had just got off the set with the IFB and doing a local media hit, and he'd already transcribed Chris Christie's entire speech about it. He transcribed the speech, so he wasn't just this leader, he was fighting in every little trench, and it was all about narrative. And again, I don't know of anyone else who's really filled his shoes.
Oh, everybody said after he died, who will replace Andrew Breitbart? No one.
No one did what he did.
No, but let's talk this through for a minute. Couple names you might recognize, couple names you might not, because they do vital work behind the scenes as well. But we mentioned Alex Marlow, the new editor-in-chief, or not new, but he's the editor-in-chief of Breitbart and hosts the Sirius XM radio show for Breitbart. Joel Pollack, a vital voice at Breitbart right now, right? The four of us up here, right? How about a Dana Lash, right? All right? How about Ben Shapiro, right? How about where was Ben Shapiro for? I mean, it was at the Breitbart sites. John Nolte, who was still a vital voice at Big Hollywood, right? Christian Toto, who does incredible work on Hollywood and the culture. I'm leaving so many people out of this conversation.
There's literally hundreds. I mean,
Andrew Klavan, Steven Crowder, right? And by the way, a guy who had a really obscure 4 in the morning show on Fox, thanks to Andrew Breitbart's suggestion, who started writing at the Breitbart sites. His name is Greg Gutfeld. Kurt Schlichter, Krista Gall, I mean, I can go, Tony Katz, and all of my colleagues in talk radio right now, we owe all of this to Andrew. He's a great baseball fan, Andrew was, sadly for the Dodgers. But he used to say he didn't want to be the cleanup hitter. He didn't want to be the leadoff hitter. He didn't even want to play on the team. He didn't even want to be the manager. He wanted to be the talent scout. He would say that all the time. He thought his special skill was finding the right people and putting them in the right place. I mean, look.
Well, and by the way, I mean, speaking of which, I mean, we've literally hired over the course of the last 10 years that I've been working here, dozens and dozens of new up-and-coming reporters. I mean, the names that you just rattled off there are, a lot of those people are really well-known names, but we've got new and
the next generation.
Yeah, the next generation. By the way, speaking of which, anybody out there that knows anybody that wants to be a reporter, reach out to me. We are hiring. So, and I know James is just a big hire that he announced a few minutes ago. But we are definitely hiring. So we are always looking for talented young people. So, but it's exciting to see these young folks come through. That's one of the coolest parts of the job.
In 2010, I want to say, White House Correspondents Association dinner, Andrew goes, reported, James does rock. You just do whatever you, let it flow, buddy.
He's feeling the Andrew energy.
Andrew crashes the MSNBC party at the White House Correspondents Association. Rachel Maddow is tending bar. Andrew goes right up to her and starts talking to her. And she makes him a drink. And he says, well, make yourself one. And she does. And they start drinking and laughing together. And there's a picture, it's a very famous picture, of Andrew at the bar with Rachel Maddow, and they're like toasting each other. Because everyone loved Andrew, even the people who pretended to hate him. And I think that we can take something from that.
One of the things that reminds me of a story with the New Yorker reporter. I don't know if you were there or someone was there, but it was a New York reporter. And everywhere I go, Andrew would have reporters following him, like an entourage of magazine writers. And in the beginning, I was a little skittish. I was like, you sure you want to be interviewed by these people? I don't trust them. And Andrew had a totally unique approach. He would say, no, be yourself in front of them. Just be yourself. Just say who you are. Identify yourself. And I think a lot of people in this room would be very scared about being interviewed by a reporter for New Yorker magazine. Andrew had a radical approach, which was be yourself, be open. And I've become more that way. Kept less secrets, if you will. No bad secrets, but just be yourself. And everywhere I'd go, he'd have a Slate reporter, a New York reporter, a Wired reporter following him around.
Yeah.
And he said, don't just be open. about who you are. And that's the way he was. And you got to really know him, and he was who he said he was.
He did Bill Maher's show, and they treated him horribly. I got to hang out with him backstage and in the green room, and they were all just awful to him. And when he was on stage, all the writers were making snide comments, and Marlo and I were in the green room with them, and we're like, oh, we're here with Andrew. And afterwards, they do a party, an after-show party, and Bill couldn't stop. It was just Bill and Andrew in the center of the room, talking to each other and having a great time. And Bill respected Andrew, and Andrew enjoyed being on the show, and they were worlds apart politically, right? But he understood how to utilize that platform and get it. Oh, and boy, all the writers just hated the fact that Bill Maher was spending time with Andrew.
But here's the thing, if we
happen.
connected just a little bit and convinced Bill Maher just a little bit, and by the way, look
at where Bill Maher is now. That's
like,
right.
I mean, he's out there questioning some of the stuff on the pandemic and all these other things.
Yeah.
So if you connect with these people just a little bit, isn't it worth it?
Last thoughts, guys, before, because they made the mistake of telling us before we came out that they were running early, and so screw it.
I mean, look, I'll say one. I have this kind of story that is about Andrew, not that anything I experienced, but that we can all thank Andrew for, which is, so the Clintons hated Andrew because he was really good at what he did, right? So Andrew passed away in the spring of 2012, but his work and his legacy lived on for years after. So he was able to expose Anthony Weiner for all of his, let's say, illegal activities, let's put it nicely. And because of that, there were several federal investigations that were triggered in the years that followed, including seizures of laptops and personal information. So allegedly, Anthony Weiner had a relationship with Huma Abedin as his wife or whatever, and the FBI came and seized Anthony Weiner's laptop. Now, you might remember in the fall, this is all thanks to Andrew Breitbart, by the way. In the fall of 2016, October of 16, like a couple days before the election, James Comey issues that famous memo saying that there's still an investigation ongoing into Hillary Clinton's emails. Now, what was he talking about? He was talking about material that was sourced directly from Huma Abedin, who is friends with Hillary Clinton, and triggered James Comey to write that letter that some people say made Donald Trump win that following Tuesday and Hillary Clinton lose. So even after Andrew Breitbart passed, he was still defeating leftists, and he helped get Donald Trump elected in 2016.
Charlie, it is.
Back to the Acorn story, we had broken the story, released the tapes one at a time. And of course, the media, it's an isolated incident. You know, they got thrown out of the other offices. And of course, my phone rang on that, whatever day it was in September 2009, some 70 times. The media would not stop. They wanted to personalize the story, make it about me. At the time, no one knew who I was. And Andrew said, do not pick up that phone. Do not answer that phone from the Washington Post or CNN. They were trying to personalize the story, make it about you. So I didn't. And then he went on Rush Limbaugh's show. Andrew Breitbart wrote a column, why James O'Keefe does not take phone calls from an intrepid CNN producer. And he read it live on the air. And I mean, my phone would not stop ringing because these journalists did not want to cover the story.
Yeah.
They wanted to make it about who is this guy.
Yeah.
So I never picked up the phone. For the first 3 days, no one had any idea who I was. Andrew Breitbart knew how to play the media, how to force them to do their jobs. I just hired a producer from CNN, and he got up here and said, do your jobs. Yeah. Andrew made them do their jobs.
I would just say, thinking back on this whole idea of, again, looking back at some of those old speeches, again, the 2012 Cpac speech, other ones out there where Andrew was weirdly prophetic and ahead of his time significantly. We're at a point now where, I remember back then when Republicans wouldn't fight the culture wars and they wouldn't get, it felt like there were only a handful of us out here willing to ask tougher questions. I think that you're seeing more and more people across the movement, across the party, et cetera, really getting engaged on all of these things. I mean, it's a central part of the Republican Party now to challenge the defund the police, to challenge critical race theory. Before, they wouldn't touch it with a 50-foot pole, never mind a 10-foot pole. Yeah. So I think that, if anything, Andrew Breitbart is still winning the war. It's an ongoing war, don't get me wrong. We've got a lot of work to do, but his vision is winning the war for the hearts and soul of the movement and the party, and more broadly the country. And I think that there is an end in sight, and I think we can beat the left.
Yeah, amen. I loved Andrew Breitbart. The greatest 3 years of my life were the 3 years I worked with him. And I'll never forget that time. And my life has changed because of him. And he'll always be with us. Charlie said that one of Andrew's favorite things to say was politics was downstream from culture. He would give a speech to young people and he would say, you want to change this country? You're a young conservative with a fire in your heart. You want to make a difference? Don't move to Washington, D.C. They'll ruin you there. Move to Hollywood. You really want to make a difference? You move to Hollywood. Let me tell you something. This week, Jen Psaki went on Rob Lowe's podcast, because of course Rob Lowe has a podcast, and revealed that what convinced her to get back into politics, did you see this story? What convinced her to get back into politics was binging every season of The West Wing. No, don't underestimate this. We have legions of Chardonnay sipping, Peloton riding leftists in our American government right now that were inspired by Aaron Sorkin and The West Wing because they think it's real life. And they think that this is what our country is about. And guess what? They're remaking it right now before our very eyes in the model of Aaron Sorkin's Little Pipe Dream. You want to change the country? You change it through Netflix. You change it through Amazon Prime. You change it through creating content that has nothing to do with news and politics and theology, but has everything to do with news and politics and theology. And there's a lot of moms and dads in this room right now, and their kids, when they're 12, 13, maybe getting into high school, they'll go to you and they'll say, Mom, Dad, I want to be an actor. I want to be a writer. I want to be a director. I want to be in the arts. And you're going to say, nope, nope, nope. My kid's going to be a lawyer. My kid's going to be a politician. My kid's going to go into investment banking. Because, yeah, we need more bankers and politicians and lawyers in our world. You wonder why all of the dreck you see from Hollywood is liberal and progressive and leftist and Marxist and undermines this country? Because all the people who are making that content, they had parents who supported their kids and said, yeah, go into the arts. So you want to follow Andrew Breitbart's legacy and really pick up what he had to say? Inspire your kids and don't say no to them, because that is truly how we'll change this country. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take on the world. We're gonna take on the world.
Open borders, shameful abandonment, disregard for human life, the prospect of more mandates and lockdowns. And the list goes on. Now more than ever, we need to stick together. Voting alone is not enough. We must use our dollars to support like-minded companies who fight for our rights and beliefs. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider who shares your values. We will give more than $500,000 this year to our causes, and with your support, we'll double that next year. It's time to band together and support companies that truly love America and fight for our freedoms. Will you join us?
The head of the Republican National Committee is taking on the nonpartisan commission that has been holding presidential debates for 34 years.
Chairwoman McDaniel put forth this letter and said, we've got to make some changes.
The RNC is saying enough is enough. We are opening the field to a different way to do debate with a commission that's not biased. They picked a moderator in 2020 that worked for Joe Biden. They started debates after early voting, and many of their committee members publicly disparaged the Republican nominee.
Good for you, because the bias was obvious.
Now, you're not saying you're against debates, you're against the debate commission, and I agree with you.
So we're saying to them, we're going to work on behalf of our nominee and our voters to fight for a fair forum that isn't biased against the Republican Party.
We the people are back.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong.
Freedom of speech is under attack.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people.
In here, no one tells us what to think. This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason.
There is a way to find justice.
Has anyone told you you look like Joe Exotic?
Hands on top of your head.
Good or bad, I'm not gonna let anyone take my glory.
Daytona is a place where magic can happen.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I'm Waters, and this is my world right here. The future for all freedom-loving people.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
If somebody can listen to this story and not immediately agree that that's the mark of a hero, I don't know what else I could say.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Cpac First Vice Chairman Charlie Giroux.
Good afternoon, Cpac. Oh, we can do a little better than that. Good afternoon, Cpac. Are you awake or are you woke? Come on, here we go. I know you're all very disturbed because I forgot my mask. This morning, we all heard a lot about activism. And we at Cpac want to help you become even more active and make your voice even better heard by getting really involved. Not just involved, but really involved. So please take a minute right now. Take out your cell phones. Join me with this, please. Click on Take Action on the Cpac app. Find the Cpac app and click Take Action. Oh, you got it, good. Or go to conservative.org/action and fill out one of the campaigns which will do these things. Ban critical race theory and fight back against the woke corporations. Rebuild and reinforce safeguards on our elections, meaning election integrity. Protect life and defend human life from conception to natural death and defund Planned Parenthood. And how about placing statewide bans on illegal immigrants voting and defunding sanctuary cities? How does that work? So with your help, we can amplify our voice and build the conservative movement. You know, the woke left wants all of us to be silenced. That's their goal. But we have a message for them. We will not be silenced. We will not be contained. We will not be sidelined. We will not be shut up, because we will stand up and defend this great country, defend our freedoms, promote individual liberty, promote individual responsibility, and ultimately carry the torch for freedom in the days ahead. All of us are going to do that. And I'm honored to be here in the great state of Florida. You know, somehow it's a little better than the cold Northeast this time of year, with Governor Ron DeSantis, who I know you're all waiting to hear. And I don't know whether you've heard, but there's a small group that are boycotting Cpac. Now that, of course, suggests that they've been to Cpac before. I don't know about you, but I never really saw Liz Cheney or Adam Kinzinger here. Maybe I missed them. And they could have held their little gathering in Hollywood or Silicon Valley, but they chose to stay in the swamp. the city where sound travels faster than light. And their little gathering, I guess they probably could have held it in a phone booth, but they're going to be together with their dozen or so great friends, telling each other how they really think the Republican Party would be better off if we left the people that Donald Trump brought in out. Think about that. Their message is that the Republican Party, the conservative movement, the fight for freedom would be strengthened if we could only get back into the country club elites and leave out the working men and women, leave out the minorities, leave out the African Americans, the Latinos, the Asian Americans, the Indian Americans that Donald Trump brought to the party. They'd rather not have those folks. I think we want to be a majority. I know that we want each and every one of those people in the fight for freedom along with all of you. And you know, you look at their list of speakers. They're all either lame ducks or soon to be lame ducks. Or they have X in front of their title. And they even have that guy who was promoting the Russian hoax not that long ago. I was looking because I thought maybe they'd ask Joe Biden to speak. But we all know Joe Biden doesn't speak at anything. So they will go on, and we will too. And by the way, I don't know if you've noticed the Biden economy, but today the markets are once again tumbling, now down 4,000 points or more since January the 4th, the first real trading day of this year, when the market was at 36,800. Down more than 4,000 points. That's the Biden economy, ladies and gentlemen. And how do you think the Biden foreign policy is working out? Pray, please, pray for the people of Ukraine. Pray for the people of China. Pray for the people of North Korea and of Cuba and of Venezuela and of all those other despotic dictatorships around the world that try to choke out freedom and crush the human spirit. Because that is the antithesis of what we stand for, but that is what the radical left and the woke culture would have us all accept. I'm proud to stand before you today as the vice chairman of Cpac. My principal job as vice chairman is to check Matt Schlapp's blood pressure and pulse once a day and make sure that everything's okay, and he's doing great. He'll be out here in just a couple of minutes. I know you'll be delighted to see him. And in my spare time, I'm running for governor of Pennsylvania. Thank you. The first Latino to run for governor of Pennsylvania. A legal immigrant who once carried a green card and is proud to be a citizen by choice of the greatest nation in the history of the world. Thank you. So let me tell you just real quickly a little bit of my personal story. Because although I've lived in Pennsylvania almost all of my life, I wasn't born there. I was born in a slum in southern Brazil. My birth mother realized that she couldn't take care of me. And so she took me to a little mission and put me up for adoption. She asked the people at that mission for only one thing. She said, please, please, make sure that my baby goes to America, because she believed that in the greatest nation in the history of the world, I might have a chance to learn how to read. So when I talk about when I talk about opportunity and freedom, you know that it comes from the depth of my heart and the bottom of my soul. Because the opportunities that we have and have been so blessed with in this great land, and the freedoms that are so necessary to pursue those opportunities, are at the core of what we all believe, why we're all here, and what we're doing. And let me just give you a little sequel to that story, which I haven't told too many times in public. When I first told that story, I instantly had a young reporter who I'm sure thought he was going to win the Pulitzer Prize that night run up to me and point his finger into my chest and say, "Why were you born in Brazil?" Now, this is the media, ladies and gentlemen. So I thought for a minute, and I said, well, I wanted to be close to my mother. And so you can imagine how I respond to the indoctrination of our kids in our schools and the nonsense of critical race theory and the 1619 movement and the other stuff to which so many kids are being subjected today. As a naturalized citizen, I had to take a test, a citizenship test. And it troubles me greatly that instead of getting back to basics and teaching civics, for example, that we have to see our kids indoctrinated with the stuff they're being spoon-fed on a daily basis. So many people across this country believe that we'd all be better off if we taught civics in our schools once again. I believe it goes a step further than that. How about if every kid graduating from an American public high school had to pass that basic citizenship test I had to pass? Wouldn't this country be a whole lot better off because we encouraged good citizenship, because we taught the Constitution, because we allowed young people to know what the difference is between federalism and the stuff that we're being fed these days? If they understood our tripartite system of government, if they understood checks and balances, if they understood separation of powers, wouldn't we be a lot better off with less low information voters? And as I look at the quest for freedom, I'm always reminded of the immortal words of the right given to us by God, not by some earthly potentate or power, to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And it begins with life. If we won't stand up and defend the most defenseless among us, for whom will we fight? And liberty, of course, is at the core of who we are and what we believe. Benjamin Franklin, another famous Pennsylvanian, once said, "Where liberty lives, there is my country." Where liberty lives, there is our country today. All of you are on the front line of the fight for individual liberty, for personal freedom, for less government, for more individual responsibility, for more opportunity, for more economic growth, for a future of prosperity for every American in every corner of this great country. And Ronald Reagan, for whom I was once privileged to work and as who you all know helped to kick off Cpac in the big way that it has become, once said, "As government expands, liberty contracts." As government expands, liberty contracts. And so you look at the woke, far left, radical liberal culture today, who sees life as a series of problems to be addressed by big government and experts and elitists and those who think they know more than we do. And so you have people saying, well, parents shouldn't really have much say in their kids' education. You ought to be required to wear a mask everywhere you go, and you ought to be required to be vaccinated and have no choice in the matter whatsoever. You shouldn't be able to work. You ought to be able to take time off. And so what has been the result of all that? Well, we talked a little bit about the Biden economy. We talked a little bit about the Biden foreign policy. Who wouldn't rather have the policies and the programs and the results of Donald Trump and Ronald Reagan and the Republicans and conservatives that have made this country great? And so we're just beginning several days together of activism. This year is so vitally important. And let me say this about my friend Matt Schlapp just very quickly, and he's going to join us in just a minute. Isn't it remarkable what under his leadership and the team that he has assembled and the staff that he has brought together, what Cpac has become because of all of you. Because we truly are in a battle for the heart and soul of this nation. Think about that. We cannot fail or flag. We must be victorious, because if we're not, we sacrifice the greatest nation that humankind has ever known. This is our moment. The 2022 elections will give us an opportunity to reject the big government, overreaching, arbitrary and capricious, lockdown, shutdown, mask mandate, this edict, that edict, slow growth, economic failure, foreign policy disasters, and it will give us a chance to go for a very different vision of our future, focused upon liberty, freedom, individual liberty, individual freedom, and the right to prosperity for every American through economic growth and through policies that will sustain a freedom-loving culture of Americans. We owe it to generations yet unborn to win this fight this year, to take back the House, to win a majority in the Senate, and to get ready to take back 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in 2024. This truly is the last best hope of mankind. You are the foot soldiers that will define the defense, promotion, protection of that shining city on a hill, which has been a citadel, a beacon of freedom and freedom-loving peoples the world over for all of our lifetimes. I look forward to joining you in that fight, because I know we are not alone. We will win this fight. We will preserve freedom. We will protect all of our liberties. We will promote them, and we will win with them. Thank you.
A message from Voter Safe House. Wouldn't it be nice to trust in every U.S. election? What if next time the winner of the presidential race was announced, we all agreed in the authenticity of the results? Election doubts breed frustration and confusion. But Voter Safe House's bipartisan platform gives the people their voices back through poll transparency. Join free and help protect the integrity of our voting system with your secure and confidential account. Visit votersafehouse.com today. iOS, Android, and web apps coming soon.
This is how you have to visit your son.
My addiction began at the age of 11. This is preventable.
We will cover the biggest issues our kids are facing. there's something special and it's going to impact a lot of people's lives.
By the end of the year, we hope to have 1,000 beds.
I wanted to be the first state in the nation that took Victoria's voice and saved life.
I overdosed with pain medicine. Luckily, Narcan saved me. They have these victory clubs which incentivize kids.
A message from Voter Safe House. Are you one of the 69% of Americans concerned about voter integrity, or of the 76% concerned about disenfranchisement? Voter Safe House is here for you. Our patent-pending technology can end voter irregularity at local and federal levels, bringing confidence back to the vote in the USA. So tell a friend, tell your family. Voter Safe House, because we're all in this together. For more information and press contacts, visit votersafehouse.com.
We're gonna take on the world. Take on the world.
According to a recent poll by Forbes, over 80% of Americans support the implementation of voter ID laws, including 62% of Democrats and 69% of all African American voters. Yet this highly politicized issue remains in partisan gridlock. But what if there was another way to track the vote? Welcome to Voter Safe House. Visit votersafehouse.com for more information. Bringing transparency to an otherwise closed system.
He calls democracy messy, props up the Chinese Communist Party, praises Xi and his regime, known for violent oppression, invests in Chinese military companies. A defector? No. It's BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, the CEO of a major American company who's gone all in on China. Can he be more anti-American? Larry Fink, BlackRock, taking your money, betting on China.
You're no good. You just wanna be bad all of the time.
We're not going to make America great again. It was never that great.
You're no good.
The Biden vaccine mandate.
This is not about freedom or personal choice.
You're no good.
You know what the Joint Chiefs told us the greatest threat facing America was? Global warming.
How dare you? You're no good.
What is the Granholm plan to increase oil production in America?
Oh my God, that is hilarious.
You're no good.
I mean, the idea that the American public are trying to sift their way through what's real and what's fake. And I don't think I've never seen a time when
It's 2022, and America is not woke. America is awake. So wake up, America. It's time to take our country back.
Democrats very much in shellacking territory.
This is a big deal. These numbers are bad. These are our voters.
On direction of the country, 70% wrong track. That's big time shellacking territory.
These are voters that came to us in 2018, came to us in 2020, and have abandoned us in droves. That is a 5-alarm fire.
Nobody even wants to be seen with Joe Biden or Kamala Harris because they're so unpopular and their policies are so toxic.
This isn't an infrastructure bill. This is a radical left woke politics bill that has stuff like gender identity mandates in it.
We have a major inflation problem. We have a major labor shortage in the United States. That bill that Joe Biden says was going to help everybody would make things 10 times worse.
Breaking news this morning, Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia has just said he is a no.
This Build Back Better, or as some are calling it, bankrupts, benefits, and bureaucracy, is dead on arrival.
It's that first year in office where you have the most political capital, and they've lost so much political capital because their policies are simply not working.
The president is ordering nearly all federal workers get vaccinated within 75 days. Employees who refuse could be fired.
The Ohio woman who was tased at a middle school football game after refusing to wear a mask.
People are so sick of constantly being bossed around, restricted, mandated, all these different things. We've had enough of it.
The Supreme Court is blocking the Biden administration.
You're the lead architect for the response from the government, and now 800,000 people have died. Do you think it's a winning success, what you've advocated for government?
Senator, first of all,
these woke corporations have decided to become the political enforcer for Democrats in Washington.
Delta CEO saying this voting law is unacceptable and is based on a lie.
Why do these big corporations take a political side? Because you would think they would want the whole country to be interested in buying their products and using their services.
Here in America, you ask for an ID, you're a racist. No, you're not a racist. You're trying to make sure there's no fraud in an election.
I have a message to these corporations. The conservative movement, these nonprofits, these grassroots groups like Cpac, we're not going to help you anymore. You are opposed to us, and we will oppose you.
first they don't want you to go to prison. And then when you do go to prison for a heinous crime, they want to make it as cushy and as favorable as possible. Why do you think they want to do that?
Because they're woke. What do we know about what the president plans to say today?
Well, Craig, there are really...
Let's go, Brandon. I agree.
Mr. President, what did you order?
Chocolate chip.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he loves ice cream because he never has to worry about brain freeze.
Turns out that the channel that lectures you about sexism apparently hasn't adopted the standards they want you to follow.
CNN anchor Chris Cuomo has been fired.
Now facing an allegation of sexual misconduct.
A longtime CNN producer accused of unlawful sexual activity with minors remains behind bars tonight.
I want to start with some personal news. I will be leaving CNN in April.
A big shakeup in the world of cable news today. CNN President Jeff Zucker abruptly resigned.
CNN is awash in toxic masculinity? Come on, of course it is.
Only 28% of Americans want the sitting president to run for re-election.
Joe's approval was at his highest when he wasn't working.
Look at how bad these numbers are for the president. Nearly 6 in 10 disapprove. That's a tough number. We asked people, what has President Biden done for you that you approve of? 56% of Americans said nothing. They disapprove of everything that has happened.
My solution for him, if I was his chief of staff, cryogenics. Freeze him until 2022, defrost him like a Swanson's dinner, bake back better.
We are going to start winning again. This country is going to start winning again. We're going to win, 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 and we're not stopping.
Well, President Trump loves Cpac, and Cpac loves President Trump.
Did you pay to spy on the Trump campaign?
Turns out that, yeah, President Trump was right. Worse than Watergate.
When are you going to comment on the spying allegations, Hillary?
The former president was correct when he claimed to have been surveilled at Trump Tower and that the spying extended into his tenure in the White House.
I'll tell you, I hope Donald Trump sues them all for everything because they damaged his reputation throughout his 4 years in office.
On day one, I will ban critical race theory. I
Glenn Youngkin, do solemnly swear.
State Senate President Steve Sweeney is out, defeated by a truck driver who spent little money on the campaign.
It's one of the most stunning political upsets New Jersey has ever seen.
Winsome Sears will become the state's first woman lieutenant governor and first woman of color elected to a statewide office.
Help is on the way. The cavalry has arrived.
And when the American people send that message on Election Day that they've had enough, when independents vote overwhelmingly for candidates who say they're not going to feed this woke crap, that gives me great hope that God's not done with America yet.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Cpac 2022, Awake, Not Woke. Please welcome co-host Cpac Now, Mercedes Schlapp, Cpac Vice Chairman, Charlie Giroux, and Cpac Chairman, Matt Schlapp.
Hello, Florida. How does freedom feel? I have two questions for you and for everybody who's watching. Are you woke? Are you finally awake?
We are so excited to be here in Florida. This is what we call our date weekend with all of our favorite Patriots. So thank you all for being here. It's going to be a great event. And remember, for those out there who can't be with us here in person, you're missing the biggest conservative party of the year. Remember to go to conservative.org. We'll be live streaming this whole entire event. We have an incredible list of speakers. And let me tell you, this is a time that we all need to come together to make sure that we save America, that we protect our children, that we protect our freedoms. The time is now.
Are you done? Is that? I'm very nervous.
Look,
You're very wound up.
The Cuban is never done, okay?
That's right.
Never done.
You all know the story. Not every Republican does the right thing at all times, right? We come from the swamp where we have a governor in the state of Maryland that said it would kill people if we had Cpac. And I looked in the mirror and I looked at my wife and I looked at Charlie and we all said, we'll be damned if we're not going to allow Cpac to happen because of panic over this virus. And we looked around the country and we're looking for a home. And what have thousands of Americans done looking for their new home? They've come to the free state of Florida. And for the second year in a row, it's not just going to be Cpac Florida as much as we love Cpac Florida. We're also going to have Cpac Texas. We want to send the message that there are these mega red states that are driving the economic success of America. And we're here today because there's a governor in the state of Florida I think you know who he is.
They really like this governor, I gotta tell you.
Who's made every right move, you name the topic, and with his steady leadership, he's been a voice for the entire country. And with that, I'd like you all to just take a little look at the screen.
Crime is surging. Lockdowns have destroyed jobs.
children forced to live by one set of rules while Democrats live by another. But one governor is fighting back.
We're a free state.
Well said from the governor of Florida. Governor DeSantis is fighting back.
Why don't you do your job? And until you do that, I don't want to hear a blip. If you are trying to lock people down, I am standing in your way.
Standing up to Washington.
We have a responsibility to fight back.
Standing up to liberal media.
Fake narrative. I just disabused you of the narrative, and you don't care about the facts.
Fighting for we the people.
I think we should be protecting people's jobs, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing in Florida.
Governor Ron DeSantis.
Welcome to Florida.
Please give a warm Florida welcome to the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis.
Cpac. Let me welcome you to the freest state in these United States. We were lucky to have Cpac in 2021, and I'm happy to inform you, 2021, Florida set an all-time record for domestic tourism coming into our state. And those record numbers include a number of lockdown politicians who lock down their own people, restrict their own people, mandate governors, mayors, big TV hosts. They criticize Florida, and the first chance they get, what do? They escape to freedom in the state of Florida. And why do even these biggest critics and lockdowners come to Florida? Well, I think it's simple. From the very beginning, we refused to let this state descend into some type of Faucian dystopia where people's freedoms are curtailed and their livelihoods are destroyed. We protected people's rights. We protected people's jobs. We protected small businesses, and we made sure that every kid in the state of Florida had an opportunity to go to school in person 5 days a week. In Florida, we reject the biomedical security state, which erodes liberty, harms livelihoods, and divides our society. And we not only reject it if it's government, we have done things like ban vaccine passports and mandates. Because it's unacceptable to simply subcontract out Fauciism to big companies. So we've stood for freedom across the board, and the result has been Florida has defeated Fauciism. Freedom has prevailed in the Sunshine State. And Florida led when it counted. We led early on when the weight of the world was coming, bearing down on our shoulders. Everything we did, we were taking incoming. I remember the summer of 2020. We had the kids saying, you got to go have the kids in school. The teachers' unions, they would put coffins outside the Department of Education building in Tallahassee. They sued me to close the school. But we stood strong. And part of the reason we stood strong, because we understand what it means to be a leader. Not just be a politician that twists in the wind, but be willing to make the tough decisions. I look back at President Eisenhower's farewell address. Many of you remember it because he warned about the military-industrial complex. That was smart. He was right. But if you read that speech, he also warned about the dangers of a rising scientific and technological elite. Government was funding more scientific research, and he said when that happens, there's a danger that public policy can be held captive by this scientific elite. And he said the job of the statesman is not to subcontract out your policy to health bureaucrats or other type of bureaucrats. The job of the statesman is to lead, to take all the interests in society and make sure you're doing what's in the public good. So many governors over the last 2 years would simply defer to health bureaucrats because it was a safe thing to do politically. If things went bad, they can say, hey, the bureaucrats told me I had to do this. Yeah, you lost your job. Sorry, your business is done. The kids are locked out of school, but they're telling me I have to do this. That is not what we did in Florida. And we did it when it wasn't popular. We did it when we were taking fire. And we did it because my duty is to stand up and protect the freedoms and the jobs of the people I represent. And if that puts me in political jeopardy, then so be it. I will stand with them. I'm not going to try to protect my own hide. And I really believe, had Florida not led the way, this country could look like Canada or Australia. We sometimes take freedom for granted. You should not do that after the last 2 years. It is contested. The left does not want to honor our freedoms, and we have a responsibility to fight back on all fronts. People are coming to Florida because they want freedom. Even our critics are doing it, but I can tell you there's one fella that just hates Florida, and his name is Joe Biden. He's always criticizing us. Always trying to take pot shots at Florida. He does things like take our medication. He stiffs storm victims of relief just because he doesn't like the governor. He doesn't like Florida, and he doesn't like me because we stand up to him. That's why he doesn't like us. Last year, we called a special session to protect every Florida job from Biden's vax mandates, and we succeeded. We've sent people to the Texas border and are suing Biden over his catch and release policy because he is not following the Constitution by letting our borders be overrun. We stand up against the weak on crime policies that is ravaging cities all across the country and what he supports, and we are standing against his reckless fiscal policies where they've printed trillions of dollars, and now we have rampant Bidenflation. The inflation is because of his policies, and we're not going to let anyone forget that. So all told, he's had the worst first year of any president since the 1800s. And as Biden flounders, Florida is leading on issue after issue. We have the largest budget surplus and the lowest per capita tax burden in the entire United States, and no income tax, and we won't have that as long as I'm governor. When I became governor, Florida had the most liberal state Supreme Court in the country. I've replaced 3 liberal justices with conservative justices. We now have the most conservative Supreme Court in the country. Since I became governor, we've banned sanctuary cities in the state of Florida. And we are in the process of getting money from the legislature so that if Biden is dumping illegal aliens into Florida from the southern border, I'm rerouting them to Delaware. We'll do some in D.C. and Hollywood as well. Florida leads the nation in school choice, and we have liberated hundreds of thousands of young kids who are living in poverty to get an education and make the most of life's opportunities. We in Florida were one of the first states to stand up and protect women's athletics. We're not going to let our young girls and our women athletes have opportunities denied for them because of ideology and political correctness. We were the first big state to legislate against big tech censorship because they want to silence us, they want to deplatform us, and we cannot have a free society if most of the speech in this country is controlled by a handful of left-wing oligarchs in Silicon Valley. We are a law and order state in the state of Florida. We reject weak on crime policies. We reject Soros-funded prosecutors. And we have said, after the 2020 summer riots, we called up the National Guard here immediately. We had law enforcement. We said we are not letting Florida cities burn down, and we didn't. But we've also since then signed the strongest anti-rioting legislation in the country, which says we will not let local governments defund the men and women of law enforcement and put their citizens at risk. And if you riot in the state of Florida, if you loot, if you are engaged in mob violence, this is not going to be like Portland, where they arrest you, take your mugshot, slap you on the wrist, and put you right back on the street to do it again. No, in Florida, you're not getting a slap on the wrist. You are getting the inside of a jail cell. Because we will not spend taxpayer money to teach our kids to hate our country or to hate each other, we have banned CRT in K-12 education. And instead, we have the most robust civics education anywhere in the country. We're going to have citizenship exams for graduating seniors, and we're giving teachers the opportunity to go through a civics boot camp and get a $3,000 bonus. Yes, we're against CRT, but what are we for? I'm for the Constitution. I'm for the Bill of Rights, and we need to have our young people understand what that means. Because the rule of law is paramount, Florida has done more than any other state in the country to ensure the integrity of our elections. One of the first things I did when I became governor back in 2019, when people weren't talking about election integrity, was accept the resignation of the Broward County Supervisor of Election and remove the supervisor from Palm Beach County. We didn't change the rules when COVID came. We followed the law. We counted 99% of the ballots by midnight on election night. It was transparent. It was fair. We did a good job. But we also understood there were a lot of shenanigans in other parts of the country. So last year, I signed legislation banning ballot harvesting in the state of Florida, banning mass mail balloting, unsolicited mail ballots in the state of Florida, and maybe most important, we have banned Zuckerbucks in the state of Florida. We're not going to let a tech titan commandeer the machinery of our elections by pouring hundreds of millions of dollars in for partisan purposes. That will not happen in the state of Florida, and we are doing even more this year. Now, people are coming to Florida, yes, to visit, but also just picking up and moving. We have led the nation in net in-migration since COVID started. But I can tell you, this is not just because we have lower taxes, because we've always had lower taxes. These are people who are fleeing leftist governments in this country and even around the world. People will sometimes ask me, Governor, all these people are moving here from blue states. Are they just going to vote the same way and make our state a blue state basket case like the states they came from? Well, when I got elected governor in 2018, there were almost 300,000 more registered Democrats in the state of Florida than Republicans. And Florida has never had more registered Republicans than Democrats in our history of our state. Today, standing here in February of 2022, there are 82,000 more Republicans registered in the state of Florida than Democrats. And it's not just people coming from blue states. There are people that look to Florida as the citadel of freedom who are chafing under authoritarian rule all across the world. I recently got a letter from Samuel from Australia, and he said, quote, "There isn't much hope right now here, and many of us are fearful of what our leaders have in store for us. I look to you and your great state of Florida for hope during this dark time. Thank you for standing up for us." And we have done that. Canadians are writing in, Australia, Europe, you name it. And I think they understand what the stakes are, and they look to us of what protecting freedoms a lot means. And I think about what the left's trying to do. I got into politics about 10 years ago. I ran for Congress. I had never been involved. And my mission was largely to stop Barack Obama, who was president at the time. I even wrote a book, which was read by about a dozen people, that talked about some of the problems, how it was not consistent with the values that the country was founded on. And I stand by that. Those were good fights, important fights. But I got to tell you, I look back at that time, it almost seems a little quaint to me, because the threats we face to freedom, the threats we face to a just society are much more pervasive than they were just 10 years ago. I mean, think of what the left wants to do. What are their political aims? If they had just elected a couple more U.S. senators, they were going to pack the U.S. Supreme Court. They were going to make D.C. a state, so they'd have 2 radical left-wing Democrat senators for life. They were going to abolish the Electoral College so California could elect the president, and they wanted to federalize fraudulent ballot practices. Now, say what you want about that. That is not an agenda that very many American families are sitting across the dinner table from each other saying, "Oh man, I wish we could make D.C. a state," or "I wish we could pack the Supreme Court." No, that's not what people have on their mind. They're concerned about gas prices, crime, the border, all the disorder around the world. That's what they're concerned about. They're doing that, though. The left wants to do that because their goal is not to make our country great. It's to marginalize the conservative half of the country. They want us to be powerless. They want us to be voiceless. They want us to be second-class citizen. And what are these ideological aims? The woke is the new religion of the left. And this is what they have in mind. That's why they want CRT, because they want to divide the country. That's why they remove statues of Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln and Teddy Roosevelt. Take George Washington's name off schools, because they want to erase that history. They want to delegitimize our founding institutions, and they want to replace that with their left-wing ideology as the foundational principles of our modern-day society. Wokeism is a form of cultural Marxism. It is not just about raising taxes or bad economic policy. It's about tearing at the fabric of our society and trying to replace it with something that will be much, much more sinister. And the problem that we face as conservatives is a lot of major institutions in our country have become infected with this woke virus. You look at academia. Do we even need to discuss that? Their main objective now is to impose an ideological worldview on the people that come through their universities. You look at corporate America. They're mentioning it. They're opposing voter ID. Many of them make a lot of money from Chinese slave labor, but they don't want voter ID in the United States. So they are engaging in woke activism. You look at our bureaucracy and how totally off the rails they have become in many different agencies. And it's not just limited to people like Fauci. You have it across the board where this has become a major behemoth. You look at the corrupt and dishonest legacy media in this country and what they're doing to divide us and what they're doing to prop up the regime. They are not in the business of telling the truth. They're in the business of spinning partisan narratives to be able to benefit their side. They don't speak truth to power. They're defending the regime in power. And if you speak up, they come after you. They'll smear you. They'll defame you. All they do day after day is concoct a blizzard of lies to try to deceive the American people. And make no mistake, that's going to intensify leading up to November. They're going to try to do anything they can to relieve the blame off Biden and to try to fool the American people into keeping Democrats in office. We're not going to let them do it, but that's what we're facing. And then maybe to top it off, you have big tech. Big tech is now the #1 institution for censorship in this country. They are working with the legacy media. They're working with the Biden regime to try to marginalize conservative voices. Anyone that dissents from their orthodoxy is a target. And so this is significant stuff. This is freedom that's being, on all different fronts, that's coming under assault. And so here's where we're at. When you have a society that's veering away from the truth, anybody that stands up and speaks the truth will come under fire. That is going to happen. And so in times like these, there is no substitute for courage. Having the courage to stand up against things like cancel culture, having the courage to reject corporate media narratives, having the courage to take on institutions like big tech, having the courage to stand in the way of the Brandon administration. So we have an opportunity to make 2022 the year that America fought back. We're going to lead the charge here in Florida, but we need people all over the country to be willing to put on that full armor of God, to stand firm against the left's schemes. You'll be met with flaming arrows, but the shield of faith will stop them. You will emerge victorious. And so I can tell you this, in Florida, we will be standing our ground. We'll be holding that line. We are not going to back down. We've accomplished more in this state than anyone thought possible, but I can tell you this, we have only begun to fight. Thank you all. God bless you. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome North Carolina Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson.
Well, that clock is counting down, so I better get started. As always, very first thing I'm going to do is always, I'm going to thank my Lord and Savior, because Jesus Christ is the reason why we live in this blessed and prosperous land. I don't care what anybody says. The United States of America is a Christian nation founded on the principles and wisdom of Jesus Christ. And so we give him thanks, first and foremost, above everything. So I've only got about 12 minutes, so we're going to get right into this thing, guys. I'm going to go ahead and tell you like this. Guys, it is time. It is time. And what is the time right now? The time is for patriots in this nation to stand up and reclaim who we are as Americans. To no longer let CNN and ABC and CBS and all those leftists on the other side of the aisle from us define who we are as Americans, as patriots, as Republicans. The time is now to define ourselves and stand up and do what we need to do, because here it is. As I said many times, the proof is in the pudding. What conservatives have said about the left over the past 50 years at this present time is being proved true more than any other time in history. If you don't believe me, let's just take a look at the things that we always talk about. Let's take a look at that crucial issue of life. You look at it in New York City, up in New York, one of the greatest states in this nation, they literally cheered for infanticide. At every turn, we see abortion being championed in this nation. Now with COVID, we see people being turned away for crucial medical procedures because they don't want to relent to some type of mandate. Life means nothing to those folks on the left, and they prove it every day. And in this time, they're proving it more and more. You take a look at that crucial issue of self-protection, of Americans being able to protect themselves. You know, we love to talk about the Second Amendment, but one thing we always forget is this. The Second Amendment is a God-given right. God gave us the right to self-defense, and it was enshrined by us in our Declaration and set down in law by our Constitution. And I can guarantee you there are places around the world right now that wish they had a Second Amendment in their Constitution. Places like Australia, where we've seen terrible things happening under what's become almost a totalitarian dictatorship. Places like just north of the border here in Canada under Castro. Excuse me, I mean Trudeau. I forgot what decade I was in. Now more than ever, it's being proven that men need the right. People need the right. Free people need the right to be able to defend themselves and defend their freedoms. And then you look at the issue of education in this nation. You know, back in my home state of North Carolina, we are fighting tooth and nail in North Carolina to straighten out our education system. We spend almost half of our state budget on education in North Carolina, and our children can't read at a grade level. Meanwhile, pornography is in our libraries. We're in classrooms teaching children about adult issues like transgenderism. And we're setting black children on one side of the room and white children on the other side and teaching them to despise each other. If ever there was a time for conservatives to stand up in this nation and fight back for our children, it is now, right now. Parents concerned about their children's education being called terrorists. Politicians who are standing against the evils in our schools being demonized. Folks, it's time to stand up and fight back. The time is right now. And then you take a look at what's going on with our police officers and law and order in this country. Every time I turn around, there's another police officer being murdered, being assassinated, being assaulted, being charged with something that they have not done. And the whole time, the crime rate is spiraling out of control. Why? Because the criminals are watching. The criminals are watching the politicians in their neighborhoods allow them to get away with anything they want to get away with, and they're watching some conservatives tuck tail and run on this issue. Now is the time for conservatives to stand strong on this issue and back the blue and make sure that police officers are protected as they do their jobs on the street. Then we need to take a look at what's going on with this thing called COVID. You know, COVID is the virus, but you know what the real virus is? The real virus is Democrats. The real virus is totalitarian leftist thugs who have used this virus to browbeat the American people and have used it for political purposes. Now, I'm going to go ahead and stand here and tell you on the stage right now, I'm not against the vaccine. I'm not smart enough to be against the vaccine. I have no idea what's in it. I'm not here to tell you not to take it, and I'm not here to tell you to take it. What I'm here to tell you is that as an elected official, it's my job to make sure you get it if you want it. But it's also my job to make sure that if your doctor wants to treat you with ivermectin, that it's there, ready, and available. And that no medical board, no pharmacist, or anybody else has the right to stand in between you and your doctor when it comes to something called medical freedom. That's your choice, your doctor's choice, and you should make it. Not the governor, not the mayor, or anybody else. And what's been going on with this COVID thing is just a sign of things to come if they get total control. And then there's another issue that we've been looking at also. Been looking at it real close, this thing called election integrity. I don't care what you tell me, 83,000 people did not vote for Joe Biden. I don't think 83 million people know who Joe Biden is. Joe Biden doesn't know who Joe Biden is. Joe Biden is an incompetent, incontinent nitwit who has ruined everything he has touched. From Afghanistan to where you stand, he's ruined everything he's touched. There was ever a time in this country when it was time for us to stand up against the wiles of the federal government. It is now. People ask me why I didn't run for the Senate, why I want to stay in North Carolina, because I need to be there to slam the door in the face of the federal government. That's what we need to do all across this country. And let me just say this in closing. Americans are special people. Americans are special. We are unique in the world. And why? Because Americans do not lie down and take it. We stand up and we fight back. We do not lie down and take it. And people ask me all the time, where did you learn to be so forceful? Where did you learn to fight back? I'm going to tell you right now. I learned it from a lady named Eva Mae Robinson. Eva Mae Robinson was my mother. God rest her soul. She's been gone since 2016. She didn't get to see any of this down here on earth. But see, in 1979, my mother, who had very little education, who had never worked outside the home, she had 5 children in our house, ranging from high school to elementary. Her husband, my father, John L. Robinson, died and left her alone with those 5 children. At that point, my mother's back was up against the wall. See, my mother could have laid down, become a ward of the state, went on welfare and collected all kind of checks and just sat there and waited for the government to take care of her. But she didn't do that. My mother walked. She walked across the street from our house, and she went and got a job as a custodian at a college. She cleaned toilets and floors for other people's children in college so she could take care of her children at home. You see, my mother did not lay down. My mother, she did what Americans do in times of trouble. She found herself with her back against the wall. She found herself down on the canvas when her husband died, but she didn't lay there. She stood up. She got up. She leaned forward and she fought back. And that is what it's time for Americans to do in this country. It's time for us to stand up, lean forward, and fight back. So, my fine leftist socialist friends, don't be surprised when all of your machinations fail. Do not be surprised when your attempts to subvert our votes fail. Don't be surprised when your attempts to place mandates and demands on us through this virus, don't be surprised when they fail. Don't be surprised when all of your efforts to indoctrinate the minds of our children fail. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised when you look around and you see the flag still flying, and you see patriots still standing, and you see the Constitution still as a law of our land, and you see America still free and prosperous. Do not be surprised, because the patriots of this nation are going to stand up, lean forward, and fight back and win. And we're going to do it right in your face, whether you like it or not. God bless the great state of Florida. God bless the great state of North Carolina. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
shameful abandonment, disregard for human life, the prospect of more mandates and lockdowns, and the list goes on. Now more than ever, we need to stick together. Voting alone is not enough. We must use our dollars to support like-minded companies who fight for our rights and beliefs. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider who shares your values. We will give more than $500,000 this year to our causes, and with your support, we'll double that next year. It's time to band together and support companies that truly love America and fight for our freedoms. Will you join us?
Moms for America is a national movement of moms, reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution. With a national network of 500,000 moms, Moms for America has become one of the fastest growing movements of women in America.
The government, just as our founding fathers established it, still gets its powers from the consent of the governed. And we do not consent.
We're in the middle of a mom-led revolution, and Moms for America is at the forefront.
I take full offense to the NSBA and the DOJ referring to concerned parents like myself as domestic terrorists needing to be investigated by the FBI.
I'm a journalist, but I am a mama bear.
Calling these moms domestic terrorists is the pathetic taunt of a schoolyard bully.
I, like so many other mama bears, was in hibernation, but I'm asleep no longer.
We are the change. We are Moms for America. Join the revolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Marsha Blackburn.
Cpac, so happy to be back and to see you all this year. I have to say, you're off to a roaring start, aren't you? It's a great forum. And the Democrats, they've not had a very good year this year. You know, COVID, their economic policy, the border, it's all a disaster. Their foreign policy is now a war zone, and oh, how we pray for Ukraine and for the people of Ukraine. Also, they've had a little bit of problem with parents. Parents across the country are in revolt. CRT, mask mandates, lockdowns, what we see happening in the classrooms. They are tired of woke policies. They are tired of transgender girls competing against biological girls in our high schools and our colleges. Some of their moves are so over the top that there are times I absolutely have to double check things to make sure this is not a joke being put out by Babylon Bee. This month, the Democrats decided they were going to try to give out crack pipes with taxpayer dollars. And we put an end to that. And at the same time, Homeland Security sent out a memo saying, if you hear anybody speaking against the COVID policies, education policies of this administration, report them to the authorities. It was a slap in the face to free speech. But what we know is the Democrats continue to say, in Democrat fashion, oh, we're doing this for public safety, and we are doing this for the children. But what they're really trying to do is make you dependent, to make you compliant and controlled, and to make you quiet. We are in a struggle for the soul of this country. You know, the battle of ideas used to be conducted in the public square or the city council or the halls of Congress, but that wasn't good enough for the Democrats. That didn't get the amount of upheaval that they needed, so they moved it to the classroom. And what they're trying to do is have these ideological battles in the classroom where they're trying to replace civics with CRT. Their plan is to have a CRT-infused curriculum. Their goal is to replace education with indoctrination because that is an essential step for them. And essential to it with this Marxist CRT is no matter the subject, no matter what it is, then you can tilt it to being racist. They have made 2 + 2 = 4 racist. They have made gifted and talented programs racist, even though Asian students are the highest percentage of enrollees in these programs. They have made it America the Terrible and said, well, it's racist. They have said, if your great-grandfather fought in World War II or your dad is in the military, that is racist, and thereby you are racist. What we know is America as a country, as a great idea, as a republic, cannot survive if our children do not know our history. So, what we need are teachers that believe in education instead of indoctrination. We need teachers that are going to be focused on knowledge. We need teachers that are going to commit to ridding the woke from our education system. And thank God we have some great conservative teachers who have stood up. And you know what? The American people agree with us. It's fascinating, isn't it? During COVID, moms and dads saw what their kids were being exposed to. And they started to fight back. So, from Loudoun County, Virginia, and we've got those Loudoun County moms here, to Richmond, Virginia, all the way to San Francisco, California. You've got the mama bears and the mama grandmamas that are standing up. You've got people that are saying, you might do this to me at my place of work, but you are not going to do this to my child. And they are bringing the pressure to bear. They're saying no indoctrination, no woke, no teachers union. You are not going to tell my child that they're an oppressor because of the color of their skin. They are saying no to mask, no to Zoom school, and no to eating lunch outside in freezing weather and sitting 6 feet apart, because they have had it, and they are ready to begin fighting back. You know, something else they're tired of is political celebrities sitting in booths, maskless, chumming up, or Stacey Abrams, maskless, with a group of masked kids around them. The hypocrisy knows no bounds. Thank goodness people are saying enough is enough and pushing back. Now, there is a solution to this. It is called unmask our kids and get the teachers' unions out of the classroom. And how do we do this? How do we make this happen? Now that everybody's awake, not woke, but awake. So how do we do this? First of all, we have to spread the word that we as conservatives believe every child in this country should have their shot at the American dream. Every child should have opportunity to achieve their dreams. There's a second thing that we need to be doing. We need to drive home the point. We as conservatives have a vision for how this country should be. Democrats don't have a vision. What they do have is an agenda. They have a checklist. And that checklist says people don't know how to function unless the government has control of their lives. And the American people have decided that is not what they want, because that is socialism, and what the American people want is freedom. So I think right here in this room, this is the reason the left is not going to win this fight. When I look around this room, when I listen to you all participating with the speakers, what I see is a movement that is ready to pull their weight, and a movement that is ready to prove the Democrat Party wrong. That is where we need to be starting on this fight. You are patriots, you are freedom fighters, you are happy warriors. You all have a vision, and that vision says America's best days are ahead of her. They are not behind her. Your vision is that this country is strong, it is prosperous, that our kids are going to have the ability to dream those dreams. So, it is time for everybody to get involved. It is time to go be the candidate in these races. Be the campaign manager. Be the door knocker. Be the poll worker. Get involved in these, because it is imperative that we, the people, be the people in 2022. You know, I've got grandkids, and when I think about this education issue, when I look at all the moms and dads across the country that are standing up, I think about what I want my grandkids to learn. I want them to know that the United States of America, that we trace our founding to 1776, not some arbitrary date that a debunked author from the New York Times decided was going to be the date. I want them to know that this Constitution is our framework, and it is valid, and on it we stand. I want them to know that freedom is worth the fight, and that they should be celebrating their family members that have worn the uniform and have defended this country and have defended freedom. I want them to know the Pledge of Allegiance. I want them to sing the national anthem. I want them to look at the person's character, not the color of their skin. I want them to love free speech. I want them to be able to express their opinion. I want them to engage robust, respectful political debate. I want them to learn to listen. I want them to learn how a bill becomes a law. And I don't want them to go to school and learn how to build a Molotov cocktail for a mostly peaceful protest. Also, I want them to learn the names of our 50 states. I don't want them to feel like they have to learn 50 different pronouns. And I want them to learn that this country is the greatest place on the planet for human flourishing, that this is the country where dreams come true. This is where they can dream those big dreams. And it happens because the people decide they are going to be the people. They are going to fight back, and they are going to preserve faith, family, freedom, hope, and opportunity for all our citizens and all generations. God bless you all. Get ready for the fight. God bless the USA.
This is how you have to visit your son.
My addiction began at the age of 11. This is preventable.
We will cover the biggest issues our kids are facing.
There's something special, and it's going to impact a lot of people's lives.
By the end of the year, we hope to have 1,000 beds.
I wanted to be the first state in the nation that took Victoria's voice in statewide.
I overdosed with pain medicine. Luckily, Narcan saved me. They have these victory clubs which incentivize kids.
Yes, National School Board Association, I know you can hear us. We are loud, we are bold, and we will not be silenced.
What's important about today is we stand for freedom. Now we stand for freedom with the brave people who are taking to the streets in Cuba, but we don't just stand with Cuba. We stand with freedom-loving people everywhere.
But I do want to say to the man that is in that White House, what he has done is simply unacceptable. He has failed the Afghan people. He has failed the Afghan women and children. He has failed our military. He is leaving Americans behind.
You know, all they do is they use us. They've been using us for decades.
We share one thing in common, and that is to protect our children. That is to give our children the best possible education we can in this great country. I am the mother of 5 daughters, and it is a priority that we teach them the good values of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, all the news the left permits. Please welcome Eric Finman. From the Heritage Foundation, Kevin Roberts. Former CEO, Papa John's Pizza, Papa John. And your moderator from One America News Network, Natalie Harp.
Totally canceled to me, don't you think? Everybody want to sit down? Oh, well, we want to talk about a lot of forbidden topics today, right? But I think we should probably start with the elephant in the room. Actually, no. He's more of a donkey, don't you think? Biden. If only he had gone to the beach. I think even the boss in the parable of the talents would have forgiven him that, don't you think? I mean, hey, at least that bad employee in the story, he at least buried it. He didn't touch it. He left well enough alone. Biden, well, he had to interfere. He had to lose everything. And now we're losing America and the world, really, as we know it. But the one good thing is we may all be in this new and unimproved version of the parable of the talents, but there's more to the story, right? There's us. There's those of us who have been entrusted with so much. And each of you here today, you have a voice. You have a vote. And I know it gets kind of discouraging when you see Biden and his talent for taking 8 circles, kind of like a circle here, turn them into 81 million ballots. But you know what? That doesn't mean we bury our vote. Just because we might be afraid we're going to be canceled, we don't stop talking. We talk even louder because we want to be found greater and stronger than ever before. And that's what our panel right here, you guys are greater and stronger than ever before. So many people have tried to cancel you. And I want to start first with you, Papa John, obviously, because you were the first person to get canceled kind of before it became the thing everybody wants to happen to them, right? It's a badge of honor. But can you talk to us about that?
Well, we were kind of Barbara Mandrell. We were country when country wasn't cool.
Yeah.
It came out of nowhere. We look back on it. We had the notoriety. We had the influence. The company was doing $4 billion, and Papa John's was the American dream. And we were the perfect first target. And they went there, and there was no model. We've since got a program in place. We put it on our op-ed coming up, what to do about this, fighting back, don't let them put out lies, et cetera. But we didn't have a model, we didn't have a program. And I had a board of directors who was really weak, that actually I was behind enemy lines and didn't know it. So you have the target aspect, and you have people around you that let this happen, and before you know it, you have a disaster. And you can relate, Kevin, to being behind enemy lines, being in D.C. Yeah.
That's exactly right. The Heritage Foundation operates behind enemy lines every day on behalf of all these great people who are here.
It's so interesting to see, too, because it's so easy. They call Republicans racist all the time, right? And yet you look at what happened with Whoopi Goldberg. Here she says the Holocaust has nothing to do with race. They say, oh, she's going to be suspended for 14 days. It ends up being 13 days. And yet you've been fighting your whole life to break out of this label of being racist. And we were talking earlier, Eric, you actually almost lost your business because your assets were frozen. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So a little bit of my background, I got into Bitcoin back in like 2011, and I was, secretly conservative for a long time. And then I decided, hey, if you've got, FU money, pardon my French, might as well try to, say FU sometimes. And I wanted to start a project that would solve all this App Store censorship. Like they banned Parler, completely ruined that business. And I started something called the Freedom Phone. And then literally, we made $3.5 million in 8 hours of our launch. And then right after that, all the payment processors froze every single dime. So you think, well, $3.5 million, that's a lot of money, right? But then they froze all of it. Not a penny of that was ever sent to our bank account. So what they did to us is the same thing they were doing with the truckers now. It was horrible. And and you're on the hook to get all these amazing customers their phones. Right. So we had to pay all this money out of pocket, and they wouldn't even allow us, let's say, hey, like you want a refund, that's normal and things. Like we had to issue refunds out of our own pocket and not even, you're not able to even touch on that money. I mean, it was horrible, right? And luckily we just recently got all those phones out. It was great. Took a while. I won't even go into the Biden supply chain shortages, which is a living hell. But I mean, it's crazy how you cannot have true free speech if you don't have a free financial system, and that shows what they did to Freedom Phone and what they've done to the truckers now. I mean, it's horrible.
It's so sad to see, and Kevin, you've been in conservatism, even academia, we were talking earlier. It's so entrenched where they don't want you to be able to speak up, but people are getting smarter. Now it's kind of the in thing to be canceled. How do you feel like conservatism is really changing for the better?
Well, look, Natalie, I don't want to get into hollow optimism, but I would say two things. The first is that when our friends are canceled, like when Papa was canceled, my kids came to me and said, Dad, we need to go to Papa John's tonight. And I said, the only better than that is we could just send him the money directly. But the point is we got to lean into those people, our friends who are taking stands and even thinking about what you do for a living. Thankfully, there are news platforms that are out there. But the second thing I would say is more than 20 years ago, I was the lone conservative. I'm now a DC commuter, having moved to Northern Virginia from Texas. I hope the truckers shut down the traffic. That's the kind of thing that has to happen.
You could be canceled for saying that, Kevin. So you better be pretty careful. I mean, YouTube right now has probably suspended Cpac, but
Sounds
good,
great.
right? We like when that happens. No, but Papa John, too, even when you've seen COVID kind of change the business landscape, so many people having their businesses threatened for not wanting to enforce the vaccine mandate, the mask mandate. Were you surprised by that when businesses started having to close, when you talk about the gyms? Was that surprising to you, or were you just, yeah, now it's happening to everyone?
Well, small business is the heartbeat of American new jobs, some 60%. And I grew up and started Papa John's in '84, which was Reaganomics. I mean, how lucky was I? And, you know, we built her up at $1,600, built her up to 5,000 stores. But I think attitude and the mindset starts at the top. You know, you take Reagan, you take Trump, they love small business. They love entrepreneurship. You know, the Biden administration, I can't think of anything they haven't done that doesn't hurt that small business owner. And the mindset, the attitude at the top is anti-small business. You've already got a headwind of 1 out of 10 small businesses make it. Right. And to have an administration that is printing money and devaluating the dollar and doing, okay, they open up Target, but they don't open up the small grocery. I mean, it's just a double standard, it's hypocrisy, and it's all political. And so walking a mile, you know, when you've built something from nothing, you have your heart, you know, you have empathy for what it takes to run a small business. And to see them do this to the small business owners infuriates me, frankly.
Well, and it's amazing because for so long they kept acting like the Republican Party was the establishment party. We had all the money, the lobbyists. And you see it's the small business owners that are really part of the Republican Party now. You've got Democrats, independents, perhaps they identified as that in the past, but it's almost become the people versus the establishment, and that started with President Trump, wouldn't you think?
Oh, that's exactly right. I mean, President Trump is a hero for many respects. One of them is he understood and understands present tense, as so many of our conservative leaders do. Governor DeSantis, Lieutenant Governor Robinson, the following. It's not even Democrat versus Republican. It's not even liberal versus conservative. It is self-appointed ruling class elites versus the rest of us. We need to start and I mean this in a figurative sense, a second American revolution to take back our institutions.
Well, it's exciting because there were so many different establishment media, even establishment social media, where we would talk about being suppressed. And then last January, with President Trump being suspended, so many other people, COVID misinformation, yes, it's so terrible. Of course, Fauci's still on Twitter talking about masks didn't work. Hillary's still on Twitter talking about Russia, Russia, Russia. But now you see new social media platforms like Truth Social that's coming up. Of course, you tried to do it with a phone. You talked about how Parler, when you saw Parler be suspended from the App Store, Eric, that really motivated you to kind of change the way you did business.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at Truth. You know, they're at risk of getting similarly banned by the app stores as Parler. I mean, Parler, I read, I think it was even in the Wall Street Journal, they were almost valued at $1 billion company, and then they killed that overnight. And then that's what I was trying to solve. And again, that's the same risk that Truth is going to experience, and they're going to have to balance, like, you know, hey, if you want to stay on the app store, you're going to have to ban these people, and that's a horrible choice. You shouldn't have to, right? And then that hurts the reputation of Truth because they get the blame for it, right? When it's actually the app stores doing that. And again, it's just, if you don't have this whole parallel economy of not just alternative social media networks, alternative phones, and absolutely alternative financial systems, which with my crypto background, that's also what I'm working on too. You know, that's the only way we can fight is just having not just similar, but better technology and our own technology that they can't touch.
It's never been competitive before. That's the sad thing. It's big tech. People were afraid. They're too big. They're the oligarchs. They're too tough to take on, really. And President Trump started the Take On Big Tech movement, which I think has encouraged a lot of people, even the business owners that were giving interviews, not even interviews, they just went viral for talking about the way that COVID had impacted their businesses. Do you feel like you first movers in this to actually, especially you, Papa John, to try to get your voice out past the media, past social media, past the label of being called a racist, when you know your life, you know your brand, you know who you are?
Yeah, the two things I'd like to leave the audience with is, one is the darkness and the evilness of the folks really pulling the strings here at the top left echelon are horrific. They'd scare the stripes off a raccoon, the things they do. It's that bad. Second of all is when they do attack you, it's venomous. I mean, it's relentless. They're out to destroy you. But I've always admired Trump. Just think if we didn't have Trump, when we had him, get him back. But the avenues and the things he pointed out to get us to the truth. Because if we stick to the truth, we take all their power away.
Right.
We and that's we want to just stick with the truth. My issue with the vaccine is they manipulate data, they hide data, they give false data, or they make up data. And how are we supposed to make a good decision with regards to the vaccine if they don't give us all the data? And Fauci, he's the #1 perpetrator of this whole thing.
At least he has his own documentary, right? Everybody wanted to watch that back in November. Nobody's heard of it. Good. I shouldn't have even said it. But no, it really is amazing because the elites and the establishment, they try to make stars out of people that have done so much damage. Whether it's Dr. Fauci, whether it's, well, of course, Biden, they think he's some kind of star, but I don't know, falling star if he was ever up there to begin with, but it's kind of lights out right now for the country. Right?
Yeah, it is. It's sad to see. And I would just really home in on this point about ruling class elites, which John, you dealt with in a bad way, Eric did. This is why Heritage, a couple of weeks ago, laid out a roadmap which harnesses all of the angst and anger and frustration that we have on big tech. And it's crucial that we understand that we fix that problem now by breaking them up. They are enemies of the people, and we need to treat them as such.
It's so true, and really President Trump taught us the art of the counterpunch because people were too afraid. Conservatives especially, we're nice people, at least for the most part. We want to talk nice, we want to try to resolve things, but you can't resolve things with people that are determined to call you racist, to call you xenophobic, sexist, every ist in the book. You have to learn to counterpunch. That's just a smart way of doing business, and that's why so many innovators, we've never seen entrepreneurship really at the levels that we have before as we are now. Eric, do you think last January really was the starting point, or does it go back to even 2015 when President Trump announced?
I mean, you just look at what big tech has done, not just to the US, but you look at even in India, the prime minister over there, they're starting their own alternative to Twitter over there. I mean, I think the questions started popping in people's minds in 2015, but I think after what we saw in 2020, it's like, we gotta have our own technology. I mean, period. That's exactly what just period. There's no other way to put it. And I think that there is a lot more entrepreneurship. That's why I don't think if Trump had that easy election, we didn't see actually what happened in full light and full view, I don't think I would have jumped into it as quickly as I did. I think it really kickstarted a lot of people off into being entrepreneurial, innovative, and creating this parallel economy of alternative payment processors, alternative devices, alternative social media. I really think it has.
It's really interesting because liberals probably don't even talk about the way that that works on the backside, where you have to actually go in the back way. Who's really, Amazon's a hosting platform for Parler. None of us really thought of that. Or the App Store. What do you do if you can't download an app? All of these different things, even campaigning, Kevin, I want to ask you, because this year you've got candidates, people trying to get their message out. You can't really put an ad on Twitter or Facebook or YouTube without second-guessing yourself, which you're not second-guessing yourself, but you could be suspended for it.
No, it's awful, and the group that I used to lead before coming to Heritage, the Texas Public Policy Foundation, a 501c3, great conservative group, but they don't get involved in campaigns and elections, is a really telling example. We ran some Facebook ads on election integrity, the great laws that passed in Texas. And what happened? When we converted them into the Spanish language, they were taken down because it was quote unquote electioneering. You know what is electioneering about that? They were right. It was the truth, and that's what the left can't handle.
Electioneering is what's happening at the border. You only have to look at all the illegal immigrants coming in. They electioneer all the time, but it's so sad that it's not sad though because we're getting smarter and there's gonna be a big red wave in November. But Papa John, do you feel, because you were, of course, the first mover in this, but do you feel the momentum has changed, that now people, the racist label doesn't mean as much when people say it, because we're actually learning how to communicate, learning how to fight back, learning how to show who we are just by our actions?
I think so. If you look at the Joe Rogan situation, he's going to make it. He is going to make it. 3 years ago when I started, I wouldn't have, he wouldn't have made it 3 years ago. But if they attack the parents and the truckers and Trump Jr. and Joe Rogan and Portnoy and me, none of us are safe if we disagree with their ideology. None of us are, because they're angry. It's the leftist side of the deal, the far leftists, they're angry. They're full of hate. They're full of envy. And when you're dealing at the opposite of kindness and love and joy, you're not going to see anything from a rational perspective. Right. It's not that they're intellectually stupid. It's just from a conscious level, they're so full of animosity that they're not going to be rational. Yeah. And that's what we're dealing with here. And that's the part that really scares me.
They want to put you in a box because if they can put you in a box, they can control you. But that's why we're thinking outside the box now. And Eric, what's your message to young people? Because before, if you got into politics, you thought, oh, you run for office, you know, but now it's different. You can join, you can take on big tech. You can actually create your own app, your social media platform. What's your message to young people that want to be in politics but maybe not actually run for office?
Yeah, I mean, my background is, I dropped out of high school when I was 15 years old. I moved just by myself to Silicon Valley, San Francisco, and I was able to, that was my first startup, sold that company 2 years later when I was 17, and I just found out that the beauty of the internet, an uncensored, you know, an uncanceled internet, is that you can learn anything. And I think that's what they're inhibiting now, is your ability to learn. And that's actually the saddest thing they're just suppressing knowledge, not just even political speak, just knowledge. And that's what I think. The internet, there are still places on the internet that are free. So if you're young, you know, go forth and conquer. You know, like I dropped out of high school at 15. Like, you know, I mean, I was able to get a stable life and be in a good relationship and go do and build what I wanted to do. And I think I think there's been no better time for young people to actually go do something in the world than now, because with an uncanceled internet, I think as long as you have that, a young person can do anything more than any other point in history.
Well, it's so interesting because the left, you have to go to the elite institutions, whether it's Harvard or Berkeley. But the right, you're right, it can be the blue-collar workers, it can be people that never go to college, because it's innovation, it's the spirit that really defines. You started your own business, and then when you had it taken away from you, you didn't let them take away who Papa John is.
Yeah, it strips away the non-essentials and gets you back to the basics of who you are as a human being. You know, the pity party lasted about 5 seconds, and you just got to get on with it.
Then you had a pizza party, right?
Pizza party.
After
I didn't say I had Papa John's. But
okay.
You know, it's you know, things always work out for the best. You know, even though on the darkest night there's a shining star. You've got to take this, whatever this was, and it's been a great education. I'm very grateful for what happened. I don't want to go through this again, and you've got to use that as a catalyst to go on to the next thing, whether that's Papa's Farm, whether we can change agriculture, whether we can help the nutrition and the health of society. I don't know what that next venture is going to be, but I know that the catalyst is going to come from the energy by having been done the way I was done.
The best is yet to come, because you're still trying to find the way to be at your best, because the worst is in the past, right? So the best has to be yet to come, right? That's one good thing about bad things happening, if you want to look at it kind of positively. But Kevin, what's your message to the think tanks? Because we were talking earlier, we say think tanks. We
Stop using
use
think
that
tank.
term.
That's the first message.
They're action tanks, right?
That's right.
Because we don't want people to think, well, we want people to think, but we don't want people to just sit around and think. We want people to actually act. So what's your message to action leaders, not thought leaders anymore?
I love that question. Two things. The first is, the very first day I was on the job at the Heritage Foundation, December 1st, I'm an adopted Texan, as you might be able to tell. I said to all the staff, yes, we're a think tank. Most importantly, what we're doing is taking back America, and that means that every single moment of every day, we are on offense for the American people. The second thing is, and this is a comment for all of you, people who are watching video, for John, for Eric, there's a lot bad that's going on in the world.
Right.
There's a lot bad going on in the country. It's easy to get depressed. I'm going to let you know the left wants you to be that way.
Yeah.
They want you to give up. We know from scripture, we know from history, and we know as Americans now in this century that American people are the last best hope for the world. Don't forget that and be on offense every day.
You don't have to live canceled.
Amen.
Cancel culture is a thing out there, but if you live canceled, then they win. If you bury the talents that you have, if you stop voting because you think it's rigged, which it was rigged in 2020, but if they get you to back down, that's the only way that they win. And you guys are just such great examples of fighting back, and thank you for what you're doing out there. Thank you for what all you are doing out there. Keep it up, because you see this movement, it's only growing, and when the boss returns, he's gonna find us not like basement Biden, right? With the country buried. We're really gonna come back stronger than ever before. So God bless you all. We're gonna save America very, very soon. It starts in the November and the midterms, and of course online. Join Truth Social too, it's awesome. Thank you all.
Great job, Natalie.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next topic, Obamacare still kills. Please welcome, from Indiana, Senator Mike Braun. From Friedrich A. Hayek Institute, Barbara Colm. From Center for Individual Freedom, Tim Lee. And your moderator, Cpac Executive Vice President, Dan Schneider.
It is my privilege to be here with a senator with a spectacular rating on our congressional scorecard. We've been doing scorecards for 50 plus years. Senator Mike Braun is an A, lifetime rating, on the ACU scorecard. We are pleased that he decided to run for office to be in the U.S. Senate. Senator, why did you run for office?
So I started my own business back in the early 80s. Lucky enough, 3 of my 4 kids now are in it. When I saw what happened in 2016, when Trump came onto the scene, I was convinced half the country, if not more, fed up with business as usual in DC. And I could have done something else, but I was a state legislator for just 3 years and said, rather than go back home, big believer in term limits at the federal level, I was going to give it my whirl. And I've got the benefit of not having to calculate how I vote based upon being there forever. And if we just had that in general, I think we'd get the cream of the crop there from this country that aren't wanting to be there, get the big pension, and stay there and fall over in the halls of Congress.
Well, that gives you the platform then to address health care. We've had the Obamacare weighing over our heads. This is a panel to discuss whether socialized medicine works or not. Senator, does it work?
There's no way it works. When you ask government to do more of anything, it'd be different if they were knocking it out of the park. But ever since the Great Society days, we know what that's like. At least there was a little willingness to pay for things along the way. But when we came upon the issue of health care, I took it on 15 years ago in my own business. And the healthcare industry is not competitive. It's not transparent. Barriers to entry, and you don't have an engaged consumer. I took those observations, completely changed healthcare for my own employees to get them engaged in their own well-being, number one, to avoid the broken healthcare system, put skin in the game so you shop as a healthcare consumer. It'd take more than our panel time today, but cut costs by over 50% 15 years ago, and they've only gone up 2% a year since then. But you got to think out of the box, relating it to what happens when you don't. The other side of the aisle, political enterprisers, hate to even use the word entrepreneurs, but it's on display in the Biden administration. If we, as conservatives, aren't more than the party of no or I'm not interested, when Obamacare came along, we didn't have anything. We should have had a solution to it along the lines of what I talked about.
So, in your private business, you found market incentives to try to drive down the price of health care for your employees. Nancy Pelosi, and I hope you're all listening to this, Nancy Pelosi has a couple different bills in Congress. She's trying to help you all. She's trying to make sure your prescription drugs are cheaper. That sounds like a noble goal, but how's she doing it? Barbara, you are actually from one of the strongest think tanks in the world, maybe the #1 think tank in Europe. There are lots of price controls in Europe. Does that work?
Well, price controls have never worked. They just bring socialism to everybody. And we have to, and I would follow up on what you have said, just what the senator has pointed out, the moral high grounds of the markets. We as conservatives believe in those values. And I think we should also put that into practice with medicine and Medicare, because after all, why should the markets not work for the pharmacy industry, for the medical industry? I think this is something that we really should put into on the ground and lay it out. And if we look at the European example, which is a totally negative one, we have socialized medicine there, and we've had it forever. Look at our sovereign, our national budgets. 2/3 of what we spend go into this direction. So there is not much left for anything else. And this is a very negative example. So be careful what you wish for. Don't fall into the trap and make this negative examples that we see in Europe, import them, rather fight them, and don't bring the socialism into your country.
Tim, I'm going to get to you in just a second, but I want to go back to the senator, who has been a successful businessman, a successful politician. Price controls, I mean, don't we all want to pay cheaper for our drugs and our health care? I mean, it's a very tantalizing thing. If all of you sitting out in the audience today, I'm sure you'd rather pay less for the drugs you take. Why can't we just have government drive down the prices with ceilings and just say, you can't charge more than that?
Because you're replacing the real economy with the federal government. And that's been on display with what they've tried to do through COVID. But on the other hand, we as conservatives can't say that healthcare currently is transparent, is competitive. So we need to do, the Trump administration had about 4 executive orders out there, from transparency to addressing these issues. You know who went after him? The healthcare lobby. Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, should have been called the Unaffordable Care Act, and it was big insurance in cahoots with big business. So we can't defend a broken industry, and we need to set the stage to where they can compete, to where there is transparency, and the consumer has to drive it. Because when I changed that in my own system, they started picking up the phone, going onto the web, saving 30 to 70% every time they engage it, even when the industry was making it difficult to do. That's what we need to do, or else Bernie Sanders runs the system someday.
Right.
Let me just briefly add, from the European example again, if we have those price controls, you have one-size-fits-all politics, and this has never worked, and it will never work, because after all, we are individuals, we have individual demands and needs, and we know better what is good for us than the big government up there or somebody else up there. So we have to be very careful. We saw that with the price controls, that all of a sudden medication was unavailable for poorer countries in Europe because people could not afford it anymore. And this doesn't have anything to do with the so-called justice that everybody is promoting. So very careful. If we do that, you really outmaneuver the poorer ones. And that's a bad sign.
Yeah, I started this discussion talking about price controls. That's at the very end of this supply chain.
Yeah.
The beginning of it would be the invention side, creating these things, intellectual property. I know, Tim, you're a leading authority in Washington on intellectual property rights. Barbara, you cover these issues too. The European model, the American model. Let me maybe just say one thing. Today, Russia invaded Ukraine. That's not the beginning of the war. Putin and Xi in China, they've been stealing our intellectual property and attacking our country through cyber attacks for years and years. The theft of our intellectual property is an act of war, and it's been going on a long time. Why is it so dangerous?
Intellectual property, to quote Abraham Lincoln, it adds the fuel of interest to the fire of genius. What that means is it protects people's property rights and things that they invent, but it also incentivizes people to invent. Let me give you a quick number. The United States accounts for about 4% of the world's population. We're the largest economy in the world, but that's about 1/4 of the world's economy. But we account every year for about 2/3 to 70% of all new drugs introduced into the world. Why is that? That's not coincidence, it's disproportionate. It's because we protect intellectual property like no other nation in human history. It's in the Constitution, the text of the Constitution, even before the Bill of Rights.
In fact, Tim, you've just, look, I know that sometimes this gets a little wonky. I want everybody to hear this. Tim just touched on it. When we talk about constitutional rights, we're actually talking about rights found in the amendments, or sometimes judge-created law. But there's only one right actually in the Constitution, the proper portion of the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, the right of authors and inventors to the exclusive use of their ideas. Our founders understood that if we create a property interest in your ideas, that only not helps the economy, as Abraham Lincoln said, it also provides dignity. If you cannot keep what you invent, what you create with your mind and with your hands, if you can't keep that, that diminishes you as a human being. Intellectual property rights are critical to who we are as a people and as a person. Sorry for being on my soapbox. I get passionate about these ideas.
No, you should be.
You have to be. You have to be. It's a basic principle, because if we are not allowed to protect our property, whether it's the physical property or the intellectual property, we will not go anywhere. Innovation processes are only possible because we protect property. We protect those guys who invent and who create. And if we don't do that, we are losing out. Yes. There will not be a capitalist society without an innovation society.
And a multitude of organizations rank nations across the world in terms of how they protect intellectual property. Year after year, survey after survey, the United States is always #1 because we protect it in the Constitution, but that's why we invent 2/3 of all new drugs in the world. It's a direct correlation. We protect intellectual property and it creates that innovation. And it's not just drugs. I mean, obviously the internet, flight, the telephone, the light bulb, these are things that were based a lot of times on copyright, patent, intellectual property. So there's a direct correlation there.
Yeah. And Dan, one thing to add to that, of the healthcare legs, insurance, hospitals, pharma, practitioners, the one part that works halfway would be discovering the therapies and the medicines. And then we destroy it with things like pharmacy benefit managers, where you create a middleman that sucks out between 180 and 300 billion. And that's where the lack of transparency. We do a great job of making the pill and then screw it all up with how we distribute it. I'm in the logistics and distribution business, and you are competing with a lot of different places that do the same thing. And then sometimes they get to where they might impede generics or tweak patents, and you got to be careful. But the one part that we do the best is coming up with it, because even back when the founders put it together, they recognized that was important.
Yeah, Barbara, you're from Europe, obviously. Germany used to invent lots of stuff, Bayer.
Yes.
They don't invent anything anymore. Why is that?
Unfortunately, because those rights are neither protected, nor do we have the right incentives for capital formation, nor the right tax structure. And these are all important incentives for enterprises and for scientists to be in a certain place to allow new ideas to become creative. And you know, if you look at the number of patents that have been protected and registered out of Austria, Germany in the past decades, this was next, in contrast to the US, 0, nothing. We're some minor. This is really very bad. Yeah. And this is when politics is wrong. And we've seen that with the socialism all across Europe. When one size fits all works, when you do not protect either individual property nor entrepreneurial property and intellectual property, you're outmaneuvered. And don't tax it too high. And this is what is done as well.
Yeah. Well, I know Nancy Pelosi in the House and Chuck Schumer in the Senate are really pushing these price control bills. Senator, you have a crystal ball. Can you let us know what you think the chances of those things passing?
Well, thank goodness something like that, I think, would take 60 votes to get through in the Senate. even though they try to wedge a lot of that kind of stuff into legislation called, where you're doing it just on budget stuff. So I don't think we're going to go there, but I do believe that it's up to us as conservatives. When you've got key issues like the high cost of health care, it's the thing I wrestled with the most as a small business and as it grew, that we got to come up with proposals to fix those things. And that's going to be taking on some of the powers to be. And a lot of this is coalesced between big government and big lobbyists. The biggest lobbies in DC would be pharma, insurance, hospitals. And then you'd think the US Chamber would be for making it more transparent and competitive. Well, they're with them, not with the rest of us business owners that want just the chance to compete with no leg up from government. And sadly, the biggest business in our country is healthcare, almost double what it costs the rest of the world for similar results. So there's a lot of improvement. That's where we win as conservatives, not being the party I know, or I'm not interested with good ideas.
Yeah. Well, Tim, the senator gave us a prognostication on the health side, just more broadly on the IP side. What's your temperature of DC now and the left trying to attack intellectual property rights? That was a big push for them a few years ago. Are they still trying to do that?
Yeah, they are. With the vaccines, you saw the Biden administration say that they were going to disrupt the patent rights of the groups that invented those vaccines. But the public opposes that. The Center for Individual Freedom did a study where the public, by about a 3-to-1 margin, opposes the Biden administration just forfeiting those patent rights. And so you do see some danger from existing DC establishment politicians, and the people don't like it, and it's harmful.
I mean, frankly, when the Biden administration talks about, what was the technical term you used? The Biden administration is going to...
Well, they're just going to forcibly forfeit the rights of the patent rights of the groups that invented the vaccines to get it across the world.
That sounds like theft of property to me.
It is.
It sounds like government is taking stuff.
And they had guaranteed those same rights when they incentivized those groups to invent those vaccines. And so they pulled the rug out from under them. So it's very unpopular, and that's not the way to get new drugs out into the world. So really quickly, too, in terms of price controls, if you just look at some of the numbers, for about 200 drugs that were invented between about 2011 and 2019, almost all of them were available in America. In Europe, approximately 50% of them were available. So price controls don't lower the costs. In many cases, they mean you don't get those drugs at all. Just look at those numbers.
You know, you can look at Castro's Cuba. He could impose price controls on bread.
Right.
All that meant is there were long lines for bread, and you couldn't get bread. Some of these principles are so simple.
If you prohibit tax competition, you end up with very high tax rates everywhere, and not lower. And it's the same thing. As simple.
Do we have, I'd like to give each of you a couple minutes, any closing thoughts that you may have. We'll end with the senator. But Tim.
Closing thoughts are, if you look at intellectual property, it protects fairness. These are property rights, just like every other sort of property rights, but it also creates real-world incentives and results where we get those inventions. Americans create those things, whether it's pharmaceuticals or other types of inventions and artistic creations. The proof is there in the real world, and so we've got to protect that, and it's also fairness.
Barbara.
I would argue that we should allow the individual to be self-responsible and to choose and pick from the choices the market provides, and allow the moral high ground of the markets to work.
All right, it's the right thing as human beings. It's the right thing for our pocketbooks.
We have to do it. And fight for it. And never give up.
Senator.
And as we're talking about health care, when I decided to run for Senate, it was with that frustration that on Main Street, Southern Indiana, Jasper, where I'm from, when I at least had the wisdom to move back there. My wife's had a business in our downtown for 40-some years. You know, I built the business there. It's different from how the economy works in the corporate world. So normally, that tier is teamed up with big government. And a lot of the dysfunction that we're talking about, price controls, would be due to markets not working when you concentrate power. That's happened in tech. It's happened in agriculture. It's happened in healthcare. Most of us have to live in the embrace of competition, transparency, and giving it your all, and do not have lobbyists on your staff to boot. That's what the founders set up years ago, and what always amazed me about them is when Washington and Jefferson were done, they hurried back to Mount Vernon and Monticello because they actually liked what they were doing better before, even in those heady times. A lot of it just takes getting back to what the country was built on, and you can never get where power is concentrated in an unresponsive government like I sense now we're dealing with here. Europe, it's been that way for a while. And especially when business and big corporations throw in to that same mix, it's called the swamp.
Senator, you're a champion for freedom. Thank you so much. Barbara, Tim, on your respective continents, you're doing wonderful work. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
So about Cpac is Cpac. There's a few different things I love. I get to see some of my favorite speakers, some of my favorite representatives. I mean, we have Governor Ron DeSantis here. We have President Trump coming. And also, it's a good way to see your Facebook friends list, because everybody you see on Facebook is from all over the world, if you have a network on Facebook.
It's been great, meeting a lot of people from around the country that are just excited to be here, share information. We've got finding a lot of friendly people too, which I don't think you necessarily find at all events. Everybody is just looking to have an enjoyable time and get good information.
Associate with everybody that's anybody in the conservative political side of the spectrum. And for me, it's an invaluable experience to be able to talk to people from across the country, other candidates that are running, to get input from them, to meet them, and hopefully we can meet each other in D.C. after November.
Great question. I think we need to have a process in place to stand for our Constitution first and foremost, and that we take the time to make sure that the people that are running for office actually share the values, the founding principles that our founding fathers had.
Yes, National School Board Association, I know you can hear us. We are loud, we are bold, and we will not be silenced.
What's important about today is we stand for freedom. Now, we stand for freedom with the brave people who are taking to the streets in Cuba, but we don't just stand with Cuba, we stand with freedom-loving people everywhere.
But I do want to say to the man that is in that White House, what he has done is simply unacceptable. He has failed the Afghan people. He has failed the Afghan women and children. He has failed our military. He is leaving Americans behind.
You know, all they do is they use us. They've been using us for decades.
We share one thing in common, and that is to protect our children. That is to give our children the best possible education we can in this great country. I am the mother of 5 daughters, and it is a priority that we teach them the good values of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, The Invasion, a conversation. Please welcome former Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Tom Homan. Utah Attorney General, Sean Reyes. From townhall.com, Julio Rosas. Texas Attorney General, Ken Paxton. And your moderator, co-host, Cpac Now, Mercedes Schlapp.
Get tired, okay? It's just day one, okay? Where there's a lot to do, a lot to cover, and I'm so honored to be here with these great patriots. Can I get a round of applause for this fabulous group? Okay, so we're gonna jump right into it. This panel is called The Invasion, and yes, this is what's happening in our southern border every single day, and each of these individuals have such a unique perspective and have been involved in really either covering the border or understanding what's happening at the southern border. So let's start, Ken Paxton, with you. Can I just say, one of the best attorney generals, and Sean, I'll get to you too. I mean, how cool is this? I get to talk to 2 of the best attorney generals. This is amazing. But Ken, you've been involved firsthand. You know what's happening at the southern border. Talk about what, from the legal standpoint, the lawsuits that you all have been involved in, whether it's CAM or also what's happening with the Remain in Mexico policy.
Yes, so first of all, thank you all for being here and having me here. It has been amazing. From day one, we started suing Biden over immigration. I think day 3 was our first lawsuit when he came out on day 1 and said, I'm not enforcing deportations anymore. Right. We got our first injunction on day 6. I don't think that's ever happened that fast against a sitting president. Since then, we've had our 9th lawsuit, which was over the Central American Minors Program, which many have not heard about, but it's pretty amazing. You can now come into this country, claim asylum. You're supposed to remain in Mexico. You're supposed to be put back in Mexico. That's the Remain in Mexico program that Trump reinstituted. We've sued over that. We're winning over that. But meanwhile, if you claim asylum, they will now fly your other kids up, along with other caregivers on taxpayer money, and they'll let them come into the country.
Okay, wait a second. So they will fly the rest of their family into the United States. That is what's happening right now.
If you're from one of the 3 countries, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, you get treated special. There's no law related to this. This is totally made up by the Biden administration. Obama did it too.
Right.
Trump stopped it. It's completely made up, and we sued over this a couple of weeks ago.
Wow. Julio, let me go to you real quick on this Operation Lone Star. We know Governor Greg Abbott has taken the lead on this. Is it being effective? Are we seeing results happening at the southern border in stopping illegal immigrants from entering through the southern border?
It certainly helps. I mean, it's very. I've been on multiple ride-alongs with Texas DPS. They're doing outstanding work down there, and it's unfortunate because they can only do so much at the same time, because the issue of immigration as a whole, that's a federal job. That falls under the responsibility of the federal government. But what do you do when the federal government doesn't want to actually enforce immigration law, or basically incentivize more people to come? So, Texas DPS has done outstanding work. I've been along in the helicopters, I've been on boats, gone through ranches, trying to, hunt, track down the people that are trying to get away, the gotaways that are at the highest levels in recent memory. And so, it's unfortunate that Texas has to do it, but if Texas isn't going to do it, along with the other border states, then a lot more people are going to slip through Border Patrol because Border Patrol is completely overwhelmed, unfortunately.
Yeah, Sean, you've been dealing a lot with the human trafficking component of this. Tell us, has it gotten worse ever since President Trump left office? And is the Biden administration doing anything to stop human trafficking at the southern border?
No, and yes, it has gotten worse. Mercy, really quickly before I answer that, I just have to say how fortunate Texas and Florida are to have the attorneys general that they do, helping to lead this fight against human trafficking on the border, drugs. It's amazing. Ashley Moody, our colleague, they have led out on lawsuits and letters and everything else. Attorney General Paxton hosted a number of us at the border, and what we saw down there just a few weeks ago validated all of our biggest fears, that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Alejandro Mayorkas have absolutely abdicated the rule of law, abandoned their oath, violated every sense of normalcy by their open border policy. And the reason we know that, and Ken knows that, is because we've prosecuted some of the largest human trafficking cases, some of the biggest fentanyl cases in America, and some of the largest organized retail crime cases. And it's because of that failed policy. Everybody is focused on the invasion of Ukraine, as they should be. That's critical. But as little as the administration has done to deter the invasion of the Ukraine, they have done even less to deter the invasion at the southern border. And all of our states are now border states because of that. We are all dealing with the death and the suffering and the fallout of that. And that administration has blood on their hands. They have lives and innocence on their hands and on their heads. And thank goodness we have people like this on this panel to stand up and hold them accountable, Mercy.
Tom, I think of you, just decades of service, understanding what has really happened at the border. Has it gotten substantially worse? I mean, they've talked about abolishing ICE. It almost sounds to me like they've almost done that. The Democrats have almost done that just by trying to keep them powerless.
Well, first of all, let me say this. Ken Paxton should be the Secretary of Homeland Security because the one we have sucks. First of all. And I mean that. I've written more affidavits for Ken Paxton's office than I did my whole career. So I'm with Ken. We're suing the hell out of him. We're 3-0, and hopefully we'll be 4-0 after yesterday. But look, I've said this many times. You're right. I started in the Border Patrol in 1984. I was the first ICE director that actually came up through the ranks. So the 20,000 men and women that worked for me, I didn't ask them to do anything I didn't do myself. But I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. And I respected them all. But every one of them had their idea how to secure the border. Some took it more seriously than others. Some had different ideas how to secure the border. But now we have a president, the first president in my lifetime, first president in history of this nation that came into office and unsecured the most secure border we ever had under President Trump. And that itself should cause him to be impeached, in my opinion. Because I tell you what, people are going to say what they want about President Trump. I've done this for a long time. He did more to secure that border than any president in my lifetime. And I think he's the greatest president of my lifetime.
Yes.
Because he was able to accomplish a 34-year low in illegal immigration, 84% decline in illegal immigration. So all those people that want to say Trump's policy is inhumane and Tom Homan's a Nazi, let me tell you something. How many women weren't getting raped when there were 84% decline on illegal immigration? How many children weren't dying? How many women weren't trafficked? How many pounds of fentanyl didn't come to this country that killed over 100,000 Americans? President Trump saved lives by securing the border.
Yes, that's right. Ken, simple question. What about the border czar?
Who?
The lady that was up in Munich and making all misspeaking on Russia. Tell me about the border czar.
Yeah, so I mean that's pretty much a joke, and I want to thank Tom for what you all did. I mean he is right. President Trump did more to stop illegal immigration and save lives, and lives in so many different ways. I mean you just look at the fentanyl overdoses now. The total drug overdoses in our country are up 30%. Think about the number of border agents who have gotten COVID. It's the number of border agents who have died in the last year is up 275%. That's because of COVID and the fact that these people are coming in and they have COVID. And then guess what? They're not tested and they get spread all around the country in the middle of the night on buses. I've talked to law enforcement. They tell me they just get off the bus and they just disappear. The fact that we have a border czar, I mean, I can't name one thing that she's done to secure the border. I can't name one thing that Joe Biden has done to secure the border. All I can tell you is that they look at federal law as non-related to them. And they do what they want to do. And somewhere we've got to be able to hold them accountable. We're doing it in the courts, but we need to stop them because they're gonna destroy this country. And I think they have two goals. I think they want to basically have an amnesty program for 10 million people in 4 years. And I think they want to bring as many people as they can to Republican states because they see how successful Texas and Florida and Utah and other Republican states are, and they're bringing a lot of cost and a lot of harm to our states.
Julio, you talked to, this is what you live and breathe every day. You've been at the border how many times already?
I've lost count.
You've lost count.
More than Kamala, though.
More than Kamala, definitely, yes.
Low bar.
Little more. You're on the ground, you're talking to the Border Patrol agents. What is their message? Like, what do they tell you? And what's their frustration that they're experiencing under this Biden administration?
Their message is that they know what's happening is really messed up because, I mean, a lot of them have worked under multiple administrations. A lot of them have seen, most recently, what was happening under the Trump administration where they were seeing progress. I mean, the border's been a problem for many, many decades, but at least it was going a step in the right direction. Now it's like 10 steps back and we keep going backwards. And so they're very, very frustrated. They're very, very demoralized. They signed up to protect the border, and they can't do that because when you have 500 people, like in Eagle Pass when I was down there, 500 people show up at one time, well, all the resources have to be dedicated to taking care of them and process them. And so that leaves entire miles of our border completely open. And so, yeah, our border is open. And one of my sources out in Yuma, he told me that he had never seen as many recently dead bodies in his entire in his long career within the Border Patrol. And he's very concerned that that number is going to increase this summer. And so they know what's happening down there is not what it should be. And it's just, again, it's just unfortunate because we know what spurred this surge. It wasn't just because of COVID. It wasn't just because of the normal push factors. The pull factors is that the incentives to take this very dangerous journey is coming from the U.S. government.
What do you think are the incentives that are telling, the people? It's almost like Biden has a bullhorn saying, come on in, to the United States because you're not going to get penalized.
Money and votes. But Mercy, let me share with you some really sobering statistics. And then really quickly, I want to touch on race and this false narrative of humanity and what the left always tries to portray this issue as. To build on what General Paxton said, we just joined Florida 2 days ago in calling for the resignation of Secretary Mayorkas for these numbers. Because of these numbers, and I want you to hear these and I want you this to sink in. 100 million, 400 million, 47 billion. What does that represent? 100 million. When we were down on the border, whether it was federal or state assets supporting our federal men and women in uniform, they said there are $100 million worth of human beings being trafficked weekly, not monthly, not annually, weekly. That's billions of dollars of these people being sold for sex, for forced labor, for their organs, for illegal adoptions, not to mention the billions that are made off of them being illegally brought over. That's the human trafficking epidemic that we have, and thank goodness we have people like Jaco Boyens, Tim Ballard, Matt Whitaker, who's speaking later on, Eduardo Verastegui, all friends of Cpac who are here fighting on that front. 400 million are just the number of lethal doses that Texas, as state assets, intercepted of lethal fentanyl. That's only what they had. If you count CBP, that's another 2.5 billion doses last year, and in only 2 months, this is the scary trend. Since December of 2021, 1.08 billion lethal doses confiscated at the border. That's enough to kill every man, woman, and child in the US multiple times over. And the scary part, we're only catching some of it.
Right.
What about everything else coming through? And then a lot of that is fueling what was 47 billion. It's between 47 and 70 billion organized retail theft because so many of those brought across are forced to steal.
Yeah.
And then that money is used to fuel what? Labor trafficking and more drugs That is so sobering. These people being brought across are victims, and we're trying to stand up and help protect them, yet the left constantly calls us racist. I'm telling you, I'm not racist. I am the great-great-grandson, the great-grandson, the grandson, the son of immigrants who came and built America, just like so many immigrants out here in this nation. We know that immigrants build America, but it has to be done legally. It has to be done under the rule of law.
Right.
And you asked what fuels it? It's all money. The cartel, it's all profit. You think they care a whit about a human being? No. When we're out with DPS there in Texas in the freezing cold on the Rio Grande and they're showing us the rivers that they patrol, they say when they're in hot pursuit, the cartels, what do? They take a little baby or a little child and toss them into the freezing river. We have to pull over to save their lives while they abscond and get away selling and trafficking more. That's who we're dealing with. That's who we're up against. Our forces are depleted, outgunned, outmanned. And if we don't stand up as a people and say enough and hold this administration accountable, this invasion is even more dangerous than the invasion that's going on right now on the other side of the world.
So, Tom, the Attorney General, I mean, it's a bleak picture. So do we have any hope for the future?
I'll tell you a story that I have hope, that gives me hope, and I've told you the story before. I was on Fox, I did a Fox show one morning, and I lost my temper as usually I do, because I've seen so much death on the border, and I'll never forget holding a 5-year-old child that suffocated to death in back of a tractor trailer with 19 other migrants. The stories I could tell you that keep me up still at night. So I get upset. So as usual, I was on Fox and Friends. They showed a video clip of Mayorkas saying the border's closed and secure. And of course, they do that just to get me riled up. So, of course, I got mad, and I started spitting and yelling. And at the end of the show, I took my mic off, my earpiece off, and my cell phone rang. It was President Trump. He goes, Tom, 2 things for you. Just saw you did a great job. 2 things for you. Number 1, that picture behind you, is that when I gave you the National Security Medal? Yes, sir, it is. Well, blow it up. I can't see myself. And what gives me hope is the second thing he said to me. He goes, Tom, stop getting so pissed off. You and I will fix this shit in 2024. That's what gives me hope. And look, I told him, he comes back, I come back, Ken, you'll still be there, we'll all be there, and we'll fix it. We can fix it. President Trump fixed it once before, we'll do it again.
I have to say, Tom, you do a pretty decent impression of Donald Trump, but Matt Schlapp does the best impression of Donald Trump. Okay. So, Ken, these numbers are staggering. Just in January, we've seen 153,941 border encounters. This is just in January alone. You're talking about over 1 million in 2021. I mean, how can Texas manage this without the support of the federal government?
It's a challenge every day. I mean, the numbers literally doubled from when Trump came in to Biden's first year, and then doubled again. So the numbers are massive. It's 300 or 400% increase in illegal immigration. And I think the way to really feel this, if you ever had the chance to go to the border and just meet with some of these ranchers, some of these people that have to live with this fear every day of people crossing their property. They don't know who they are.
Right.
They're afraid to go outside because they don't know who's on their property. They don't know if they're cartel members. Their property is destroyed. Their vehicles are destroyed. Their cattle is destroyed. I've seen people move out. They can't sell their property because no one wants to buy it because they're afraid to be down there. I mean, this is real. And what I wish Joe Biden or whoever, what's her name, the czar, I wish she would go actually meet with
the vice president.
Whatever her name is.
Come on.
Hey, we both serve with her. We know her, so we know her. She is afraid to do her job. But if she would actually, I would love for her to have just a chance to talk to these ranchers and these people that are dealing with fear every day because their lives are being devastated by very dangerous people that all they care about, Sean's right, all they care about is money, power.
You know what really bothered me was that I've asked certain congressmen and senators, and I ask you this question as well, has Kamala ever reached out to you to talk about the border?
I have never. I'm sure Sean gets calls, but I've never been called.
Dial.
Yeah, right. I've never been called by anybody in the administration. That's what was the great thing about the Trump administration. I mean, look, if you had a disagreement, We could call them, and guess what? We could
No, wait, you would call the president, like Tom would do, and Sean could do, and be like, Mr. President, and he actually, this is what's great, he returns your phone call. Like, that's the best part about it. It's not like you have to go through 20 million people to talk to them. And I think with Kamala, it's just, she's out to lunch with her sister, I think, who's running her office. But I agree. I think that that's a big challenge as well, is the fact that they don't have any interest in learning about what is happening down there.
It is shocking to me that they wouldn't at least talk to us. At
Right.
least, I mean, clearly they can see the numbers. What's happening with drug overdoses, what's happening with the spread of COVID, what's happening with crime. And they just don't, I mean, I hate to say this, it seems to me that what they're willing to trade all of these bad things for votes.
Right.
For a bad result for Republican states.
Right. Let me go to you, Julio. You have a book that came out, fiery, but mostly peaceful. Tell us about the book. I know it might have a little piece of this, is a lot more on Antifa, but tell us about the book, why you wrote it.
Yeah, so I wrote Fiery but Mostly Peaceful. It's about all the riots that I covered in 2020 and a little bit into 2021. Just talking about these were riots, and it shouldn't be that hard to say that they were, but you know, the mainstream media had an agenda, and I witnessed a lot from Minneapolis. I was in Kenosha, saw the second half of the Kyle Rittenhouse shooting. And because I was at a lot of these events, I saw history firsthand, and unfortunately, you know, it was happening over and over, and we had a large part of the media, and you know, Democrat politicians as well, saying that it wasn't as bad, or it was people like me just exaggerating. And so that comes out May 3rd. And so because the book's not out yet, I'm signing book plates at Town Hall's booth at 4:30. So when it does come out, you can just slap that on and boom, you got an autographed
But don't
copy.
you think that one of the big messages, Julia, is the fact that it's about chaos? The Democrats like to push this whole agenda on chaos, whether it's chaos in the border, chaos in the cities. What's the reason why they are trying to push the chaos?
Because they like to think that their way is better when we know for a fact, and I know for a fact, whether it's in an American city or whether it's down at the border, it's not. And to say that this open borders is compassionate, it's just an absolute lie. Just really quickly, just this past month, Border Patrol agent found an infant that was wrapped up in camouflage and tucked underneath a brush, and they encountered a group first before finding the infant, and they had the group in custody for about 38 minutes. And when they found the baby, they were asking the group, hey, does this baby belong to anybody? And then that's when supposedly the mother from Guatemala said, okay, well, that's my baby. And so according to CBP, they determined that she did not put the baby in danger on purpose, so the baby was returned to her, and they were later expelled under Title 42. But I mean, stuff like that happens all the time. And when you incentivize this surge, more instances like that are gonna happen. And the sad part is they're not gonna find all the babies in time.
Yeah.
And it's really aggravating. And what the Attorney General here is saying, I mean, I've been called a white supremacist, I've been called a race traitor for just showing what's happening at our border. And it's not racist to say, hey, this is wrong. It is racist to incentivize.
And Sean, they leave the babies literally, like we'll leave them right on the street or near the street. I mean, it's tragic what we're seeing.
It's tragic. But the question you asked is, Mercy, is a great one. Why chaos? Why anarchy? Because those are the antithesis of the rule of law, and they're afraid of the rule of law and the principles that we champion. A couple other stats that are just staggering. 213% increase for sex predators coming across the border just in the last year. A 70% decrease in the number of deportations from 270,000 down to about 57,000 over a year and a half's amount of time. President Trump did more than any other president to fight human trafficking, the opioid epidemic, which is still the greatest killer in America today, and mental behavioral health challenges. He signed 988, which most people don't even know about yet. It's the 911, not for physical emergencies, for mental behavioral health emergencies. And because of these failed policies, all that he's done is threatened to be undone because of what General Patch said. COVID, the combination of drugs, COVID, and crime is creating such stress on America.
Right.
Physically, but also mentally and behaviorally. I think those invisible prisons are ones that we have to be honest about and talk more about as conservatives and own that issue and not be afraid of that.
Right. Tom, explain a little bit the family unit versus the single males that are coming in and they're literally in the middle of the night being dumped in these cities.
I can do that. Before I do that, I want to say one thing in addition to everything that's been set up here on the border. I started my career as a Border Patrol agent. These are 20,000 patriots. They're the finest 1% this country has. And I've never seen, in my 35-year career, I've never seen such hatred for these men and women by this administration. The president's first speech, he said that last administration watched children die of starvation on the banks of the Rio Grande. They attacked the horse patrol. I was a Border Patrol agent. They did nothing wrong. I know the rules of engagement. They did their job. The only people that did anything wrong were the Haitians that entered the country illegally. But the only humanity on that, and I'm sticking up to the Border Patrol, again, I love the Border Patrol. I wore that uniform. I know what it's like to be out there. 3 o'clock in the morning, a sensor goes off. You don't know what's coming down that dirt trail. They're going to stay in there and take it on. Is it just somebody looking for a better life? Or is it a heavily armed drug smuggler? They don't know, but they're going to take it on. The finest 1% this country has, and this administration has attacked them. The only humanity on that border are the men and women wearing that green uniform. Yeah. The last time I was on the border, I want to tell you a real quick story. It'll take just a second. Last time I was on the border, which was just a few weeks ago, I was down there, and they caught about 200 family groups within a 20-minute span. There was a 7-year-old little girl scared to death by herself. Your heart broke for her. And this big, burly Border Patrol agent, bigger than me, got on his knees, spoke to her in Spanish. I speak Spanish. I know what he said. I won't share that with you. And that little girl cracked a smile and hugged that Border Patrol agent. These are the men and women serving on the front line. So if you see one, shake their hand, because this administration has turned their back on these men and women that put their lives on the line for this country every day. I had to say that. I'm sorry I didn't get to your question, but that was important to say that.
Well, let's do quick final thoughts. What message do you want to leave with our Cpac patriots who are here and are watching on our live stream?
Look, it's amazing to me how fast they've done this and how devastating. I've never seen anything like this. I thought it was better under Obama. This is the worst I've ever seen. And that's why I think we're in the middle of a crisis, not just about the border. We're in a crisis about our Constitution, and ultimately that's what we're talking about. Can the President of the United States literally just ignore what Congress has said and do what he wants? And it's people like you and me that are going to have to stand up and fight, and we're really going to have to fight. And I would just finish by saying it was Benjamin Franklin that said, if we don't hang together, we're going to hang alone. And so I really believe that. I think this is the time for all of us to fight back, to not be afraid of their threats, because they are going to threaten us. Look what they're doing with parents. Look at the Attorney General of the United States with parents, telling them that if they went and spoke to their school boards, that they could be investigated by the FBI and prosecuted for terrorism. That is not America. That's 1930s Germany. That's China. That may be Russia, but it's not America. And it's every parent has to speak out. Every one of us has to speak out. And I would challenge you, have courage. Do not be afraid of them.
Julio.
Yeah, I know it can be kind of easy to think that, you know, what's happening in McAllen or Del Rio or, you know, any of the other Yuma, that it doesn't really affect the, you know, where some of us may live further into the country, but it does. And I mean, it doesn't stay, none of that stays within those border towns. They're all trying to get somewhere deep within the United States. And so just try to be educated, read Town Hall. And there's other great places too, but it's just the fact that this is a problem, and I hate to be kind of the bearer of bad news, but I don't see it getting any better, even if Republicans take back Congress, because a lot of what caused this surge is it came from the executive branch, not the legislative branch. So we're going to be in this for the long haul, unfortunately. But you know, I think, you know, by reporting on it and like having people see what's really going on down there, that, you know, maybe something can happen. And I'm sorry, I have to plug again. I'm signing book plates at Town Hall's booth at 4:30.
We'll be there.
We're the first ones to
John.
get the book. All of us, ladies and gentlemen, and all of you great patriots out there, and all of our families are potential victims of these crimes and these threats that are coming up in this invasion, in this border. And thank goodness again that we have fighters at the federal level and in journalism at the state and local level. And I would hope that you'd support your Attorney General if they're doing the right thing and standing up for the rule of law. Last year, we filed over 50 lawsuits against the Biden administration. Ken's a former chair of our organization. I'm vice chair. And now every single week we had a lawsuit to hold them accountable, and that's what we need to do. So whether you're holding them accountable directly through your voice or you're supporting those of us who are able to hold them accountable in the courts of law, please, please keep up the fight. We need your voice.
I'll say it again, we went from the most secure border in my lifetime, and I spent 35 years doing this job, to historic illegal immigration this year. Not by accident, not by mismanagement, not by incompetence, by design. This is open borders. And I'm pissed off, and I hope you are too. So get to the voter booth. Let's put our patriots back in charge of the federal government. And God bless Texas. The Texas DPS, they've arrested numerous criminals. Every pound of fentanyl you take off the street, you're saving lives. You know, Texas, every person you arrest entering the country legally is one less Godaway. God bless the state of Texas. God bless the attorney generals who are fighting the fight for this country.
Thank you very much. Woo, good job. Thank you. Thanks, Director.
And God bless our panelists. I'm going to argue that this is the best panel ever, but don't tell the rest of the panels, okay? Thank you all. Thank you all for being with us, gentlemen.
Great job. Great job.
Great job.
Greetings from Red State, Idaho. I am so grateful to Cpac and ACU to receive this conservative award.
I hope you're enjoying beautiful Orlando, Florida. I'm Amy Loudenbeck from Work Hard Report.
I really don't think about the award when I'm voting. I think about things like, does it make sense? And frankly, most things that make sense are conservative principles.
Here in Arizona, conservatism means not only fiscal responsibility, but it also means election integrity.
Supporting good legislation that promotes personal and economic freedom is one of my highest priorities as I serve in the Kansas House of Representatives.
It truly is an honor. Again, thank you for all that you do. Thank you for all those who are there in Orlando investing, getting ready for 2022. It's going to be a big year for conservatives. Keep up the great work. Thank you again.
Hey everyone, this is Matt Schlapp with Cpac, and it's my privilege to tell you that we've got a very important project that we've just announced, the First Amendment Fund. It's a brand new fund that we've created through our criminal justice reform efforts to raise money to take care of you, Americans who are being canceled and desecrated out there around the country. We know it just happened in Virginia, where parents were called domestic terrorists by the Biden administration, where people who just want to express their political views are canceled left and right. Now we have this terrible specter of a vaccine mandate where you can lose your job or be prevented from going to a restaurant or go to school according to your vaccination status. These are all the things that are happening in this country that are making people realize that America is in a fight to defend the principles that have made her great. If you want to be involved in this important effort, please go to conservative.org, click the link for the First Amendment Fund. Please donate to this C3 to help these victims across the country, including those who are just involved in politics, to make sure they have the legal representation they need to be able to live their great American life.
Outside the United States Supreme Court right now, and it is an amazing sight. Now, this is my very first March for Life, and I really hope it is the last March for Life here in our nation's capital, as the United States Supreme Court is hearing a case that could possibly overturn Roe v. Wade.
I came to march for the sanctity of life.
because abortion is murder. Across the board, it's murder.
Abortion was never taught to me in school when they taught to me the scourge that affected the black community. They only told me about slavery and not being allowed to vote, all these different things. They never told us what the Democrat Party and what Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood directly did to my people. So when I learned about it, I was purely disgusted, did all the research, and have been pro-life ever since because I knew that my people had a place in this nation, and racist Democrats believed that we didn't, so they supported all these organizations that shut down our right at the very beginning.
And if you look at it, the most abortion clinics are in minority neighborhoods. And so the BLM too, not really Black Lives Matter because you're murdering, it's a higher percentage of black babies aborted than white.
Yeah. Since Roe v. Wade in 1973, there's been over 60 million babies aborted, and over 60% of them have been people of color, minorities. Would you consider that the idea of abortion would be on the exact same moral ground as the moral of slavery?
Yeah, no, totally. Like, that's exactly the same way I see it. Either we have them serve us on the field, serve us in our house, doing all these different things, or they don't deserve to be alive.
As we wrap it up here in our nation's capital, right outside the United States Supreme Court, I just want to let everyone know what an amazing day it has been here in Washington, D.C.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former advisor to President Donald Trump, Kim Guilfoyle.
Well, hello, hello. How are we doing, Cpac? All right, and there's nothing former about it. How about current and National Finance Chair to the greatest president this country has ever seen, President Donald J. Trump? It's great to be here with all of you today, all the freedom and liberty-loving Americans that are out there watching Cpac, that live for it and breathe for it every single year. It is such an incredibly important time in American political history. We are all witnessing it. We all need to be a part of it and not be passive observers. Because I have good news for you. Change is coming, and it's because of patriots like each and every one of you in this room. And together we will make America great again. So who misses President Trump? Like every minute of every day, right? You wake up, you go to bed, you're like, ugh, I miss him, I miss him. And I just want to say, and I think you all know, pop quiz people, the answer is Trump was right about everything, right? Trump was right when he told you the Democrats were spying on his campaign, okay? Fact check, true. Trump was right when he said the deep state was undermining the rule of law. Trump was right when he said they would open our borders, allowing drugs and criminals to flow freely into our country. Trump was right about Biden keeping businesses and churches closed and masking our children. Shame on him. And Trump was right when he said dictators and world leaders like Vladimir Putin would see weakness in Joe Biden. Exactly. So you're paying attention, you get an A. You get an A for the day. Just look at what's happening in Ukraine. Look at what happened. Shameless loss of life, American blood and treasure, American equipment and intelligence in Afghanistan. President Trump's philosophy was peace through strength. Biden's is chaos through weakness. I know times are tough now, but believe me, hold dear, patriots, because change is coming. And our country will truly be great again. And regardless of what Democrats may tell you, they're lying, okay? America is still the greatest nation on earth. And this great nation is the home of the brave and the land
of the free. And in this country, we stand for our flag. We salute our veterans and the men and women in blue and law enforcement that serve our communities, our cities, fearlessly throughout this country. God bless them. We owe them a debt of gratitude. Now, thanks to Joe Biden, we are a country with this weak administration, and we are at the risk of losing that freedom, that respect for our men and women in blue and our veterans, and sadly, the respect and fear that people had from other countries about this country being strong, this country having the moral fortitude, the strength to do what was right. That's the leadership that we had under President Trump, that this country is thirsting for each and every minute, every day. We have seen so quickly, so fast, more probably than any of us could have anticipated what is happening to our nation. We have seen how fast things have gotten out of control. And to those who don't think elections have consequences, take a look around. It turns out rigging elections for incompetent, weak leaders actually has consequences, does it not? Thanks to rigged elections, we have inflation at its highest in 40 years, the price of gasoline going through the roof. Store shelves remain empty thanks to bare shelves Biden. That guy. Can't we just quit him? I mean, haven't we suffered enough? Honestly. Junior's making me ride my bicycle around town because we can't afford the gas at this point. I mean, come on. But we can and we will make change in this country. In fact, we must, because there are Americans, hardworking Americans, that are struggling to provide for their families. And not too long ago, they actually had more discretionary spending and choice and cash in their pockets because President Trump said, you know better what to do with your hard-earned money than the tax and spend liberals in Washington, D.C. And now we have illegal aliens crossing the border in possibly the highest numbers that we have ever seen. And you heard the words of the fearless Border Patrol agent as he spoke so eloquently and with emotion and grace about what he has seen at the border, about the sacrifices and the way that this administration, the country, has turned its back on ICE, on Border Patrol agents that are putting it on the line every single day and night, and we stand and we salute them for their courage and their sacrifice to this country. Forget Miley Cyrus, the new wrecking ball is Joe Biden, and just under here, he's already trying to wreck this country. So what do you say if we give Joe Biden a pink slip and get him out of here? And take Kamala Harris with you while you're at it. And take Pelosi with you while you're at it. And Schumer, and AOC, and the whole group of them. Get them out of here. And Cheney too. Where's Harriet Hageman? We're gonna get rid of her as well. I love it. Harriet Hageman, great candidate in Wyoming. So Biden and the radical Democrats have managed, and I kid you not, to put America last. It's like very obvious they're playing for the other team with every single decision, all the while trying to destroy President Trump's historic achievements. That's why we have to take it back. Because President Trump created the best economy our nation has ever seen. He pushed petty politics aside and did what was best for the American people. Remember that? American people, the people in this country. We apologize to no one for putting America first. That's what a true leader does. He stands for each and every one of us. Meanwhile, Joe Biden canceled the Keystone Pipeline, causing oil prices to soar and destroying thousands of American jobs in the process. And shortly after he canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, he served Putin a gift on a silver platter. Here you go, Vlad. He approved Russia's Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Can you believe this? This is what I'm talking about. Someone needs to tell Joe Biden, you're wearing the America First jersey, not the Russia First jersey, not the China First jersey, and stop exporting the American dream. Because Joe Biden has fundamentally destroyed this country in record order, and including our border. Because the protectors of our border, our national security, are so important. There's a story that really strikes me, especially with what we've heard today in the panel that Mercedes did. Biden's DHS Secretary Mayorkas recently told our Border Patrol, quote, "I know the policies of this administration are not particularly popular with U.S. Customs and Border Protection, but that's the reality. So let's see what we can do within that framework." I mean, can you believe it? Talk about taking a knee. One Border Patrol agent even reportedly turned his back on Mayorkas. That's courage. That's being American and standing up for what you believe in. I believe that Border Patrol agent is a hero for standing up and being fearless for what's right. And what I ask you here today, all patriotic Americans across this country, stand up for what you believe in. Be that Border Patrol agent. Use your First Amendment rights to fight back against the Democrat incompetence that we are seeing throughout the country. Show up. Show up in record numbers to peacefully protest when Democrat officials attempt to destroy the sanctity of the United States Constitution. Show up to school board meetings when they try to indoctrinate our nation's children. Vote in midterm elections this year to put America first, fearless Republicans back in office and in the majority. That is our first step to success in taking back this great country. Ladies and gentlemen, every election matters, whether we're talking about the school board, mayoral races, and even control of Congress. I encourage, I implore you to run for office yourself, volunteer for races, and most importantly, vote. It is so important for us to fight back. Woke leftists are working overtime to strip us of our freedoms. Take a look at what's happened on social media in recent years. Almost every big tech platform has banned conservatives and Republicans for their political beliefs. Every major social media platform banned President Trump last year. If the sitting president at the time of the United States can be banned on social media, no one is safe. In communist China, they have this thing called a social credit where you're punished for having the wrong opinions or for even promoting the idea of free expression. Just look at what happened to Hong Kong. China cracked down on them and jailed people simply for wanting the ability and the freedom to express their opinion, the freedoms that we enjoy in this country. But unfortunately, our freedoms are now at that same risk, thanks to big tech and to the liberal, woke leftists. What's the difference between being punished in China for having the wrong opinions and big tech companies silencing you for daring to have conservative beliefs? Sadly now, there is no difference. These woke big tech overlords are no different than the Chinese Communist Party. They will silence you for holding the beliefs that most Americans share outside of Silicon Valley. And considering that social media is now the public sphere of discussion in the 21st century, they can completely silence you just like they tried to silence President Trump. Good luck, right? You can't shut him down. We are at real risk for losing our First Amendment rights, and most importantly, our freedom of expression. We do a great disservice to the men and women that have served valiantly in this country if we don't stand for the rights that they fought for, that families have sacrificed for. That's why we're here at Cpac today, to stand up for what we believe in, for what you believe in your family and your children. We can fight back. You can fight back. Twitter and Facebook aren't the be-all, end-all. That's right. We have other platforms now. We have President Trump's new Truth Social. Sign up, jump over, and enjoy the freedom of expression. We love it, where free speech lives. President Trump had to fix that too. Good God. We must support freedom-loving alternatives if we want to protect our rights that are ingrained in the Constitution. And we also need our Republican lawmakers to use their power to hold these anti-American big tech companies accountable. No more rhinos. How about some real fighters like President Trump in the Congress and in the Senate, and guess what? Back in the Oval Office. And the same goes for our education system. Are you so tired of public schools indoctrinating young children? I know that I am. And I'm sure many of you had to suffer through it yourselves. Rather than teach our nation's children, our future, the skills they need to succeed in life and in the real world, they are teaching our children critical race theory. They are teaching our children to be ashamed of who they are, what sex they were born, the color of their skin, and making them apologists for history. It is shameful. This type of thing does not happen in President Trump's America. That is the opposite of what civil rights icons like Martin Luther King fought for. Think about that. But it gets worse because public schools are teaching our children as young as kindergarten that they can choose their gender at will. They are teaching our children that doctors are wrong and that we are not the gender that we were born with. I find it disturbing what's happening to our nation's children. As a mother of a 15-year-old, I speak up, I am vocal, and I do not apologize. Don't apologize when you stand for your children and for your family. And the media is complicit for refusing to cover it. I ask you today, most especially, to fight for our children. They are worth it, and they deserve your voice and your strength, and be that example of leadership and courage. But the American people are waking up, and a red wave is coming. Do you all feel it? And like I said, when Republicans retake Congress with America First candidates later this year, the first thing they need to do is stop Joe Biden's far-left woke agenda dead in its tracks. And as a wise man once said, everything woke turns to... Yep. In Spanish, we say mierda. He's a genius, that Trump. I love him. Let's stop George Soros-funded DAs and judges across this country. Don't allow Biden to pass so-called bipartisan legislation where Democrats get everything they want and Republicans get nothing. That's why we need majority leaders and fighters to actually give us what we got coming to us, right? This will be an incredible time in American history, and it is a now or never time to take back America. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change the course. We are at the point of no return, and it is up to all of you to vote and ensure Republicans witness the biggest landslide in our nation's history later this year. I know it is possible. I believe it is possible. We can feel the tides turning. And in 2022, the American people will retake Congress, and we will retire Nancy Pelosi and take the gavel right out of her hands. And send her back to San Francisco where she can wreck that some more. Democrats, we will never allow them to radically transform America in their far left woke image. And as President Trump said, this is just the start. The MAGA movement is alive and well. We will show the Democrats firsthand that elections have consequences when we win a record number of seats in the midterms, and that is just step one. Step two is reclaiming the White House and returning President Trump to the Oval Office. I pray about this. And I am confident that if we are lucky to have President Trump make that sacrifice again, that he will defeat Joe Biden for a second time. And when President Trump is in the White House once again with the Congress in his corner, we will make America great again. We will fix the economy. We will secure our borders and strengthen our national security. And we will be respected on the world stage once again. We will recreate the jobs that Joe Biden destroyed and much more. If you thought the first 4 years were great, you ain't seen nothing yet. But this change, this movement starts with you, the American people. You must speak up, you must show up, and most importantly, you must vote. In 2016, we saw then candidate Donald Trump defeat Hillary Clinton in the biggest political upset our nation has ever seen. I hear she wants some more. Come and get it, Hillary. And that was thanks to all of you turning out to vote, making your voices heard. Now it is time to make history. Once again, who's ready for it? Ladies and gentlemen, and patriots and great lovers of liberty and freedom, one request for you today. Fight. Fight. Fight for your future, fight for your children, fight for your freedoms, and fight for this country, for America, the greatest nation on earth. You are the most powerful force in this country, and I know that we can overcome the far left woke Democrats that Joe Biden has been enabling and empowering. The silent majority will be silent no more, and together we will make America great again. God bless you, Cpac. God bless America. God bless President Trump.
On the National Mall at the March for Life rally, and seeing everyone out here is absolutely wonderful. We got some great interviews, so take a look. Here's what they said.
I like to see, honestly, the youth coming here. I grew up in Catholic school, so it was very much a part of my life in these opinions, and I like to see the youth excited about something.
I'm always excited to see the turnout. It's always minimized on the news and in the media, but being here and seeing how many people there are and how excited everyone is to be here, it doesn't get old, even after years of coming.
I'm excited to see the diversity that's here. I see like a lot of different groups. Like I've seen like Socialists for Life, Catholics for Life, Libertarians for Life. Like it's just interesting for me to see the fact that people can have diverse opinions and come together under one goal.
This current administration is the most pro-abortion administration that we've ever seen in our country's history. And you look around this crowd and you can see people coming from all across this country to stand firm that Americans do not stand with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's radical pro-abortion administration.
That's why you see such a great outpouring today. I think it's amazing to see such a diverse crowd, such a young crowd. I think it just shows how neglected the issue is, but how important it is as well. And I think there's a lot of hope in this crowd, which is so important.
It was so great to hear from these motivated patriots here on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. We got some great interviews. Hope you enjoyed it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Victoria's story. Please welcome, from Seminole County, Sheriff Dennis Lima, Westgate Resorts, David Siegel, and your moderator, co-host Cpac Now, Mercedes Schlapp.
happy hour. Are y'all excited about that? Okay, well, let's get started because we still have a lot of these topics to go through. I know it's been a long day today, but I really hope that this is an opportunity to really learn about what's happening not only across the globe, what's happening in our country, but also what's happening in our communities. And I'm so honored to be here with two very distinguished men who have really been involved in the forefront of stopping the drug overdose problem that is impacting so many lives. I know I've met families that have lost loved ones, and their stories are just so heartbreaking. And so we want to talk about, we're going to really dig in and talk about what we're seeing happening in our communities with the opioids crisis, with the drug overdose issue that's impacting so many young people across the country. And so, David, I'd like to start with you. You and your beautiful wife, the Queen of Versailles, Jackie Siegel, run this incredible organization called Victoria's Voice. Tell us about why you started this foundation and what you all are doing to combat this drug crisis we're seeing in the United States.
Okay, well, unfortunately, 7 years ago, I lost my 18-year-old daughter to a drug overdose. And I could have crawled into bed and pulled the covers over my head and mourned her loss, but instead, we decided to start Victoria's Voice because we found out that it's a huge problem in this country that we do nothing about, and ignorance is costing a lot of lives. So we're trying to educate people on what to look for, how to treat it, and so they don't end up in the same boat that we ended up in.
So when you say what to look for, Matt and I are parents of 5 daughters. Many of us have kids. What are the signs?
What are the signs? Well, they come in different forms. In our case, we just thought she was a crazy teenager. And then one day she'd be lovable, the next day she'd hate everybody. And so we sent her for counseling. And when she came home from the psychiatrist, I asked her what happened. She said he gave me a prescription for Xanax. I didn't know Xanax from Advil. And I said, well, that's good. And a few weeks later, she wasn't getting any better. We sent her back, and she came home. I said, what happened? She said, he doubled my prescription. And that was kind of like the beginning of the end. And nobody really, including myself and my family, really knew what to look for. And we found there's 25 million drug addicts in this country, 25 million. Wow. There are also 25 million former drug addicts that are out there. When you take their parents, that affects just 100 million people.
Right.
So it's a problem that no one talks about, no one knows what to look for. So we're basically trying to educate people and on what to look for, how to prevent it, and also if your daughter or son or anyone overdoses, we're educating them about Narcan, which is the greatest drug ever invented. Somebody could be laying on the ground, one breath from death. And if you have Narcan available, you can bring them back to life. So there's so many things. As I said, ignorance is killing a lot of people.
Right.
We're trying to educate.
And with Narcan, we were talking about this with Victoria's Voice, then it's this other step of making sure that they get the treatment so that they don't fall into this cycle of drug dependency as well.
I'm sorry.
That with the Narcan, then we worry about the fact that they could fall into this drug dependency as well. Right. Again, so part of it is not just the Narcan, but then following up with the treatment so that they don't go back to the cycle.
For those of you that don't know what Narcan is, this is Narcan. It costs $1 to manufacture. This has been out 51 years. Nobody knows about it. Until a few years ago, the police departments didn't even know about it.
Right.
When the first responders came to my home when my daughter had overdosed, they weren't carrying it. She died on the way to the hospital. They could have saved her life with this right here. The chemical is or the drug is called naloxone, but the trademark is Narcan. We're trying to get it in every police department, every first responder. It should be in everybody's medicine cabinet if you have a teenager or anyone that's using drugs.
Right.
This is called the Lazarus drug. It brings people virtually back from dead. If you have one breath left, this will bring them back.
So,
Good.
Sheriff, we were talking about this overprescribing. David mentioned this with his daughter. Why is this such a horrible, critical problem that we're seeing happening where you have doctors overprescribing individuals with opioids? Is this changing based on more public awareness that we've seen with the opioids crisis?
Yeah, thank you. It's an honor to be here with David, but the overprescribing really does not occur anymore. You know, we know the story about Purdue Pharmaceutical and many others overprescribing, and by the way, military veterans were the population group that was most overprescribed because they had legitimate medical conditions that needed to be treated, which created unprecedented dependency and addiction. When we closed those pill mills down across this country, people turned at record number to heroin. And if you don't know that we got a problem at the southern border, you got your head in the sand, because these drugs are coming. They were being manufactured at one time from China with rogue chemists and then shipped over here either through the mail or across the border. And now we have fentanyl that's mixed in everything. And fentanyl is 100 times more potent than morphine, 50 times more potent than heroin, and there's carfentanil on the street that's 100 times more potent than fentanyl, or a microgram, not even enough to be visible to the human eye, is a lethal dose, and people are dying immediately in record numbers.
Now, you mentioned to Sheriff that while China was the one to first start producing the fentanyl, the Mexican drug cartels, they've been involved in creating fentanyl. They've learned the process. Tell us more about it.
So the Mexican cartel has learned the process. Normally, poppy fields and the cultivation of poppies took time and a lot of labor and a lot of energy. And what they've figured out now is they can synthetically process heroin in clandestine labs, or a fancy term for somebody's bathroom. They can mix it in the drugs, send it across the border, and mix it in every single substance that you can find. It is absolutely horrifying to see the amount of people that we're reviving with Narcan, asking them, how long have you been doing heroin? And their response more often than not is, I don't do heroin. And I think it's important to say, if it happens to a billionaire's family, these are not people who are living under the overpass. These are people who are loved ones that are going to work, going to school, and have a loving family, 100% preventable, and that's what we need to do.
So, David, you all have also, in Victoria's Voice, been very involved from the policy perspective, really changing policy in America to help deal with this drug crisis. Tell us about the CARE Act.
Well, I went to Washington and I got the CARE Act passed in Congress. It's the largest drug bill ever passed. It was signed by President Obama 5 years ago. And it provides Narcan to every first responder, police department, sheriff's department in the country. It gave $1 billion to the, it also talks about education and rehab and several different parts of the bill, but the biggest part was the Narcan. And so I've been politicking to get laws changed. Like every time a drugstore gives out a prescription, they should throw a Narcan in with it. And it should be in everyone's medicine cabinet.
So, and one of the interesting things is with these bills, they're bipartisan. It's one of the few areas where you will find Democrats and Republicans coming together, right?
This is not a political thing. This is the entire country should be behind it. Enough fentanyl has come across our border in the last year that could kill every man, woman, and child in this country 10 times over. And nobody's talking about it. We got to get this everyday conversation, not just when we have panels but this should be people should be educated on the drug problem. I mean, we're losing our entire next generation. We're losing our future Bill Gates and Steve Jobs
and David Siegels of
we're losing the cure, probably losing the cure for cancer. We're losing music we'll never hear, and movies we'll never see, and books we'll never read. So it's not just. I used to think that drug addicts just lived under bridges and slept in parks, but this is every walk of life, and we're not doing enough about it. 500 people died today from a drug overdose. 500 people.
Sheriff, let me ask you, I mean, these statistics are startling, they're shocking. You know, do you find that since the COVID pandemic, with all the mental health issues, especially that our young people have had to suffer because of the lockdowns, because of the isolation, has that made the problem worse in what you've seen in your experience?
Yeah. Unquestionably, the unintended consequences of COVID-19 and sheltering in place and wearing masks have led to unprecedented turn towards substance of choice and mental health conditions. There's no doubt about it. Think about a youth that started in a COVID environment at 15, who is now 18, but going off in the world to college and doing all of these things, but has the social development mindset, the cognitive ability of a 15-year-old. So this is why the numbers are skyrocketing. It is not only incredibly important to get people clean, the help that they need, but it's equally important to charge these drug dealers with murder when they're dealing deadly doses of narcotics on the streets. We have to charge them with murder.
David, I want to get your final thoughts in terms of what message do you want to leave our Cpac audience? What do you want them to know about what Victoria Voice is doing? You're starting these Victoria clubs as well across the country where you're educating teenagers of the dangers of this. I mean, really for them to understand what if they need help, where do they go? If their teenager or their parent or their spouse is in trouble, how do they get help?
Well, the first thing they need to know is their child using drugs or not? And that goes from marijuana on up. Everyone starts with marijuana, and even though marijuana won't kill you, it's a gateway drug to cocaine and meth and crack and heroin. And we need to stop legalizing it. And although most states have now not only legalized medical marijuana is okay, but all the kids here is marijuana is legal.
Right.
They don't distinguish between them, and they start with marijuana, and then they get a high, and after a while they want a higher high, and then eventually they go from marijuana to other drugs. But no one starts with heroin; they end up with heroin, and you need to, if you have teenagers from 13 to 22, of course, they're 22 is not teenage, but any children in that age group, you must make sure that they're not using drugs. And if they are, you need to try to talk to them and educate them and not just ignore it, and make sure you have Narcan available in the event they overdose. But parents don't know what to look for. And I met a woman a year ago in Washington at the Trump Hotel, and she sat down next to me, and I said, do you have any children? She said, I have a 16-year-old son. I said, does he use drugs? And she said, oh no, he's so square, he would never do that. But when she went home that night, he was sleeping. She looked at his backpack, and it was full of marijuana.
Wow.
So 6 months after, she put him in rehab for 6 months. And after 6 months, he's now actually working for Victoria's Voice. He's now so well educated on what to look for. But people don't know. I mean, and like I said, ignorance has caused a lot of another thing I'd like you to know is if you do have a child, and I'm sure in this audience, there's quite a few people that either lost a child or have a child that's using drugs, or maybe it takes tough love to talk to your child about, are you using drugs? And they'll look you in the eye and they'll say, oh, I would never do that when they are. But you have to be aware. I mean, it's your child's life. And if speaking at functions like this or going around and educating people will save one life, it's well worth the effort. And the sheriff told me today that in his county alone, last year they saved 700 lives using Narcan, and a few years ago they didn't even carry it. So my daughter's legacy is that thousands will live as a result of her death. So it makes, even though it's unbearable, it makes it a little bit more bearable that she's accomplishing it through her death, saving all these lives, people that she would have never known about.
Sheriff, let me get your final thoughts on the correlation between what we're seeing in terms of the uprise in criminal activity and the uprise of drug use in our cities.
Yeah, so I think, to David's point, the legalization of marijuana, the use of recreational drugs, it diminishes the social norms and customs that when we grew up, druggie was a bad thing, right? And we don't need more people that are under the influence of substances in this country. And if you think about all the promiscuous behavior that is directly associated with substance use, alcohol use, and then the direct correlation to other types of crime. If you're addicted to drugs, trust me, you are engaging in other types of criminal activity. You're smashing people's windows, you're taking their property, you're doing all of these things to support your habit. Right. And we need to make sure that we're mindful of that. And parents and loved ones, you need to give your kids, in my opinion, an excuse. For me, in my home, my dad's the sheriff. He's got a big gun, and he will make an absolute scene if he sees me using drugs, is what's going on. But we have to be involved, and we have to give them an excuse of why they should say no.
Yeah, I think my children are scared of match slap, too. So. Especially if they have to bring their boyfriends home. That's going to get complicated.
I just want to leave this with a few words about your child overdoses, brought back to life with Narcan. You have 90 minutes to get them to an emergency room because even though they've been brought back, they still have the drugs in their head that's stopping them from breathing. You have receptors in your brain that control your breathing. The drugs slow down those receptors, and that's when they pass out. They're brought back, got 90 minutes. When they get out of the hospital, at the hospital, they're detoxed. When they get out, you want to put them in rehab. The worst thing you could do is a 30-day rehab, but that's all the insurance companies will pay for. It's usually $1,000 a day, and some of the rehabs are not that reputable. But you put them in rehab, it takes a minimum of 90 days to get over an addiction. Sometimes it takes a year, but a minimum of 90 days. So if you put them in rehab, all they do is they get counseling and they get detoxed, and then the money runs out, they kick them out. And the worst time ever is right after they get out of rehab because they've been detoxed, but they fall off the wagon, they go back to the same dose they were taking when they overdose, right. And they can't tolerate it, and more people will die right after rehab than any other time. So just remember, 90 minutes is to get to an emergency room and minimum of 90 days in rehab.
Well, thank you. I think this is really helpful. This is when we go beyond politics into what really impacts our families' lives, and we appreciate the incredible work you're doing at Victoria's Voice. Sheriff, thank you, too, for your leadership as we continue to spread this awareness for our children and for our families and our loved ones in helping to stop this drug crisis and helping to save lives. Thank you all so much. Thank you for joining us.
Hey everyone, this is Matt Schlapp with Cpac, and it's my privilege to tell you that we've got a very important project that we've just announced, the First Amendment Fund. It's a brand new fund that we've created through our criminal justice reform efforts to raise money to take care of you, Americans who are being canceled and desecrated out there around the country. We know it just happened in Virginia, where parents were called domestic terrorists by the Biden administration, where people who just want to express their political views are canceled left and right. Now we have this terrible specter of a vaccine mandate where you can lose your job or be prevented from going to a restaurant or go to school according to your vaccination status. These are all the things that are happening in this country that are making people realize that America is in a fight to defend the principles that have made her great. If you want to be involved in this important effort, please go to conservative.org, click the link for the First Amendment Fund. Please donate to this C3 to help these victims across the country, including those who are just involved in politics, to make sure they have the legal representation they need to be able to live their great American life.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conversation on war through weakness. Elections matter. Please welcome author and Cpac board member Gordon Chang and former Deputy National Security Advisor K.T. McFarland.
KT.
We're getting right down to business here. Yes, sir.
Russian forces are advancing on Ukraine from the north, the south, and the east. There are reports of Russian military activity across the country, not just at the border. The Russians have captured Chernobyl, just north of Kyiv, and they've also got an air base recently, just south of the capital. But today we're going to start with your outfit.
Oh my God, we're going to talk about clothes. Can you believe this? The world's going to pieces and we're going to talk about clothes. Yes, Gordon?
This morning, you were in emerald green.
Yes.
And now you're in yellow. So what gives?
Well, I don't know if anybody's looked at the Ukrainian flag lately, but it's yellow and blue. And so I've actually put this on because I want to be in solidarity with the Ukrainian people. The next 48 hours, they will determine whether they have their own nation or not.
Very soon, Ukraine will fall.
Yes.
But when you were Deputy National Security Advisor in the Trump administration, and when your team left office, the world was peaceful. Now it's falling apart. So what accounts for this? This is just 13 months.
Yeah. You know, okay, so my job in the Trump administration is Deputy National Security Advisor. That's the person who comes up with the policy. The Secretary of State, the world's diplomat. He negotiates the treaties. He's the guy that the world sees. The National Security Advisor is the person who's at the president's elbow at every meeting, everything that's going on. The Deputy National Security Advisor is the one that's supposed to sit back and say, okay, what's the plan? And so the plan in the Trump administration was, the central part of the plan was energy independence. We knew that if we could use American energy, oil and natural gas, which had recently been discovered in shale rocks, we found that we could, the American engineers and technicians and really smart people realized we could get oil and natural gas out of rock. And we had the most abundant supply of any country in the world. So President Trump understood, well, if we can use that, not only would we be energy independent, which would be terrific for the American economy, but it would help us in national security. And here's how, because it would get us out of all of those forever wars in the Middle East. And because of our ability to export oil and natural gas, we could replace Russia, we could replace other countries in the world as the world's dominant energy supplier, but it would also drive the price of oil down. That's really key, and it's key for Russia. If oil is at $40 a barrel, which it was when President Trump left office, the Russians are broke. They can't afford to go to war. War is expensive. They could not even meet payroll unless oil is at about $80 a barrel. And why is that? Because look, nobody buys anything that is made in Russia, right? Who buys Russian computers, Russian cars? Nobody. And so we knew that the Russians had to have high oil and natural gas prices to fund everything else. And we knew that if they didn't have it, they could never play big on the world stage. We also knew Iran couldn't play big. And then finally, there was a third part of American energy independence, which is that we would really help the environment, because dirty coal would be replaced by the market system. Companies and countries would say, well, I'd rather have clean American natural gas than I would dirty coal. So that was the plan, and that's why when we left office, Vladimir Putin, oil was at $40 a barrel. He couldn't go to war if he wanted to. He also knew that he couldn't really exploit his situation because countries in Europe and elsewhere could use American energy. Now, President Biden comes in, what does he do? Well, if President Trump liked it, Biden hated it, right? So he immediately shut down the American energy industry, oil and natural gas, the energy that we were exporting to other countries, that stopped as well. What happened? The price of oil went sky high. Vladimir Putin's rich. He gets to choose when to invade.
When you're talking, it just reminded me that during the Reagan administration, Reagan purposefully went after Russia's commodities.
Yes.
He made sure that the price of oil and gas and coal and all the rest of it fell, and that bankrupted the Soviet Union.
I worked for President Reagan during that period, and that was the plan then. And the plan to defeat the Soviet Union without firing a shot was to go after them economically. And the same strategy that Donald Trump used, Ronald Reagan used, and that was to have the price of oil fall by 50%, bankrupt the Russians, stop exporting American technology to the Soviet Union then, and now Russia today, because they're not very good at that. We're terrific at it. And by doing that, Russia would be in a very difficult position economically. The other thing that in the Reagan administration we did was we shut down Russia's access to the international banking system. So they were broke, they couldn't borrow any money, and they couldn't make anything. They really had no choice. And then the final straw that broke the camel's back was the Star Wars Initiative, Missile Defense Program. And once we announced that, and I'm very proud that I wrote the speech, the part nobody remembers. Reagan wrote the part everybody remembers. But when the Russians heard that, they threw up their hands because they knew they couldn't beat us in an arms race. That's the plan to have again.
And Putin knew about what Reagan did to the Soviet Union, and Putin had his own ideas about how to reconstitute this evil empire.
Yeah, no, the fascinating thing, so I've been studying Vladimir Putin since the 1990s. And I went back and looked at his college dissertation. So he was in the KGB during the Cold War. The Soviet Union collapses in the late 80s, early 90s. Vladimir Putin resigns from the KGB, goes to grad school, like most people today, right? Anyway, so he went to grad school, and in his dissertation, he wrote about how to make Russia great again. And his plan was to take energy industry, oil and natural gas, bring them out of the hands of the oligarchs, bring them under the state control of the central government, invest in them, build pipelines to Europe, and then use the revenues from oil and natural gas sales to make Russia great again, to rebuild the Russian social network system, the Russian military, but then use the political leverage that he would get from Europe to then squeeze and really try to fracture NATO. And he's followed that plan for 30 years. And he is right there. He is right where he planned to be. And that's what he's doing today.
2 hours ago, President Biden announced a new set of sanctions on Russia. But interestingly, there was nothing about oil and gas sales.
I mean, you know, the way to do this, you can't just keep slapping them on the wrist. You've got to go to where it hurts. American oil and natural gas could rule the world, and if we could prevent Russian oil and natural gas from exploiting Europe and making Russia rich again, I mean, that's the way to do it. President Biden, sadly, refused to do any of this. So he slapped on a couple of inconsequential sanctions. It won't make a difference. 48 hours from now will determine what happens in Ukraine. And the rest, then, I am worried about, and this is your area, Gordon, is what is China doing? Is China's watching Vladimir Putin gobbling up Ukraine? What are the Chinese doing? Are they looking at Taiwan?
Well, the Chinese, for one thing, go back. Remember on February 4th, when Vladimir Putin met Xi Jinping at the Olympics, they had this really long communique about their no limits partnership. But more important, we heard them announce $117.5 billion in new oil and gas deals. And just a couple days ago, they announced 100 million metric tons of coal that the Russians would sell China. Now, these are more than just commodity deals. This is China signaling to the world that they are going to support Russian aggression, because then Vladimir Putin doesn't have to worry about anything. And especially if Putin doesn't have to worry about a cutoff of oil and gas sales to Western Europe.
Mm-hmm. You know, the thing the Biden administration keeps saying, well, the Russians would never shut down energy to Europe because they need the money. I mean, you've just said they'll sell it someplace else, probably at a higher price. They'll sell it to the Chinese.
And what's even worse is that on February 3, Ned Price, the State Department spokesman, warned China not to backfill, as he said. In other words, to support the Russian economy in the face of U.S. sanctions. Well, the U.S. sanctions are toothless, unfortunately. But now, China is looking at this and saying, well, if the Biden administration can't act in face of an invasion, well, why don't we invade India, or why don't we invade Japan or the Philippines or, of course, Taiwan? And I'm afraid that Xi Jinping is going to be emboldened. Now, there are a lot of reasons for him not to invade some of these places, but the point is, the most important deterrence is what the United States would do, and Biden has just taken that off the table.
So explain to me why it matters. People say that, you and I live in this foreign policy world, and we can sort of see 5 steps down the road. And I can tell you why Ukraine matters, and why energy matters, and why high prices of oil are going to mean you're going to have a lot of inflation and a lot of unemployment in the United States. But tell me about Taiwan. What does it matter? China says Taiwan's always been a part of China. What happens if China gobbles up Taiwan?
Well, Taiwan has not always been a part of China, and you can actually make the argument it's never been part of China. But putting that aside for the moment, you got to remember that since the end of the 1800s, we Americans have drawn our Western defense perimeter off the coast of East Asia, which means Taiwan is at the center of our crucial defense perimeter. And that means if Taiwan falls to China, then Chinese ships and aircraft are flooding into the Western Pacific, going to Hawaii, going to California, where we don't want them. But there's something even more important, and that is China right now is attacking not just our democracy, but it's attacking all democracies. It's attacking the whole notion and concept of democracy. And Taiwan is a vibrant democracy, and we cannot afford to allow the Chinese to take down any democracy, especially one as important as Taiwan's. And there's something called semiconductors. Taiwan manufactures 90% of the world's sophisticated semiconductors, but we'll put that to a side moment.
No, but I think it's important to make the case. You know, we've all experienced supply chain shortages right now. We've all seen the inflation in goods and services in the United States. What happens if China gets its hands on Taiwan's semiconductor industry? Well, first of all, explain why semiconductor industry in Taiwan is so important.
It's because although Americans design the world's most sophisticated semiconductors, chips, we manufacture 0 of them. Most of them are made in Taiwan by one company, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, and the other one is Samsung, which unfortunately is subject to communist China pressure. So the point is, well, we could live without chips, but then, of course, we're not driving cars, we don't have phones, our toasters don't work. Basically, we're back into the 1800s. So that's why it's important.
Okay, so China and Russia have just signed a new deal, and you made reference to it. Where do you think it goes from here?
I think that China does make a move on one of its neighbors. I don't know if it's Taiwan.
Does that mean an invasion?
That means an invasion. That means breaking it apart like what we've seen Russia do. But really
cyber attacks, presumably? Cyber attacks, trade blockades?
And essentially what they're doing is they're taking down the international order. The American-led international order after World War II. Peace, stability, trade, commerce, everyone gets prosperous. That world is over. We start to look something like the 1500s in Europe. And so therefore, we really can't do that. But since we're running out of time, let me ask you, what does the United States, or what should the United States be doing in Europe right now?
Yeah, so what's the plan, right? Every country in the world thinks the United States is in decline. We're not, but we might be. But here's how you reverse that decline. You know, energy has been the single most important factor in who goes to war, who goes to peace. You know, Japan attacked at Pearl Harbor because it wanted access to oil from Indonesia. Hitler invaded Russia, stupid decision on his part, but he wanted access to the Black Sea oil. We have the energy. We have been gifted with the greatest supply of energy in anywhere in the world. So the plan would be to, number one, redevelop American energy. We could do it. We could flip that switch right back on. We could say to the American people, here's what we've got to do. We've got to maintain American energy independence, but also to export energy. We could go to the Europeans and we could say to them, look, we got your back. Don't import Russian energy. Take clean American natural gas. We'll help. We'll help build LNG terminals. We would say to the Russians, okay, we're going to shove down that price of oil. You're going to be bankrupt again. So the number one part of any new plan to deal with Russia, Europe, is going to have to be energy and reclaiming that. But I want to ask you, how would you deal with China?
Well, China calls us an enemy, and they're attacking our society. So we cut off the blood supply to those who mean us harm. And the way do we do that? We sever trade, we sever investment, we sever technical cooperation agreements. And I know this sounds drastic, but we got to remember that China uses every point of contact with our society to overthrow our form of government. And now we are being overwhelmed. Our FBI is overwhelmed, local law enforcement is overwhelmed, our institutions are overwhelmed. So we got to cut these contacts until we can be sure that our republic is safe. So, unfortunately, it's going to mean that we are not going to have relations with China. That's what we got to do to save ourselves and to save our republic.
And Gordon, I would add to that, one of the reasons we won the Cold War was because of our technological superiority. You know, we've comforted ourselves with the thought that, well, we're really good at inventing things and the Chinese steal the stuff and then they manufacture them. We need to reinvest in American technology because the Chinese goal is to dominate the 10 areas of technology of the future and then own the future.
Yeah, and you know, we have American companies, for instance. You take a Google that has 3 artificial intelligence partnerships in Beijing. And one would say, oh, these are with universities and such, so how can this hurt us? Well, the problem is China has this notion of civil-military fusion. which means that the Chinese military has access to everything that universities in China have. Every civilian institution is a military institution, and we're giving them the world's best technology for free. This has got to end.
You know, I would, Gordon, I think it's really important to, we've identified the problem, we've talked about potential solutions, but I would just emphasize to everybody here, don't wait for Washington to come up with the solutions. They're not going to do it. They're all bought and paid for. The important thing will be what happens at the state and local levels. And one of the things that gives me enormous confidence is I once went on a jag and I was reading Abraham Lincoln's diaries. And when he was a young man, he wrote, this is Abraham Lincoln, but before he was anybody, he wrote, I was really born at the wrong time because all the great deeds have already been done. America's independence has been won, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, just sadly, there's nothing left to do. So fast forward, Abraham Lincoln was probably the most significant president in American history. We look around today and we have life that's quite good. And yet it could go away in a second. It could go away within a couple of years. Gordon and I have spent a lifetime studying these things. And my conclusion, and I think you would agree too, we've got about 5 years to turn this around. And we've got to turn around the technology, the energy, but the American people. Ronald Reagan did it. And it's up to the people of the United States to do it again. I don't want to be somebody who's a granny who's sitting around telling my grandchildren, America used to be great. And it's going to be up to the people here and the people that you know and the people that you influence in your own communities who are going to make this difference. It ain't going to be easy, sweetie, but it's going to be necessary. Thank you.
We should talk about the 1970s, because then all the foreign policy elites in Washington were saying, we need to accommodate the Soviet Union. They're on the rise. We're in decline. We're weak. We got to come to some accommodation with Moscow. That was Nixon, Kissinger.
I worked for those guys,
places.
by the way.
And,
but I worked for Reagan.
And then along came Ronald Reagan and said, no, we're going to win. They're going to lose. We're America.
And you want to know where Reagan said it? He said it at Cpac. It was before he was president. I think he was maybe was running for governor. And he came to, and I went to one of the original Cpacs. It was a room, it was probably the size of, it was a really small room. There were maybe 20 people in it. And Ronald Reagan talked about this. He talked about, this is the generation that's going to fight communism, that's going to restore American greatness. And everybody politely applauded. And nobody realized that 20 years later, he would take down the Soviet Empire without firing a shot. And the blueprint is still there. We just have to follow it.
And the crisis that we face is so much worse than the one that Reagan did, but we can do it. I mean, we have an election coming up in November. We have an election in November 2024. This is the time that is critical for the United States. And it's up to us, as KT said, we're voters. There are all sorts of things we can do. And that's why we're here at Cpac, because that is what is going to save our country.
Can I just share with you something that Matt Schlapp told us 2 nights ago? He said, somebody came up to him and said, I want to help you however I can. And he said, Matt, Cpac, you guys are going to save America. Nobody else is going to do it. So I applaud you for all showing up. And I really encourage you to go out and do what I know you're going to do next, which is go save America. Thank you very much.
The clock says we're out of time.
Well, I think you've had enough of the Gordon KT show, so on to the next. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Come on, guys.
Thank you all very much.
So about Cpac is Cpac. There's a few different things I love. I get to see some of my favorite speakers, some of my favorite representatives. I mean, we have Governor Ron DeSantis here. We have President Trump coming. And also, it's a good way to see your Facebook friends list, because everybody you see on Facebook is from all over the world, if you have a network on Facebook.
It's been great meeting a lot of people from around the country that are just excited to be here, share information. We've got finding a lot of friendly people too, which I don't think you necessarily find at all events. Everybody is just looking to have an enjoyable time and get good information.
Associate with everybody that's anybody in the conservative political side of the spectrum. And for me, it's an invaluable experience to be able to talk to people from across the country, other candidates that are running, to get input from them, to meet them, and hopefully we can meet each other in D.C. after November.
Great question. I think we need to have a process in place to stand for our Constitution first and foremost, and that we take the time to make sure that the people that are running for office actually share the values, the founding principles that our founding fathers had.
National School Board Association, I know you can hear us. We are loud, we are bold, and we will not be silenced.
What's important about today is we stand for freedom. Now we stand for freedom with the brave people who are taking to the streets in Cuba, but we don't just stand with Cuba, we stand with freedom-loving people everywhere.
But I do want to say to the man that is in that White House, what he has done is simply unacceptable. He has failed the Afghan people. He has failed the Afghan women and children. He has failed our military. He is leaving Americans behind.
You know, all they do is they use us. They've been using us for decades.
We share one thing in common, and that is to protect our children. That is to give our children the best possible education we can in this great country. I am the mother of 5 daughters, and it is a priority that we teach them the good values of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome author and journalist Alex Berenson.
Thank you. I've sort of made my brand as somebody who tells people things they don't want to hear. So let me start by telling you something you don't want to hear. Stop trying to ban books, okay? Stop it. If you want to be the free speech party, if you want to speak out for free speech and free expression, don't try to ban the Cider House rules or get it out of school libraries or Confessions of Nat Turner. Don't do it. If you like free speech, if you stand for free speech, you have to stand for free speech, even if you don't like what's being said. And that is what the left has completely forgotten more and more, day by day, week by week. Censorship never works. It always fails. It fails strategically because it tells the people you're competing with that your ideas don't work, which is why you can't debate them openly and freely. And it fails tactically because it gets people in the middle who may not have ever heard of the idea you're trying to ban interested in it. This is famously called the Streisand effect. It's always been true, and it's more true than ever. So don't stand for censorship. Censorship is un-American, it's unconstitutional, it's wrong. And besides, the left is way ahead on it. The left loves it, so let the left have it right now. It's really amazing to me in the last 5 years how far the left has gone on censorship. Most stunning, only 2 weeks ago, the Department of Homeland Security put out a bulletin where it defined terrorist threats as misinformation or disinformation about COVID and election fraud. And I want to read to you exactly what the Department of Homeland Security defined as a terrorist threat 2 weeks ago. If you make statements that, and I quote, undermine public trust in government institutions to encourage unrest, which could potentially inspire acts of violence, you may be a terrorist. Okay? I'm a terrorist by that definition. And that means that the government is entitled to do lots of things to me if it actually defines me that way. Okay? That is wrong. And by the way, this definition could easily be applied to plenty of people on the left who spoke out in favor of the Black Lives Matter protests. Okay, this is dangerous to both sides. It's dangerous to the United States. DHS should walk away from it, and journalists should be asking about it. But they don't want to because they're so in love with squelching debate right now. The people who I used to work with at the New York Times have never said a word about this. I find it stunning and so disappointing. And you know, across the border in Canada, people who donated money to a protest that was truly mostly peaceful, essentially entirely peaceful, were threatened by the Canadian government that they would have, you know, their bank accounts frozen, that they would essentially be shut out of life for donating to a peaceful protest. That is suppression of speech. It is wrong. And 1 week ago, people in the federal government spoke out against a website called Zero Hedge, which had committed the crime of publishing some stories that the Biden administration did not like. And they said Zero Hedge might be an agent of the Russian government. We are at a very strange moment when this stuff is happening, and you know, the traditional defenders of free speech are not speaking out about it. So that's the government acting directly, but the government is also acting indirectly through big tech, which I know Ron DeSantis spoke about, Governor DeSantis, and I felt like he was speaking to me as he was talking about how big tech censors, because last year at this convention I said, hey, Twitter has been good. Twitter has allowed me to speak, and you know, I've said things about the vaccines, and I've said things about COVID that you know, the mainstream narrative it goes against the mainstream narrative, and Twitter's allowed me to do that. And then in July, I said something that Anthony Fauci didn't like, and less than a month later, I was off Twitter. Twitter had banned me. And that is big tech censorship at its worst. Twitter's doing this, Facebook is doing this. We know Facebook pulls groups, sometimes with hundreds of thousands of people. This has to stop. These companies have held themselves out as public forums. Twitter, Jack Dorsey, who was Twitter's founder and until very recently Twitter's chief executive, said under oath to the Senate that Twitter was a public square. This is not a public square if you have views that people don't like on the left, you get banned. They shouldn't do this. And whether or not they can do it constitutionally is a question, hopefully, that the Supreme Court will eventually get to decide. I've brought a lawsuit against them. Former President Trump has brought a lawsuit against them. One of these suits is going to get to the Supreme Court, and Twitter may not like the outcome. Because I'm not backing down, and I'm sure President Trump is not backing down. But it's about more than me or him or any one person. It's about whether these huge, incredibly important American companies are going to live up to their promises to allow free speech and open debate. And they are not doing so. So, I have 30 seconds left. And And I hope next year, when I'm back here speaking to you, you'll be able to see what I have to say on Twitter, okay? And I hope we'll all be able to debate our response to COVID and Ukraine and everything else on Twitter and Facebook and these platforms. They should live up to their ideals. They should live up to our country's ideals, and they should be open platforms for free speech. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a power play. Please welcome former Alaska Commissioner Kelly Cpac.
Thank you. I'm Kelly Cpac. I'm born and raised in Alaska. The woke leftist tried to cancel me before there was cancel culture. When I was an outspoken conservative at a liberal law school, the leftists posted death threats against me in the student center. But they couldn't cancel me. I won't be bullied, I won't be silenced, and I won't be controlled. But make no mistake, the radical progressives want to wipe out diversity of thought. And a nation divided will not stand. Our founders created a government designed to be of the people, by the people, and for the people. Government is supposed to function like the 7 referees of a football field. They regulate the plays and they call the fouls. But right now, we have 700 referees on the field, and they're fouling us all over the place. When government grows, freedom shrinks. And for me, this has become very personal. My parents moved to Alaska before I was born to pursue an American dream. But life doesn't always go according to plan, and they ended up becoming homeless. But my mom, she got a job in the oil industry. And with that oil job, they were proud to fight their way into working class America. Yes, I'm proud of them too. I got to be the first in our family to pursue a college education, and then I dedicated my career to public service, making government work for the people. I'm an anti-swamp bureaucracy whisperer. I've exposed waste, fraud, and abuse, cut costs, and my favorite, held government insiders accountable. I was focused on my job, my church, my amazing husband, and being an Alaskan mom educating 5 kids during COVID. Yep, shout out to the parents. And then, Senator Lisa Murkowski. You all could be Alaskan. She cast the tie-breaking vote to confirm the radical environmentalist Deb Haaland to be Joe Biden's Interior Secretary. And with that single vote, Murkowski killed thousands of oil and gas jobs, just like the one my mom had. I felt it like a kick in the gut. I owe everything to Alaska and to all those Alaskans who came around my family to give us those opportunities that we had. But Lisa Murkowski, well, she owes everything to her dad, who appointed her to his vacant Senate seat when he was elected governor. For the Murkowskis, it's a little bit like the British royal family. In the same way that Queen Elizabeth is going to hand on that crown to a descendant, the Murkowskis have been handing down our Alaska Senate seat like a birthright for 41 years. But nepotism breeds a lack of realism. So Murkowski, she doesn't feel it when she votes to confirm Joe Biden's radical nominees like she's done over 90% of the time. She doesn't feel it when she acts as Joe Biden's CEO. Yeah, his chief enabling officer, voting along with Biden's radical agenda and Bernie Sanders a majority of the time, which hurts Alaskans and everyone in this room. She even voted for the Green New Deal, you know, the infrastructure bill. But Murkowski didn't just vote for it, she helped write it. It is time to hold these leftist supporting insiders accountable. And aren't we all excited that come this November, we are going to block Biden's business-busting, border-bungling, crime-cascading, defense-decimating, energy-annihilating, gun-grabbing, gender-jumbling, liberty-loathing, mandate-militating, parent-punishing, police-persecuting, socialist-supporting, America-obliterating agenda. We have inherited a great country because of veterans like my dad and others who have paid a significant cost. And they walk in the footsteps of those who signed the Declaration of Independence. And they pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. I believe that to whom much is given, much is expected. So I'm not standing on the sidelines while Joe Biden and Lisa Murkowski and their woke leftist friends continue to obliterate the state and the country that I love. No. I'm all in. Yes. And today, I'm inviting you to be all in with me. Because it is time for Americans with courage and common sense to rise together and lead us forward. I'm Kelly Cpac, and I'm for Alaska. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, from North Carolina, Representative Mark Walker.
Thanks, everybody. What a privilege to be here today. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains, majesty above the fruited plains. Written words of a young school teacher making her way across the plains in 1893. America the beautiful. We are a beautiful country, but our real beauty is in the fact that we are a beacon of freedom for the rest of the world. Think about it. America is the most philanthropic country and is always the first to arrive with disaster aid. We have 25% more foreign-born citizens than any country in the world. We send missionaries to share the message, the gospel message of hope and healing of Christianity across the world. And we take in 1 million legal immigrants every single year that raise their right hand to the oath and take an allegiance to the Constitution, and we celebrate that they are as much Americans as you and I. Do we believe America is beautiful? Yes, we do. Hey, listen, I'm not saying that we got it all right day one, right? But America is exceptional because we never quit trying until we became the land of opportunity for every American. A republic, if you can keep it, Ben Franklin said. Well, we are the longest lasting republic in the history of the world. Do you believe America is beautiful? Dang straight we do. But freedom also has a price. Gettysburg, Guadalcanal, Normandy. I will never forget standing on the grounds and looking down out at Omaha Beach and across the Atlantic Ocean and realizing that D-Day wasn't won by great military generals or superior air cover. No, it was won by 18 and 19-year-olds that kept charging up that hill, wave after wave, to make sure that those freedoms would be passed down to another generation. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you today, do you believe that America is beautiful? Absolutely we do. Over the last few years, leftist radicals, or better named Democrats in Congress, they're no longer trying to hide their motives. It's all changed. Their attack to erode our liberty is supported by big tech, the press, and the media. And now even corporate America has gone woke. Remember the words of Democrat James Clyburn about COVID? Never let a crisis go to waste. In fact, COVID was used to fast-track mandates like no other time in history. Listen, they even changed our election laws and used it to test us to see how much liberty Americans were willing to give up. And frankly, I think even the left was surprised by just how much liberty we were willing to surrender. They will never stop trying to steamroll conservatives, folks like you and me. Today, we face a new kind of evil. The battle for freedoms in the 21st century is as much spiritual warfare as it is political. Do you believe that? Absolutely. When Democratic members of Congress literally vote against sustaining the life of a baby that somehow survives a botched abortion, my friends, that's evil. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris give the green light to illegals when they know their children will be trafficked and assaulted by drug cartels, my friends, that's evil. In America, we have turned our backs on the Bible and the Constitution, and we've lost our moral compass. But today, don't lose hope. Because here's the good news. Joe Biden and the left have overplayed their hand, and Americans are waking up and engaging like never before. I'm meeting people who wanted just to work hard, to go to church, to raise their families. They're waking up and saddling up as well. In fact, moms across the country are taking down leftists on school boards right and left, and we celebrate that, right? Indeed we do. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, it won't be easy. There's a price for liberty. There always has been. Question is, what are you and I willing to pay for it? America the Beautiful. You see, there's another verse to that song that we don't sing very much these days. Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. My friends, one last time, do you believe America is beautiful? Yes, we do. May God provide the path, and may we have the courage to follow. I'm Mark Walker. God bless you, and let's keep the fight alive. God bless. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome U.S. Army combat veteran Corey Mills.
Thank you, thank you. How are we, Orlando? How great is it to live in the freest state in America? But we're only free because of tremendous leadership by Governor Ron DeSantis, the man who beat and defeat Fauciism and chose America first, the same as President Trump did. When President Trump stomped out socialism, and who is the true elected, not selected, President of the United States. How many of you remember when President Trump was elected, when they talked about the fact that he will be the beginning and start of World War III? But what did we see? We saw more peace accords, more conditions-based withdrawal of these never-ending wars by the neocons and those who are trying to prop up this military-industrial base that we were warned about. Now what do we see? We see Joe Biden and America at the weakest national security we've ever faced in our lives. What do we have? We have the failed withdrawal in Afghanistan, where thousands of Americans were purposely left behind. And how do I know this? Because my team and I conducted the very first successful overland rescue of a mother and her 3 children out of Afghanistan after the fall and the Taliban hunting them down. I paused my campaign for 6 weeks, and why? Because there is no price to doing the right thing. What do we see in America today? We see North Korea with hypersonic ballistic missiles, Russian technology advancing. China has now surpassed us with a naval fleet threatening Taiwan. And now we have the Russian invasion, or I should say, the re-invasion, because the exact same thing happened under the Obama-Biden administration. They annexed Crimea. They took over Donetsk. And yet we're supposed to be surprised when they go back because they see the weak and woke administration under the Biden administration? General Milley spent more time looking at critical race theory, but he should have been opening a book on how to win wars. And what do we have now? We have veterans who are being turned away. We have a military purge and an unconstitutional vaccine mandate. A mandate that should not determine if you serve our nation or if you are able to go to work and put food on the table for your families. Let me be clear. I am not for wokeism. I am not for critical race theory in our educational and military systems. I am not for unconstitutional vaccine mandates and masking of our children. As a father, it is shameful when I watch kids have to go to school and be taught that America is bad. How many of us feel that America is the best nation on earth? And let me tell you what else I support. As a constitutionalist and a conservative first, a Republican second, I support things like constitutional carry and our inalienable rights to protect our families and protect our homes. These aren't things that are government-limited rights. These are God-given rights. But let's be clear about what we see as well. Parental rights are more important than a woke teacher union. As parents, we know that. So as we stand here today in the great city of Orlando, never forget what we stand for, because today is the time that patriots must rise. Today is the time that we look at what Isaiah says in the Bible when God called and said, "Who shall I send and who shall go forth?" It is us who shall say, "Here am I, send me." I want to thank you all. I want to thank this amazing state. God bless you. God bless our families. God bless America. And that's why I'm running here for Congress in Florida's 7th District to take back our country. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former governor of Missouri Eric Greitens.
Well, good afternoon, Patriots. We have a mission. And the mission is to take our country back, and we're here to do it. When I served as a Navy SEAL, and I took an oath to defend our Constitution, it was an oath to protect the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And right now, despite the mainstream media lies and rhino cowardice and corruption, you know and we see the true nature of the enemy that we are facing, and the brutal fact is clear. The left is actively trying to destroy our country. We know the truth. Well, let the word go forth this afternoon from all of you who are standing here that we are going to stand for our country, and we're ready to fight for it. I've been down to the border, not just to Texas and to Arizona, but to the Mexican side of the border. And I've seen the 600,000 to 1 million people that are crossing our border every single month. That is an act that is making America weaker and our adversaries stronger. They are trying to destroy this country. When you look at what they have done with the defund the police movement, and the horrific rise in murders around this country, they are trying to destroy our country. When you look at critical race theory, you can see they are trying to divide our country. When you look at the COVID tyranny and the assault on our liberties, you can see that they are trying to destroy our country. When you look at inflation, when you look at the military disasters in places like Afghanistan, and Biden's policy of weakness and chaos that leads to aggression like we're seeing in the Ukraine, you can see that they are trying to destroy our country. And a lot of folks in the mainstream media, some rhinos, they might say, well, you know, I mean, this is just because Joe Biden is senile and Kamala Harris is incompetent. And that's true, they are. But it's more than that. But it's more than that, folks. No one is this stupid. No one leaves behind billions of dollars of military equipment for the Taliban, but that's what they did. And we must stand together to recognize the nature of the enemy. We are in a fight for the soul of our country. And it is a battle against evil. It is a battle against cruelty, and it is a battle against tyranny. And we have to recognize that the left's policies are rooted in cruelty. You go down to the border, right now, Joe Biden and Mexican drug gangs and cartels are involved in the largest human smuggling operation in history, and it's happening on our border, and that is cruel. We talked to one Customs and Border Patrol agent who told us about one kid who'd been sold 17 times. You talk to the families, the thousands of families around this country who've lost loved ones to violence because of the left's insane defund the police movement. That is cruelty. You think about what's happening for families who've had kids with disabilities kept out of school for a year. That is cruelty. The left is cruel. And it is also tyrannical. You look at their assault on our liberties, their assault on the First Amendment, their assault on the Second Amendment. You look at the left's assault on our elections and on election integrity. You look at what the left is doing, the way they now, and we know they spied on candidate Trump and they spied on President Trump, and we know the truth. And we see around the country the George Soros-funded assault on the rule of law. That's the nature of the enemy that we are facing. And when you look back historically, what you see is the same thing that our founding fathers saw. The nature of leftism is that it never stops. They always progress to more and more tyranny. And you can look at the Jacobins in the French Revolution. You can look at Lenin and Stalin. You can look at Mao in China, Pol Pot in Cambodia. Those who ride the tiger of tyranny, they keep progressing to more and more oppression because they know that if they step off, the tiger will eat them as well. So the fact is, the left isn't going to stop. And you have to make a choice. We have to make a choice. Are we going to stop them? And I will tell you that right now, we know patriots around this country are rising up and we're saying, we are going to stand for our country and we're going to take it back. And this country will not be taken back by rhinos. It will be taken back by America First patriots who are willing to stand with courage and faith to make sure that we can pass on to our kids more than we inherited. There is a stark choice facing our country at this moment. And it is a choice between surrender to leftist cruelty and tyranny, or the revival of our republic with freedom and faith and courage. And I am here to stand with you for the revival. Thank you. God bless you. I appreciate your courage. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the National Rifle Association, please welcome Wayne LaPierre.
Thank you very much. And thanks to all of you for being here today. You know, everywhere you look, you can see Americans all over this country are worried about the direction our country is headed. Americans are sick and they're tired of watching our time-honored American values like freedom, honesty, integrity, the rule of law being reduced, ridiculed, and replaced by politicians who deal in lies, who see integrity as weakness, and who frankly don't give a damn about your freedom or the rule of law. Seriously, I mean, you want an example? Look no further than the guy that right now occupies the White House. Earlier this month, in an event to honor two courageous New York City police officers who were murdered by a violent felon, Joe Biden shamelessly used the opportunity to push his gun ban agenda. He went up there and he called for a ban on semi-automatic rifles. He called for a ban on standard capacity magazine. He called for a ban on private gun sales. And he called for suing America's firearms manufacturers into the ground and out of business. The one thing you didn't hear him call for at all is the one thing that could have saved those officers and helped them return home to their families that day. You didn't hear Joe Biden once call for putting violent criminals behind bars where they all belong. He didn't once, not once, mention that the monster who killed those officers was a violent felon out on parole when he should have been in jail. Instead, What Joe Biden did is he sat there and shamelessly looked right into the camera and he pointed his finger at you and me. And he blamed us and our Second Amendment freedom. This is the same Joe Biden who serves as a national cheerleader for pro-criminal policies, and you know what I'm talking about, like no cash bail. It's the same Biden who wants to get rid of mandatory minimum sentences. And it's the same Joe Biden who refuses to get serious about prosecuting felons who violate federal gun laws, and instead, he just lets them go free. Make no mistake, Joe Biden's radical agenda to help violent criminals escape justice is only going to make deadly crime and the wave that is across our country right now spread farther and deeper into more communities all over our precious country. But no matter how hard Biden tries to blame us for the violent crime that he enables, I'm happy to report that Americans all over this country aren't buying into his agenda. You know what they're doing instead? They're out there in record number buying guns. Last year, 5.4 million Americans purchased a firearm for the first time in their lives. And you know why? Because all of them can see what's happening all around them in their country. And they want to be able to protect themselves, and they want to be able to protect their families. They pick up the paper, and they see the daily news stories of another violent robbery, another heinous murder in another part of their community that they always thought was safe. And they know that Joe Biden and his anti-gun allies care more about protecting criminals than protecting those law-abiding Americans. You know, I don't know if you saw this, but in a recent news story out of Los Angeles, California, a small gun shop owner in Beverly Hills, of all places, reported a huge increase in business from the folks you'd least expect. Movie stars, film executives, Hollywood bigwigs. More and more and more of them were sneaking into his shop and secretly buying guns. They're probably the same actors who buy a gun one day, and the next day they go out and rail against you and me and our Second Amendment rights. You know, when you think about it, maybe that's why so many celebrities are out there pushing so hard for mask mandates. They don't want anyone to recognize them when they sneak into the gun store. And if any of those Hollywood hypocrites are watching right now as we sit here, I have a message for you. No matter how much you attack us, belittle us, or try to shame us for exercising our Second Amendment rights, the men and women of the National Rifle Association will fight for your right to keep and bear arms just as hard as we fight for ours. Because this freedom belongs to all of us as Americans. And even though we're facing off against an anti-gun White House, Nancy Pelosi and Charles Schumer, I'm proud to report that NRA isn't just holding the line for freedom, we're advancing it. Every time Joe Biden has tried to ram through his gun ban agenda through Congress, he's run into a brick wall of NRA members. Remember, and you will remember this, everyone's talking about it, when Biden nominated gun ban lobbyist David Chipman to head up ATF last year, Chipman would have used his position of power to lay waste to our gun rights in this country. Every so-called expert at the time said Chipman's confirmation was a done deal. There was nothing anybody could do about it, they all said. Well, they sure got that wrong. NRA went out and led the fight to stop Chipman's confirmation, and when the dust cleared, by gosh, we won. And he went down to defeat. We also have taken the biggest Second Amendment case in over 10 years all the way to the Supreme Court. It'll be decided probably in June. This landmark case is going to decide whether every law-abiding American's right to self-defense stops at their front door or if it exists outside of their home. And thanks to the men and women of the NRA, your right to carry a firearm for self-defense in this country is now legally recognized in 42 states and counting. Yep. Because now more than ever, especially in Joe Biden's America, every law-abiding citizen should have the God-given right to defend themselves and their loved ones, no matter where you live in this country. I want to conclude by saying I can't tell you what an honor it is to be here with all of you today and what an inspiration all of you in this conference is. I know you're here today because when you get worried about America, you don't just shake your head and your fist and scream at the wall. You educate yourself. You take action. You lead, and you go out and fight back. I've seen you do it year after year. And never forget that your voice resonates far beyond this room. And when you're an NRA member, it resonates even farther, carrying the weight of millions of NRA members and tens of millions more Americans who support our cause and look to us for leadership in defending freedom. So from where I'm standing right now, I ask you, join us. Join millions of your fellow patriots across this nation by joining the NRA. Join the most successful civil rights organization in the history of our great nation. Join because you pledge your allegiance to the principles of freedom, not politics. And join because your right to self-defense is more sacred right now than any other right you possess. And join because there has never been a more important time to saddle up and ride with the National Rifle Association. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. And let's keep fighting every day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Ted Cruz.
God bless Cpac. What an amazing sight. Thousands of patriots and not a damn mask in sight. Obviously, everyone here is just following Stacey Abrams' example. We find ourselves at an existential moment for our nation. The threats in our country have never been greater. So I want to do something a little bit unusual for Cpac. I want to step back and go a little more philosophical and ask, what is this battle all about? What are we fighting about in this nation? And I'm going to suggest that the fundamental conflict that is playing out across this great nation is a battle between power and liberty. The two are in fundamental conflict. We are seeing it every day. Vaccine mandates versus doctors and nurses. Mask mandates versus kids in school. Spotify versus Joe Rogan. GoFundMe versus Canadian truckers. Justin Trudeau Let's pause for a second and observe that is the first time in recorded history that any Canadian has ever elicited that much of a response from any crowd on planet Earth. Justin Trudeau and the God-fearing Canadian truckers. The New York Times versus Barry Weiss. Levi's versus Jennifer Say. AOC versus damn near anyone who ever dared to criticize her. Although actually, as she told us, if you criticize her, it means you really want to date her. If you look at this battle, this is not a battle between the weak and the strong. Joe Rogan is many things, but he ain't weak. Major League Baseball, which went after the voters of Georgia, the Georgia voters are many things, but they ain't weak. The Biden Department of Justice, when they went after parents. Parents are many things, but they ain't weak. Just ask Loudoun County. Just ask Terry McAuliffe. Just ask all the left-wing Democrats in Virginia who are scared out of their minds right now. You got to understand what is playing out here. What is playing out is the powerful are afraid. They are terrified of you. They look out at the men and women in this room and you scare the living crap out of them. They are afraid of truth. They are afraid of liberty. That fear is driving them. Let me suggest a principle, a very simple principle for conservatives to understand. Big is bad. Across the board, big government sucks. Big business sucks. Big tech, big Hollywood, big universities. Any accumulation of power that is centralized is fundamentally dangerous for individual liberty. What is it that the communists want? The communists want control of everything. They want centralized power. How do we ensure freedom? You know, the principles I'm talking about were said far more eloquently, far more elegantly 2 centuries ago by James Madison in Federalist 10. James Madison talked about factions. That was an old word for special interests. And he said factions, if they're able to seize control of government, will strip away our liberty. And the genius of our Constitution is the checks and balances that divides government, that makes one branch fight with another branch, makes the executive and Congress fight, makes Congress and the judiciary fight, makes the federal government and the states fight. And what the framers, their genius was, the Supreme Court has called it splitting the atom of sovereignty. And that if the factions, if one faction can't seize control of everything, then they can't use that power against the people. That principle was true 2 centuries ago. It's true today. Why is our liberty so under assault? Because giant corporations, giant tech, giant government, they work together hand in hand. You look at what happened with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, Jen Psaki. Oh, come on, Jen Psaki doesn't get the Justin Trudeau treatment? All right. You know, Peppermint Patty deserves some love. Jen Psaki from the White House podium said, billionaires in Silicon Valley, please silence that pesky Rogan guy. There's a pattern of government asking big tech to silence dissent. In Canada, the Canadian truckers, Canadian government says, oh, GoFundMe, billionaires, please silence these pesky truckers. By the way, the workers of the world had a revolt, and the left is pissed. So what's the answer? The answer is threefold. Number one, fight power. Fight big government, fight big business, fight big tech, fight big Hollywood, fight big universities. Fight the centralization of power. Break it up. Break big tech up into a million little pieces. Decentralize. You know, we just had Wayne LaPierre talking about guns. Why is it the left, when they seize control, they immediately want to take away everyone's guns? Because then the state has a monopoly on force. If the only people with guns are the jackbooted thugs, then liberty is gone. So we need to decentralize. We need to break it apart. It's one of the reasons why I am so bullish on crypto, on Bitcoin, because it is decentralized and not controllable. And let me give a fantastic example. So Justin Trudeau said, I don't like me some truckers, so we're going to seize your assets. So then the court went to try to seize the crypto that was being given to the truckers. And I don't know how many of y'all saw a letter that I actually want to read from. It's a letter from a company, Bitcoin company called Nunchuck. Here's part of the letter. Dear Ontario Superior Court of Justice, our software is free. We do not collect any user identification information beyond email addresses. We also do not hold any keys. Therefore, we cannot freeze our users' accounts. We cannot prevent them from being moved. We do not have the knowledge of, quote, the existence, nature, value, and location of our users' assets. This is by design. Please look up how self-custody and private keys work. When the Canadian dollar becomes worthless, we will be here to serve you too. That is spectacular. By the way, contrast that to the craven, sniveling response of corporate America. When some whiny snowflake tweets at them, they go, oh my God, I'm sorry. Like, God bless you saying to the government, go jump in a lake. That's how our country was founded. That is powerful. By the way, that is also why China recently banned Bitcoin. Because they can't control it, which is the exact same reason Elizabeth Warren hates Bitcoin. The Chinese communists and Elizabeth Warren, they both want to control you. Your assets, your savings, your speech, your life, your children, every decision they want to control, and so we need to break up the means of controlling the citizenry. I want an unruly, uncontrollable American, we the people. Number two, don't ever apologize to the woke mob. It doesn't work. They are not engaged in rational discourse. They are not actually offended at whatever idiocy it is they're whining about that moment. They want to destroy you. They want to silence you. They want to subjugate you. Respond with joy. Laugh at them. It drives them bananas. Okay, are leftists the least funny people on planet Earth? But they're like, you can't say that. You can't do that. No, I don't like that. I don't like, shut the hell up. It's none of your damn business. If I want to get a vaccine, I'll get the vaccine. If I don't want to get the vaccine, I won't get the vaccine. And it's none of your business how I decide for me and my family. That scares them because it's not controllable. And the third thing I'm going to say is speak out. Use your voice. Every one of you has a powerful megaphone to the world. Speak out and use your voice. 2 years ago, I launched a podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz. All right, I want to say to everyone here under 40, please go and subscribe to my podcast. You can get it wherever you get your podcasts. 2 years ago, we were the #1 ranked podcast in the world. To everyone over 40, call your kids, call your grandkids, and ask them to subscribe you to the podcast. Number two, text the word Cruz to the number 24005. Let me give you that again. Cruz to 24005. Why is that? Because we're using text, we're using the podcast, we're using email, we're using social media, we're using every tool to mobilize and energize a grassroots army because we are taking this country back from the lunatic socialist left that is trying to destroy our freedom. Let me say one final thing. In January of 2023, I'm looking forward to walking down the hallway in the United States Capitol and to bumping into a little man wearing overalls, carrying a screwdriver, and coming to change the sign on Nancy Pelosi's door. And Nancy is going to get on her broom. Okay, no, that's not fair. That's not fair. She's going to get on her private jet called the USS Broom and fly back to California. And we're going to send Chuck Schumer back to New York City. And then we're going to tell Joe Biden it's 2025 and he'll just wander back to Delaware. Change is coming. It is powerful. You want to know how powerful? Find me one person on planet Earth who doesn't know what "Let's Go Brandon" means. And not just in red states. How many of you saw at the New England Patriots game in Boston the entire crowd chanting "Let's go Brandon"? That is powerful. A wave is coming. We are taking our country back. We are standing up to power. We are defending liberty. We are defending the Constitution. We are defending the Bill of Rights. And together, we will save this great nation. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Josh Hawley.
Hello, Cpac. Oh, it's great to see you. It's great to be back here and with you. You know, the last time that we were here together, just a year ago, they were trying to censor us, silence us, cancel us, muzzle us. In fact, they had just told me that because I stood up and objected on January 6th, that I ought to be run out of the United States Senate. I've got news for you. I wasn't backing down then. I haven't changed my mind now. Election integrity matters. Standing up for the rule of law matters. And our stand on that day and since is key for the liberty that we are fighting for. I don't know about you, but I thought the Biden administration was going to be pretty bad, didn't you? But they've turned out even worse than I could possibly have imagined. I mean, just look at what Joe Biden has tried to do in the space of one short year to this country. He has turned the FBI of the United States on the parents of the United States. Can you believe it? Treating school board parents at school boards as if they are domestic terrorists, sending FBI agents to go and knock on people's doors if they have the temerity to stand up and say, I don't want my kids to have to be masked in school. I don't want my kids to be taught critical race theory. He's tried to use the instruments of our own government to divide us, to separate us, to turn off speech that he doesn't want, that he doesn't like, that he doesn't approve of. And that's just getting started. Look at what he's done on the southern border. He's opened up the southern border and said to every cartel on the North American continent, come on in. The southern border, you know, sometimes we say it's chaos at the southern border. That's not quite right. Actually, somebody is in control of the southern border. The problem is, it's the cartels who are in control of the southern border, not the United States, the cartels who are running drugs across our border, who are running children across our border. Human trafficking is exploding. And I don't know about you, But in the state of Missouri, where I'm from, we like to say that we're a border state too, because the drugs that are flooding into our schools, that are flooding into our neighborhoods, that are flooding into every part of the state are coming across that southern border that Joe Biden has thrown open and has said, come on in. It's chaos on the border. It's the rule of the cartels on the border. It's a use of the FBI against parents. And then look at what he did in Afghanistan. I have never seen an American president who would leave behind hundreds, if not thousands, of American citizens to the enemy and say that the operation was an extraordinary success. Do you remember that? Afghanistan wasn't an extraordinary success. It was an extraordinary failure by Joe Biden. It was an extraordinary collapse by this administration. It was the worst foreign policy disaster since the Vietnam War. 13 American service members, brave Marines, other members wearing the uniform, were lost in Afghanistan guarding Abbey Gate because Joe Biden wouldn't order an evacuation when his own military told him to do it. Because days before the terrorist attacks, Joe Biden hadn't even planned how he was going to get Americans out of the country. And yet, he would go before the people of the United States and say that the evacuation was an extraordinary success and he was proud of it. That was the day, ladies and gentlemen, that I called on Joe Biden to resign. He should have resigned then. He should resign now. He's not fit to be president. He can't lead this country. He's trying to shove critical race theory down our throats and in every aspect of our government. It's in the military. It's in government training. It's in our universities, all backed now by the power of the Biden administration. I have sat in the United States Senate and asked nominee after nominee, will you pledge to oppose critical race theory? Will you pledge to stop it from being taught, from being promulgated in the United States government? And the answer is no. They're radical on this issue. They believe in critical race theory. They believe that America is systemically racist. They believe that America is systemically broken. They believe that we're a nation of oppressors. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've got news for you and for them. We're not a nation of oppressors. We're a nation of liberators. We're proud of our history. We're proud of our heritage, and we're going to stand up for it. And now you look at what's happening in Ukraine. You talk about weakness on the part of Joe Biden. He comes to office, and what does he do? He shuts down American energy production and greenlights Russian energy production. He greenlights Putin's pipeline, and he shuts down American pipelines. Is it any wonder that Vladimir Putin feels emboldened to do whatever the heck it is he wants to do? Is it any wonder that China feels emboldened to do whatever it is the heck that they want to do? When we have a president who doesn't believe in American strength, who doesn't believe in American energy, who doesn't believe in American jobs, and who has no sense of the priorities and challenges that are threatening this country. I've got a suggestion for Joe Biden tonight. I would just say this, Mr. President, have some confidence in the American people. Show some strength to the world. Open up American energy production full throttle. Open it up right now. Put Americans back to work. You know, I notice that rednecks and roughnecks get a lot of bad press these days, but hey, here's the true thing. Rednecks and roughnecks are the core, the backbone of the American economy. And it is time to allow the good, strong American worker to go out there and start drilling for oil, to start exploring for natural gas, to start fracking again. Let them do what we do best. Show America, show the world the strength of this nation. Put America back to work. Open up American energy. And I'll tell you this. I am not willing to wait around to see what Joe Biden does. On Monday, the United States Senate comes back into session. And on Monday, I will introduce legislation to open back up American energy production in this country 100%. Open it up. Put people back to work. Get the oil flowing, get the natural gas pumping, get the biofuels going, all of it. We are the #1 energy producing nation in the world, or we should be. Joe Biden gave that away. It's time to take it back. And if you want to send a message to Vladimir Putin, here's a message to send him. We're going to be the ones who supply the oil and gas to the world. We're going to shut down your energy sector, and we're going to open ours up like you've never seen it before. That's the message we ought to send. That's a message of American strength. But this president, he doesn't believe in American strength. This president believes that there's something fundamentally wrong with the soul of this nation. And that, at the end of the day, is really what we're fighting for, isn't it? We are fighting to defend the soul of America. You know, Joe Biden has spent a year, if you think about what all of his policies put together mean, he has spent a year telling this country that we are broken, that we are backwards, that we are racist, that we are weak. He thinks the soul of America, he thinks the heart of America is warped and wicked. Well, I'm from the heartland of America. I was born there. I was raised there. I know the heart of this country, and it is true and it is good. And on the basis of America's heart, we will rebuild our strength. There's nothing wrong with America. There's something wrong with Joe Biden. That's what we have to take our stand on. This is the time to rebuild our strength on the principles and fundamentals that we hold most dear, to strengthen our families, to strengthen our neighborhoods, to strengthen our churches, to strengthen our nation. This is a time for American strength. The world needs America's strength. The world needs to see that we are ready to stand strong again. You know, Ronald Reagan used to say that in the 19th century, we built the greatest industrial economy that the world had ever seen. In the 20th century, we built the greatest technological economy the world had ever seen. And now in the 21st century, we seem to have spent most of it, thanks to our friends on the left, apologizing. And I don't know what in the world we're apologizing for. We have nothing to apologize for as Americans. We have everything to be proud of and to stand up for. So here's what I propose we do. I propose that in this critical year in 2022, when we have the opportunity to take back the United States House, to take back the United States Senate, that we stand up and say that the fight for America is about the soul of America, and we are going to take our stand on the goodness of America, and we are going to renew America's strength. We're going to open up our energy production. We're going to open up our economy. We're going to bring jobs back to this country. Why is it that we should be dependent for our energy, our critical goods, on other nations, and not just on any other nations, but on our enemies? Why is it that Joe Biden has tried to make us more dependent, has tried to make us subservient to China and Russia and Iran and OPEC? Why is it that Joe Biden now has to go to the OPEC countries and beg them to increase oil production? I say enough of that. America is the strongest nation in the history of the world, and it's time we started acting like it. This is the time. So no matter what this administration tries to do to divide us, and by the way, that's all they have left. Have you noticed that? All they have left is division and accusation. All they have left is the attempt to make us live in fear. That's what they've been trying to do since last January. They've been trying to tell us we've got to live in a state of constant emergency. COVID, a constant emergency. January 6th, a constant emergency. They've been saying that we've got to trust the government to tell us what we can do, where we can go, what we can teach our kids, what we can say. And the message is fear, 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 fear. Well, I don't know about you, but I am an American. I refuse to live in fear. I refuse to be afraid. I refuse to bow down. I refuse to say the government can tell me what to do. And so here is my hope for 2022. This is going to be the year, my fellow Republicans, my fellow conservatives, this is going to be the year that we lead this nation out of fear, that we lead this nation back to strength, that we lead this nation to take a stand on the principles that we hold most dear, that we say there's nothing wrong with America, that America is the hope of the world, it's the future of the world, and it is still, even now, the last best hope on earth. God bless you. Thank you so much for having me. And God bless Cpac. Thank you so much. Thank you.